when you're fielding there, so you're really not expecting the ball in any way, and it goes low right to Ben Slater, and gets a hand on it, but couldn't keep it in the hand.
Fortunately for us, he couldn't keep it in the hand, and Holland survives. 2 balls, 2 edges. In comes Lord again. This one's hit a lot more cleanly by Ian Holland. That is a sumptuous shot through the covers for 4.
Top shot from Dutchy there. I mean, first 3 balls of the over he survived. I mean, 2 decent chances for Notts, 3 very good balls from Rob Lord, and gets his reward really for really scrapping his way through in 3 balls. Rob Lord won't be happy with that, with the pressure he's just built over the last few balls, but knowing the man, I'm sure he'd be raring to go for this ball again.
2 balls left in this over. It was fairly profitable for Notts before that previous boundary. Another swing and a miss there from Ian Holland, trying to step into that shot there.
Yeah, pretty similar ball to the previous. Maybe just not quite expecting it to be full again. Obviously, as a batter, if a bowler misses full, you're certainly expecting the next ball to be a bit more into the pitch. And no, served up a pretty similar ball. I'd say gets away with it.
Last ball of the over now. Lord over the wicket once more. Gets Holland on the back foot. Has to defend it away. And it's going to be another dot ball. And that brings to an end the 6th over with Leicestershire 35 for 1.
And yeah, since the second ball of the innings, Leicester travelling at 6 and over. Partnership 31 with 44 overs left. I mean, I'm not sure what the previous scores were at Kibworth over the last couple of years. I'm not sure if you've got a couple of stats there for me, but I get the feeling they're pretty good scores. We've got nothing on it.
I don't seem to have any numbers.
Alright, well, let's make something up then. Let's make it up. Kibworth's an absolute road, we should get 300 plus.
Brett Hutton again, and that is pulled away with absolute precision by Sol Buddinger. Another boundary for the number 11.
There you go. As I was talking about in Hutton's previous over, he's certainly going to be looking to bring Sol forward, and he's missed his length there. And I mean, these lads of anyone being ex-teammates of Sol's will know you really don't want to miss there. Field change actually after that one ball. I mean, it's the first pull shot that Sol's really played, and maybe the bowlers have seen something in the pitch or the ball that stopped working and stopped moving, but they've got Rob Lord into the ring, and they've sent a deep square with one slip now.
Second ball of the over, that is cut away again. A late cut by Buddinger towards third man. They'll scamper through for a single.
Yeah, it's an interesting field change. I wouldn't say it's a bad one at all. Obviously, like I said, we're travelling at 6 and over here, and Notts need to put a stop to that as quick as they possibly can, really. And having 2 slips in, you're going to struggle to keep that down.
In comes Hutton again.
Early bowler, very very good, skillful bowler. Holds his length, does well.
Fourth ball of the over now. Hutton bowling straight back down the ground by Ian Holland. Hutton on the ground. Probably missed out an opportunity there.
He's probably wondering why he chose to dive for that and not just let it roll through to mid-off.
That's just him putting his body on the line for the badge.
Absolutely loves it. I mean, if we can help it as bowlers, we will do as much fielding as we can off our own bowling, keep the runs down, because these days, certainly a batter's game, isn't it? I'll whisper that one.
Whisper it quietly. In comes Hutton once more, 5th ball of the over. Holland on his back foot again, defending away. It's a good tidy over this from Brad Hutton, first ball aside, of course.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just reading text messages I'm getting from the great people at Leicester Ivanhoe Cricket Club in the group chat. They've enjoyed the old game on start. A lot of them play darts, and if anybody doesn't know, it's Russ Bray's quip at the start of a darts match.
Hutton bowls, and that is placed fantastically by Ian Holland. That was a gorgeous shot for 4.
Again, not missed his length by a great deal there, Hutton, and more line than anything, and Dutchie just managed to get his weight back through the ball, time it nicely, and it runs away to the boundary pretty swiftly. Takes Leicester to 44 for 1 off 7. Again, the rate keeps climbing, keeps pushing up towards them 6s and 7s, and I mean, if we can keep this rate going and keep wickets in hand come 35 overs, there could be a serious score on the cards. So usually a big period of the game is sort of middle overs. You come out with the power play, the field spreads, the run rate slows, and as a batting side, what you're looking to do is keep that run rate as high as you can. If you can milk 6 and over in singles, fantastic. Good bowling sides won't let you do that, and that's where the battle happens really. And at the death, I mean, anything could happen. You could lose quick wickets, you could score quick runs, but the middle overs is massive. So Leicester are going to try and take advantage of these last 3 power play overs.
Rob Lord back again to bowl, and there's the first wide of the morning. Yeah, it is still the morning here. First wide of the morning. A little bit of a freebie, that one from Rob Lord.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a clear plan for Rob Lord. He's bowling his back of a length. He's trying to go in and out. Okay, a skillful bowler. For the pace he can bowl, he's got some good skills.
So redo the first ball of the over. Charging in, and by charging in, he's managed to collect his ball back from the solid defence from Sol Budinger.
Yeah, again with the some savvy field placements from Hasib Hamid, Notts captain. They've dropped a slip again. Certainly for Sol anyway, and they've stuck a square leg in. They've kept the fine leg for Rob Lord, presumably with the bit of extra bounce and pace compared to Hutton. The ball's more likely to go there than it is the deep square.
Second ball of the over now. That one is played late by Budinger, but well fielded there by backward point.
Goalkeeper-esque there from Ben Slater. Never looking to pick it up clean, just parries it into Lyndon James's path, and probably saves the team 4, I would have thought.
No one deep past the point region. So yeah, that was a very good save. Very goalkeeper-esque, like you said.
Jose Sarr.
In comes Lord again to Budinger. That's a leading edge. Gets away with it though, Budinger. That just goes through to third man, and they'll get across for a single.
Yeah, it's good cricket. That it's good modern day cricket. Obviously, looking to play some aggressive shots, and Sol sort of reels himself back last second there, manages to play with soft hands and gets the ball wide enough of any catchers to get a single down to third man. But again, well bowled from Rob Lord. I think he's bowled pretty well this morning. Unsure on what his figures are at the moment. I will check, but none for 20, which I don't think really reflects how well I think he's bowled.
Halfway through his 4th over, that is cut away with some power by Ian Holland. It was well fielded by the point fielder. Couldn't quite see the number there, but
Seacher, and again I think he's made a good stop on a boundary already this morning and certainly saved 4 there. He's had a good start to the day in the field.
got across for 1 there. Did the Leicestershire boys. And that brings Sol Budinger back to the crease. Just taking his time assessing the field. Still got the slip in place for the left-hander.
Yeah, just going through his processes there, so split second before he sets up.
In comes Lord. Slightly fuller there, closer to a Yorker length that one, and Budinger digs it out the ground.
Yeah, I think that's why he's got away with that one, Rob Lord. It's more Yorker length than it is half volley, and Sol's struggled to really dig it out and almost inside leading edged it back straight. He'd be disappointed to miss out there, Sol, but he won't be too annoyed with himself.
Final ball of the 8th over. Lord coming in, and that is a straight bat again. He did well there, Rob Lord, to get a hand on that, because that would have been racing away to the boundary.
Yeah, I think I'm going to call shot of the day. I know it's gone for 1, but that's a serious shot, beautifully timed on drive, and lucky for Rob Lord, he's managed to get a hand on it, keep it down to 1. But gorgeous shot there from Budinger.
End of the 8th over, that brings Leicestershire up to 48 for 1. Still going at 6 and over, just like what you asked for, Roman.
Yeah, and again, it's not really, they've not looked like they've tried to go at 6 and over. You know, I say the bowlers have not bowled as well as I've seen them bowl. I think Rob Lord's bowled pretty well with a couple of loose balls which he won't be happy with. But I mean, we've seen Brett Hutton bowl some serious spells in the past, and this is far from his best. However, I still think they've bowled pretty well, and minus a couple of loose balls, we've not really looked to smack a ball yet. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's sort of put some justice into the pitch and how good it is.
Hutton again from the top end, a late cut again from Budinger, misfield slightly there by point fielder, and they'll scamper through for a single.
Yeah, tough fielding there with the ball bouncing just in front of you. He's done well again, Ben Slater. It's tough to try and pick up clean. I think they're the sort of balls, if you try and pick up clean when you're fielding at point on the wicket ends, I mean, anybody who's fielded there will know exactly how that feels, especially with how dry it is at the moment. It's very easy to try and pick a ball up clean there and just completely misfield it. It goes through you for a couple more runs, and he's played the safe game there and got his hands on it, made sure that he stopped it and made it into a 1.
Holland back on strike, Hutton bowling in again on the back foot, and they'll get through for another single. A shot at the stumps there, Sol had to run a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, good bit of energy there from Jack Haynes at cover. It's good to see. It's good to see him having a good shot at the stumps, making the batters run. But 50 up for Leicestershire, 50 for 1 off 8 point whatever it is, because I can't see a screen.
8.2.
8.2, 50 for 1. And the partnership now 46. It's been a really, really good partnership so far. And again, look, Dutchy's made himself get to 20. Oh, lovely. Look at that now. Charlie's just spun a screen for me and I can see everything I need to know. That'd have been nice if you told me that was there before, wouldn't it?
Late cut away again by Budinger. Down to that 3rd man boundary, another single. And yeah, thanks Charlie for turning the screen for us.
8.3 now if anybody's interested. Yeah, beautifully sunny day here at Kibworth. Pitch looks good, really, really good. There's a lot of bounce, a lot of pace. And as I say, the batters haven't really played a shot in anger yet. And we are cruising at 6 and over.
Couple of well-timed shots from Budinger and Holland. Here's Holland on strike again. Went deep into the crease. Misfield there by fine leg that was inside the circle. And they'll get through for another single. That came to him pretty quickly there, so
yeah,
the benefit of the doubt.
Well, that's the thing. Technically misfield, but actually a really, really good stop down there. It's clipped off the pads. He's at short fine leg. It's bounced just in front of him. And as we say, with such a dry dry outfield, it could really bounce anywhere. You can't really trust the bounce anywhere on the outfield wherever you play. So he's done really well. Again, another good start. Carries on his good stint in the field so far, Siege.
In comes Hutton again, going around the wicket this time. Slower ball, and Budinger playing with soft hands again to that third man position. Another single. And Leicestershire just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Still going at 6 and over. Still cruising, like Roman was saying. It's not played any shots. They've not played any shots in anger. They've just been playing cool, calm, and collected cricket.
Yeah, some good stuff. Good stuff out there. I think they know they're putting the bowlers off. I think they know that the bowlers know it's a good pitch, which then puts pressure on the bowlers again a bit more because they know they can't miss.
Final ball of the over then, and it's flicked away to the short fine leg player, but dot ball to finish the over, and the run rate is now tipped under 6 and over.
Come on!
We've gone to 5.9 per over.
Get on with it.
As Leicestershire go to 53 for 1, with one more over left in the power play.
5.9. Sluggish. Rubbish. There's a boycott there for you. Anybody who doesn't know. We're 9 hours in and we've already had one of your rubbish.
Match summary you can see on the screen. Rishi Patel went very early. First ball, cut it away beautifully for 4. Second ball, trapped in front by Brett Hutton. Possibly a little bit too high, but we're not the umpires, are we?
Absolutely not, and we've certainly not got a good enough view around here, as we say, on a 45-degree angle. We're trying our best to tell you what's happened, but yeah, Charlie's just said sorry there, yeah, and he should be. I don't know why we don't just get a cherry picker and stick it behind the sight screen. It'd be unbelievable. We'd have a great view.
We've got a change in the bowling now for the final over of the power play. Liam Patterson-White is coming into bowl. Left arm spinner to close out the power play.
Interesting ploy here from Notts with the bringing on a spinner. I mean, he's a very good spinner. He knows how to bowl in the power play, T20 and one day. But interesting, very interesting.
First ball, and Budinger takes him on immediately. That's straight right down the ground. Welcome to the crease, Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, that's the risk you take with bringing a spinner on, especially for the last over of the power play. It really is an interesting idea because you don't know what the pitch is doing. The ball's still quite new, so I can't imagine it's going to turn a great deal, even if the pitch is going to turn. I mean, you've not seen a spinner yet, and you bring him on for the last over of the power play. However, that brings up the 50 partnership. 50 partnership for Budinger and Holland there.
Second ball of the over. And a little bit more defensive there. Very late shot from Budinger into the ground and up into the hands of slip fielder there.
I don't want another shot like that. I didn't enjoy that one.
Third ball, front foot defence. Had a Marnus Labuschagne no run behind me there.
Yeah, solid from Sol there. He's taking no risks unless he knows he can really put his hands through one.
Another back foot defence from Sol Budinger. It's one of the good things about spin bowling. They get through their overs very quickly, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, now I can see the screen. I can tell you Patterson-White's already got through 4 balls. 2 balls left in the over. But he's just looking to bowl flat here.
Budinger again goes back into the crease, defends it away to square leg, picks up a single to bring Holland on strike for the final ball of the over and the final ball of the power play. Last ball of the power play then, and a lovely forward defence from Ian Holland brings us to the end of the first power play with Leicestershire 58 for 1. Budinger not out 32, Ian Holland not out 21.
Yeah, good start there. Great power play for Leicester, really, after the early loss of Rishi Patel. But a good recovery, and not just a recovery, but a real press on runs-wise for these two. As we say, 50 partnership brought up in the previous over. And I will say, credit to Liam Patterson-White, he's done very, very well there to just come in, bowl the last over of the power play, go for 4 off his first ball and only go for 5 in the over, so well done him. Change of bowling at the top end. What was that there? Did somebody hear that? Somebody said the end. We should know this.
I believe I heard him say Paul Adams end.
We'll take it. We'll take it. And if it's not, then it's not. But the Paul Adams end, change of bowling, Lyndon James is coming on first change. Yeah, but I don't have notifications on for my Twitter. I hate it. It's a horrible platform.
And just for the record, Roman's views are Roman's views and his alone. They don't represent the views of Leicestershire County Cricket.
I just don't like social media in general, to be honest. I'm an old man.
Lyndon James coming in then to bowl right arm over the wicket to Sol Buddinger. And the first ball outside of the power play is a dot ball. Lyndon James alongside Robert Lord and James Hayes, who isn't playing today. They are the joint top wicket takers for Notts this season with 5 wickets each.
A very good all-rounder, Lyndon James. He's proven himself over the past couple of years for Notts and managed to keep his place in the side, as that's just back of a length, slightly straighter than the first ball. Sol pokes it in. Asiba Mead tells him to get back in his crease, gives him a little bit of a stare, but Sol's not phased.
Not phased at all by the prospect of playing against his former side.
He'll love it, Sol. He loves a challenge, loves playing against his mates. Knows these lads very, very well, as they do him.
Over the wicket again. Lovely caress of the ball to a deep point. Another single there.
Yeah, good start from Lyndon James. Found his length very, very early here. 3 balls are the same length, slightly differing lines, but very good from him so far. I get the feeling it's going to be a bit of a different challenge bowling to Dutchie, and it's why this partnership's pretty good, because Dutchie's not your powerful big hitter, but he's horrible to bowl to because he moves around the crease and hits the ball in strange areas.
That time he stays fairly set in his crease. Lovely defence. But like you say, Lyndon James has found his length very nicely here. In comes James again. Well bowled again, says Roman Walker, but 1 run again for Ian Orland.
I couldn't see a great deal there. Old mate with his deck chairs just stood in front of us and blocked my view, but you know, he's moved on. I can see again. Sure, we've got to have someone in front of us saying, hang on, commentators here, you know. Sort it out.
Last ball of the over now. Buddinger plays on the back foot, gets a single for it, and it will keep the strike going into the next over. That takes us to 61 for 1 at the end of the 11th over.
Yeah, first real look at some pretty good running there from the lads. Sol back foot defence there, aware that the over hadn't gone for a great deal and manages to scamper through for a single. Takes the over for 3. Well bowled Lyndon James coming in for his first over, first change outside of the power play. They will carry on with Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end. No surprise there, as he bowled the last over of the power play very well. Only went for 5 after 4 off his first ball. A couple of conversations here about field placements possibly. They're thinking about straight men, whether they should have their deep square out or just have the one man at mid-wicket, which it looks like they're bringing a deep square in, moving their mid-wicket man round to a sort of forward deep square, bringing a man into mid-wicket, which that'll certainly help with keeping the overs in and keeping the singles and dot balls in play.
Patterson White to continue then. Left arm over the wicket. Strong forward defence from Sol Budinger. You just describing the field changes there. If you were bowling to Sol, is this sort of the field that you would play? Obviously you're not a spinner, but if you were bowling.
Yeah, well, when Sol used to play for Notts Twos, he used to whack me everywhere, so it wouldn't really matter where I put my fielders.
And he's whacked another one.
Something similar to that.
Something similar to that. That's all the way for 6.
No, that looks like he's got him in the stomach or the chest down there. I hope he's all right.
Well, yeah, we hope that.
Oh, I hope he's all right.
That gentle one there is all right.
Can we get someone over there?
Fair whack of a very strong hit from Sol Budinger.
Yeah, that's hit him hard for sure. I hope he's watching down there. Yeah, perils of the outground. Unfortunately, you're sitting so close to the rope that things like that do happen if you're not paying full attention. Seems to be a good group of people around him there, so hopefully he's okay.
Hopefully we'll get word to see if he's okay.
Yeah. A good shot from Sol there. It's floated up a bit more by Patterson White, and he's taken on his option over count corner.
Going around the wicket now, or over the wicket to the left-hander, and Budinger plays it through the gap for another single.
Yeah, a bit flatter there, a bit wider from Patterson White, maybe trying to get him to play the same shot, come across it and looking for a top edge, or maybe just a containing ball, but Sol as well, just to bunt it through the offside for 1.
Patterson White again, sweep shot from Ian Holland, and that will race away beautifully to the boundary. It's a lovely sweep shot.
And this is why I say this partnership's going to be really, really hard to bowl to in terms of field placements and actually bowling the ball, because as you see there, 2 examples of a hard sweep shot over cow from Sol. He's going to be looking a bit more in the V, a bit straighter, and Dutchy's options there are behind square and sweeping.
Profitable over so far from Leicestershire. Lovely forward defence there. So far I count that 11 runs from the over.
Yeah.
Both batsmen getting amongst it as Patterson White forces Holland to go on his back foot, punches it down the ground, and long on will do the rest. A single there to end the over, where Leicestershire are now 73 for 1.
And there we go, run rate back up above 6 and over. I'm happy, everyone's happy. The partnership now up to 69. That's pressed on pretty quickly. Budinger 41 off 38, Ian Holland 27 off 32. Both playing very well, going at good rates there. And as I say, the partnership and the different areas that they both hit is going to be pretty tough to bowl against. Rob Lord there taking the field again. He must have gone off for a couple of overs after his spell. Ben Martindale coming on as sub-fielder has just gone off.
Lyndon James continuing from the Paul Adams end. Late-ish shot there from Holland to Ben Slater.
There you go, another example there of Dutchy using his feet. He's seen in the previous over Lyndon James settling into a good length, a challenging length, and he's really trying to put him off it there, but chops down on it, gets it through to point, and you see Ben Slater threatening to throw it at the bowler's end there with Sol almost halfway down the wicket. 2 good friends there. They're going to be having some fun out there, I would have thought.
In comes James again over the wicket. Deep in his crease there, Ian Holland, as he plays another late cut towards another single.
A great example there of Ian Holland's batting brain working for him. You know, he comes down the previous ball. Yes, it was a dot ball, but he comes down, shows the bowler that he's willing to come down the wicket. The bowler drops it slightly shorter. Dutchy goes back in his crease, manages to punch himself a single through to third man, uses the length that was given to him. So some really, really clever batting there from Dutchy, i.e. Ian Holland, sorry.
James going over the wicket again. Budinger cuts it away. Out to deep point, covering over that backward point area as well, another single.
Yeah, Sol will be happy. He's got himself in. He'll really want to press on. He'll really want to press on. His first 2 games, I think he's averaged 20. However, last year he scored 458 runs, Leicestershire's second highest run scorer in the comp. He was averaging 45.8 last year, strike rate of 100 with 100.
In comes change again. Late shot from Holland again to that third man position. And Leicester just taking these casual singles, just keeping the run rate ticking.
Yeah, just ticking over, and this is the great thing. This I mentioned about the middle overs. Like if you can do this, if you can keep ticking over, as we say, 3 or 4 balls this over, and you keep ticking, the boundary balls will come. As we've seen last over, 12 came off it. I mean, you can afford now to have an over of 4 or 5 where you're just ticking over. You're not playing a shot in anger.
2 balls left in the over. That's another late shot there from Sol Budinger, again to that third man boundary rope, and again they'll get through for a single.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see the wagon wheel at half time with scoring shots and areas in which the runs are being scored, because it seems to be a bit more square of the wicket. I know we've had maybe 1 or 2 boundaries off the spinners, a bit more in front of the wicket, and a straight drive from Sol off Rob Lord, but with the pace and bounce in the pitch, the lads seem to have assessed really quickly where their scoring options are, and it seems to be square of the wicket.
Last ball of the over. No, it's not the last ball of the over.
It's given a wide.
The umpire gives it a wide for head height, signals the bouncer. So redo that last ball.
Yeah,
of the
interesting there. First bouncer we've seen really of the innings. Holland lets it go and looks at the square umpire straight away to see what his verdict was, and Harris agrees that it was a wide.
So the last ball, take 2 from Lyndon James. Flicked away onto the leg side for another single, and that will be the end of the 13th over. Leicestershire 79 for 1.
And would you look at that, 6 off the over, nothing done. Yes, we've got a wide, but we just keep ticking along. And again, they don't look in any trouble at all. Doesn't seem to be a great deal of spin from Patterson-White. We know he can spin a ball. We've seen it this season already on his loan spell. But
the wagon wheel for you now. Sol Budinger's wagon
wonderful.
wheel.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, we can see there the balls have been scored square of the wicket there. We can see the 2 straight boundaries there, 1 in the air off Patterson-White, which was a fuller ball, and the same from Rob Lord, which was a bit more of a half volley punch down the ground.
Patterson-White continues, and Sol ramping it away to the deep fine leg position.
Ian Holland, that one.
Ian Holland, sorry. My apologies there. Came back for 2.
No, again, good options. Like that's one of Dutchy's options. He can whack a ball, but he's far more comfortable playing these intricate shots.
Patterson-White to Ian Holland, and he tried to charge down the wicket, got a bit too greedy I think there, and he's been stumped out by Tom Moores. An annoying way to get out for Dutchy's point of view, and Leicestershire now 81 for 2.
Yeah, there will be questions of did he need to come down and really play that shot, but again, with the fantastic cricket brain that he's got, he knows he's just played the paddle sweep, and the likelihood of Patterson-White bowling a bit of a slower ball, a bit of a better length and coming down the wicket, I think possibly was the option. Maybe he just spun a little bit and he's managed to miss it, and well bowled Liam Patterson-White.
Well bowled Liam Patterson-White. Ian Holland going for 32, and that brings the Pakistan Test captain Shan Masood to the crease for a first appearance ever for him at Kibworth.
Yeah, brilliant Shan. He's been brilliant since he came over. Such a lovely man, lovely fella. Very quiet, keeps himself to himself, but some fantastic knowledge if you ask him the question, and a funny man when he wants to be as well. The great man Lewis Hill there walking off the field, drink in hand and towel, doing the job I usually do. Enjoy that, mate. Obviously Lewis missing out today for Ben Mike, back from injury, has come back into the squad, with Ian Holland moving up to 3, gets his 30 and unfortunately coming down the wicket and stumped. to Liam Patterson-White, and good work from Tom Moores with the gloves. Leicester now 81 for 2 off 13.2. Sol going well. Sol Budinger 43 off 40, and it's going to be a big period of the game. This, you know, losing a wicket at this time. I mean, if you go bang bang, you're 3 down, you're 80 for 3, and there's not, you know, I think there's a lot more time in a one-day innings than people give it credit for, you know. But there ain't a great deal of time for rebuilding on such a good wicket. You know, you really want to try and maximise the amount of runs you can get and really put pressure on, especially when you're batting first.
So Sham Masood on strike then against Liam Patterson-White. Left arm spin over the wicket, and Masood goes down the ground comfortably off the mark off his first ball. And what sort of a dynamic now does two left-handed batters at the crease give Nottinghamshire, or Leicestershire, sorry?
Yeah, again, so obviously it's going to be far easier for the bowlers to settle against two left-hand batters. Again, two very different left-hand batters, two very different strengths, sets of strengths, but it's going to be a lot easier to settle when you've got one of one hand in.
That one prodded away by Budinger.
Yeah, it can be very difficult, especially in a one-day game with the intensity. When there is a left and right hand combination and they're rotating the strike, it can be quite difficult.
Budinger goes back into his crease, whips it round the corner to fine leg.
Yeah, an interesting field placement there for Notts. They've obviously done their research and used their knowledge of Sol, but they've got a square leg in to Budinger and a very backward square leg out with a cow, which seems to be a single saving option but a boundary saving option also in there.
Last ball of the over from Patterson-White. Half-hearted appeal for an LBW against Sham Masood, but nothing comes of it. That is the end of the 14th over, with Leicestershire now 83 for 2.
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of turn there with Patterson-White. Obviously that ball that managed to get Dutchy out, Ian Holland for 32. Was it 32?
32,
It was
yeah.
32, wasn't it? Yeah. A well-made 32 as well. Didn't look in trouble at all until that ball, really, which is really unfortunate for Dutchy. However, yeah, came down the track. Liam Patterson-White just seemed to bowl it slightly slower, and it did seem to grip. And you see another bowling change here. Lyndon James has gone off after bowling 2 overs for 9. And I will have a guess and say that's Freddie McCann coming on to bowl.
So spin from both ends from Notts against the two left-handers.
There we go. I think that does tell us that it's turning. Obviously, two lefties in. They're bringing on their off-spinner, and he has bowled well. He's bowled a lot more in this season and sort of towards the back end of last season. Freddie McCann for Notts.
Late cut away by Budinger. Going quickly across the outfield. They're going to scamper back for a second. Sham Masood gets back comfortably. And Budinger moves on to 46 now.
Bit of a loosener there from Freddie McCann. He won't be too happy with that one. It was a bit flat, bit short, and Sol managed to rock back and power that through the cover region.
Same shot again from Budinger, but this time they're not running with as much intensity. They'll just take the single.
Yeah, similar ball there, and again, won't be too happy. I can't imagine his captain will be too happy either, but happy to let him try and settle into a rhythm. Obviously, he's coming on with the two left-handers in at the crease. Having seen a bit of turn from Liam Patterson-White's end, they seem pretty confident in using their off-spinner to the two lefties and trying to take it away from the both of them.
Sham Masood taking a little bit more time to prepare himself. Only new to the crease here. The Pakistan Test captain defending that one away. Trying to get a feel for this Kibworth pitch. You were mentioning that we're getting a bit more turn, which is pretty unusual for a Kibworth pitch. as that one is punched away, but no run.
Yeah, I mean, of the games I've played this season, there has been a little bit of turn over the past couple of years. You know, there is a little bit of turn depending on the pitch that's sort of churned out, but usually with the fast bouncy pitches, you'll probably see a little bit less turn in white ball cricket. But a similar ball to the first two there from Freddie McCann, just sort of flat and back of a length, batter rocks back Shah Masood and punches it through cover. All seems a bit too easy right now for the two left-handers against Freddie McCann, but I'm sure if he settles into a length, tries to get one to turn, it'll become a lot harder.
That one driven away beautifully by Sol Budinger, and that is 50 for the opener. Really well made, 51 off of 45 balls, and he looks very comfortable. 6 fours and a 6 for Sol Budinger. It's classy Sol, isn't it? A third straight half century at this ground.
Yeah, loves batting here, and do you know what, he's going to be so happy with himself, but he's not done yet, and he'll tell himself that he's not done yet. But first 50 of the comp this year for Sol, and with good records over the last couple of years for Sol. As we say, he averaged 45, scoring 450 runs last year in this comp, and that was consisting of 350s and 100, and he'll be looking to add to his list a 100 tally today.
Shah Masood caught on the pads. Half-hearted appeal mainly from Patterson White. They got through for a single, a leg bye called by the umpire.
Come on, YouTube. I've just gone to look at the replay and the bloody adverts have come up. Come on.
Defended away there, Sol Budinger.
All right, Charlie. Well fielded.
Very well fielded there. Is that Hasib Hamid there?
There is indeed.
Skipper.
He's come over the wicket here, Patterson White. Just change of angle against Sol Budinger, but he's bowled a flat, fast one just outside off, and Hasib Hamid's done well to stop that extra cover.
Fourth ball, shout of catch it from Hasib Hamid. It's just fallen short of the boundary rider over at Cow Corner, and another boundary for Sol Budinger.
Just gets away with that one, Sol. It just seemed to die on the cow fielder there. Didn't seem to read it too well. It's bounced just in front of him, and good commitment to go forward for the catch, but it's bounced under him and gone for 4. Sol turned around pretty quickly there and had a look at Ben Slater at point. I wonder if they're having a bit of a chit chat between themselves. As I said, they're very, very good friends.
Went for a big swing there, Budinger, that time, and it was missed by him and by Tom Moores. He didn't quite gather that one cleanly, but dot ball nonetheless.
Yeah, well bowled again, I think, Patterson White. He knows what he's doing. He's a good bowler. He's very good when people are coming at him. So T20 cricket, I think he's very, very comfortable in that sort of setting, as he bowls a slightly slow one of a better length to Budinger there, which just defended back. End of the over. Leicester 96 for 2. And this partnership of a small one so far goes to 15 pretty quickly, with Shah Masood only facing 6 balls for 2 runs, so Sol doing the majority of that. Just seems to be putting his foot down a little bit more, Sol, looking to play the more attacking shots against Patterson White with the ball turning into him.
I was going to ask you that question now. Now that he's got to that 50, do you think he's going to motor on now to maybe get to 3 figures, put up a big total for the Foxes?
Yeah, it's important for Sol, though, to keep ticking along and get himself to that big score that he really wants.
Freddie McCann continuing from the Paul Adams end to Shah Masood, and he hits that one straight back at the bowler for no run. Get back in position and bowl it again, and same thing happens, straight back at the bowler.
Yeah, better start to the over from Freddie McCann than last over. Just seems to have settled into a little bit of a rhythm there. Looks comfortable.
Third ball, Masood comes down the pitch, and it's beaten the mid-off fielder, and that'll race away for a boundary.
Yeah, he's taken a couple of steps down, and I think Freddie McCann's seen him early enough, and he's actually bowled a pretty good ball just outside off there, dragging his length back as he's seen Shah Masood come down the wicket, but so well adjusted to put his hands through that. Slightly uppish, but through extra cover. Like, so good. I think we've seen a bit of class there from Shah.
Cut away again by Shah Masood, and that boundary brought up the 100 for Leicestershire. Now we move on to 101 for 2 in the 17th over. Leicestershire 101 for 2.
Yeah, as you see, just getting his rewards there for coming down the wicket the previous ball, Shah Masood, as he gets a ball that's slightly more back of a length and punches it through the covers. The Sol goes back to a flat ball through the covers and punches that. I'm getting a good tickle from Harry Swindles here. I'm trying to do my job. A great man is here. I'm sure he'll be jumping on the mic at some point, which is a good time for you guys to go and get a cup of tea and not listen.
Last ball of the over, Shah Masood down the ground for a single, and that'll bring to the end the 17th over with Leicestershire 103 for 2.
Yeah, they've with a couple of wickets lost, obviously the early wicket and then the most recent wicket of Ian Holland in the last but one over from this end. We've still managed to keep the run rate at 6s. It's as we say, the pitch seems to be proving itself as a very good pitch. We'll see how the turn affects the game as the game goes on. But Leicestershire will be happy to see that with Liam Travascus and Rishi Patel ready to bowl in the second innings. And if the weather stays like this with the wind, the pitch will only get drier and will only turn more, which is good signs for us.
Patterson White continuing. A reverse sweep from Shah Masood, and that is class personified from the Pakistan Test captain. 4 runs.
Great shot. Fantastic option. Only 1 point put in for Patterson White there, as he has also come over the wicket to Shah Masood. And yeah, just steps down the wicket, doesn't change feet, doesn't change hands, just gets some bat on it, gets it fine enough, runs away for 4 just past the sight screen. It shows you how fine he really did get it, but I'm sure there will be a small chat with Hamid and Liam Patterson White there of what they should do. Should they put 2 points in because you've reverse swept? No, because you'd have to lose your mid-wicket and then it's easy to get singles through the leg side now. So he's come round the wicket to change the angle and see how Shah Masood wants to play him now.
Going around the wicket now, Patterson White. Front foot defence from Shah Masood. Clever batting from a real veteran of the game.
Yeah, an amazing record. He's captain his country, and such a great man to go along with that as well.
Comes charging down the wicket now, down to the long on boundary rope, well held down there. Keeps it to 1.
I think that's Pocklington down there. He's done well, watched it well. It's come hard, fast and low to him. And he's managed to pick it up clean, keep it to 1. But a lot of intent shown there from Shah Masood, as we can see reverse sweep when Patterson White's over the wicket and coming down the wicket and smashing it down the ground as he's round. As he's back over the wicket to Budinger, and a better length ball there. And defended on the back foot by Budinger to Hasib Hamid at extra cover.
In comes Patterson White again. Budinger on his back foot. Defends that one. And a similar end to the over as Patterson White forces Budinger to defend. Leicestershire now 108 for 2 after 18 overs.
Getting a lot of text through on my phone. I want to say thanks to everyone who has texted. You know you are thanking the boys for some good commentary, and thanks for that. But one man I will shout out, if you can hear me over the grumbling of his tractor as he goes up and down the field. Just Tony Hull, Josh Hull's old man, just giving me a text. We're apparently doing a good job and making him chuckle. So there's one man's day that we've made. Tony, I hope you're all right, mate. Enjoy your day.
Glad to hear we're actually making people laugh. Freddie McCann to continue to Shah Massoud. Another forward defence down to long on. Another single. Bringing Solidifying back on strike, and he's clubbed that straight back down the ground. Lovely shot from Solidifying, a little bit fuller, and he's tonked it down the ground for another boundary.
Just looking so comfortable here, Sol. He's not looked in any sort of trouble really. I mean, he didn't quite get hold of one that was trying to take over Cow with Patterson White, but it sort of worked in his favour actually. I think if he got any more of it, he would have been caught on the Cow boundary. But apart from that, he's batting so well.
And batting smartly as well. Hits a boundary and then plays it safe to get a single.
Cricket.
Well played. That moves Sol on to 61 now. Shah Massoud now on strike, and he's charging down the wicket, and that is one bounce four, was that? I couldn't quite see behind Patterson White. One bounce four. Lovely shot from Shah Massoud. Both the batters attacking Freddie McCann now.
Yeah, I think they've found their options against spin now. They know what they're comfortable doing, and it doesn't seem that Freddie's turning the ball a great deal from that end. Maybe a bit more downwind, pushing the ball a bit down to the batter, and not really holding up for any sort of spin. But with the boys coming down the wicket and using their feet, I would imagine that there's not a great deal of turnout there for Freddie McCann. But Patterson White seems to be a little bit of a different story with a bit of grip from this end.
Shah Massoud playing similar shot there to Budinger.
Cricket.
Cricket, we love to see it. Boundary, and then sensibly playing it into the gap for a single.
So they teach you at a young age. Boundary single, boundary single. Great cricket. Great cricket.
Budinger plays the last ball of the over to a dot ball, and that will see Leicestershire close out the 19th over at 119 for 2.
Yeah, rate just climbing a bit now, just climbing. We've seen the rate hanging around a sort of level 6, 5.9, 6.1, in and around there for the majority of the innings. The last few overs have just creeping up to 6.2, 6.3, and I'm sure if we keep the wickets in hand, we'll see that creep up very, very quickly. Creep quickly. Can you do that?
I think you can.
I've messed up there, haven't I? We'll see that fly up later on in the innings if we can keep wickets in hand and really backload this innings.
Patterson White to continue up against Shah Massoud. He thought about a single there. Wild throw. Wild throw. And eventually it just ends up as being a dot ball.
Now that was nearly a video that you see on the European Cricket League. I don't know if you've seen any of them on the AstroTurf. The lads are running three and the ball hasn't left the wicket. That was nearly a viral video, let's say.
Dot ball from the first. Very loud shout for 2 from Shah Massoud. And Solidifying turns it down. Well covered there by Rob Lord to keep it down to 1.
Yeah, very big, very strong, very athletic man, Rob Lord, and Budinger knows that. Not worth taking any risks to his arm at the moment. 120 for 2.
Budinger on the half volley. Down towards long on again. Another single. Just keep ticking the scoreboard over.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit more aggression from Sol towards Patterson White here with the ball turning in, as we say, sort of into his arc. But I really want to see him just push on, keep his head down, keep playing aggressive shots along the floor.
Shah Massoud cuts that one away. Straight to Rob Lord, another single. in this partnership, we're probably seeing Shah Massoud being the more conservative player, while Sol searches for the boundaries.
Patterson White comes in again. Sol's in, takes a fantastic option, uses his feet, goes over mid-off, who is in the circle, and it goes for 6. It's a good option from Sol, it really is. He's coming down the wicket to the ball turning in. I'm not a massive fan personally coming down the wicket to a ball turning away. I think that's a great option for Sol, especially if he can access that long off boundary, who, as I said, is in the circle. It's a fantastic option now, and I'd be looking to pump a single along the ground pretty hard. Go on. He looks for it, nearly gets it. Very similar to the first ball there on the line, as Freddie McCann covers it just behind square on the leg side. End of the over, 127 for 2 off 19.5.6, 20. Thank you very much. Scoreboard's taken a split second there to update, really messing me up, but doing very well here, these boys. Nearly at a 50 partnership themselves. They've raced along there. Shah Massoud 21 off 20 and Sol 68 off 60, 113 strike rate, as he usually does when he gets himself in.
Just pulling that up now, 47 is the partnership between these two. Budinger contributing 25 to that.
As you say, it is funny, isn't it, when you watch the game and you think, yeah, Shah Massoud's just taken a bit of a less aggressive role in this partnership, knocking it about, getting himself in, but he's striking at 105 and cruising really as Freddie McCann just gets away with the ball there. He bowls a flat one just wide of the off stump, and Shah Massoud can't get it through the offside for a single. They've got a extra cover in almost on the catch and an extra cover on the circle, blocking that gap as Freddie McCann bowls a slightly fuller ball. They take a quick single, it's a shy at the stumps. Tom Moores doesn't bother to get a hand on it and lets it run through to deep square. A good job Rob Lord was coming in to back up there, as that only goes for a single.
Strong breeze just came in towards our commentary area. Whether that will help Freddie McCann or not remains to be seen. Bowling to Budinger, another late cut. Gets that one away, runs the first one hard, wants to come back for the second, and will come back comfortably for the second.
Yeah, brilliant gap there from Sol. He knows where the point man is. He's right behind square, and that's the 50 partnership for the both of them. Comes up off 43 balls, 23 minutes. Sol Budinger 27 of them, Shah Massoud 22 of them, and yeah. But as I was saying, he knows where the point man is, right behind square. And anything outside off, he can pretty much hit it where he wants, and he just did there. As he does well, Freddie McCann pitches it up a bit more, finds that gap between the two extra cover fielders in the ring, and Shah Massoud scampers back for 2. Fantastic piece of cricket and running there from the boys.
They've got a good understanding between these two, haven't they? They know when to push hard to get quick 2s, and when to play safely. Don't need to throw away your wickets just yet.
Massive part of the game, running well. Can make a hell of a difference. Keep walking, please. There's another man walks across us. Come on. Come on.
Gentleman walked straight in front of my eye line just as Budinger was going for the front foot defence.
I wish I could describe what happened.
Got a clear view this time, and a beautiful, beautiful late cut from Sol Budinger. Soft hands, races away to the third man boundary.
And there you go. Just as we were saying, he knows where that fielder is, and there's only one out there, so anything outside off is a free hit pretty much for Sol, and he just times it fine of him this time, and it goes for 4. Ben Slater was anticipating the ball to be going to his left, but Sol does really well. End of the over, 137 for 2. Partnership goes from 50 up to 56 very quickly in that over.
Both batters looking very comfortable out there in the middle. It is still a scorching hot day, so you do feel for those Notts fielders there having to chase after the ball in this heat.
Yeah, it's not easy. As we say, it really is a blend of 4-day cricket and T20 cricket. You've got the intensity of T20 cricket, but almost the time of fielding of 4-day cricket, where 3.5 hours can seem a very long time when you're out there for 50 overs. And you add a bit of heat into that, a bit of atmosphere, a bit of wind, can make it a really long day, especially when you're not taking wickets and you're playing on a very good pitch, which at the moment it seems that is the case.
Changing the bowling from the pavilion end, Joe Pocklington comes on to replace Liam Patterson-White, another left arm spinner by the looks of things for Notts.
Yeah, and from my experience of playing against Pocklington, he'll turn the ball a bit more if there is any turn than a few of the other lads.
Bowled with a fair bit of pace there.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I remember playing him at Grace Road and he managed to turn a couple of balls and he bowled really well. Been very impressed with him coming in and playing twos for Notts and getting his chance now with the first team.
Coming around the wicket to Shah Masood. And a quick single is taken, putting the pressure on the fielders to try and get there, cut the runs as much as they can, but these two are having fun out there.
Yeah, again another good piece of running, and as I mentioned just a second ago, it can make a real big difference in an innings. You know, if you can squeeze runs here, there and everywhere, there's a lot of runs to be made up between the stumps. But Haseeb Hamid has come in for a chat with Pocklington about what they're going to do. They're going to take away the 2 points which they had in for Shah Masood, presumably for that reverse sweep he's already shown them. They're going to put another man in the leg side. They're going to put him into square leg where he was before, almost to stop that single off the hip into the leg side, and they're moving around their deep man on the leg side to almost stump line on the leg side there as a cow corner, with the mid on back, the mid off back and the deep cover back. And that is cricket in an absolute nutshell. The ball goes across, so slides, takes the outside edge and goes for 4 down to third man, as they've just taken the man out of that area. I'm not sure whether he would have stopped it anyway, but it really is a kick in the teeth when you've just taken the man out of there and an accidental shot like that goes through the area.
And again, it shows the pace of the outfield. That ball raced away to the boundary rope. It's unfortunate for Notts, but we won't really care, will we?
No, there's a saying called we'll take them. Handy runs, very handy runs.
Halfway through the Pocklington over now. Bodinger steps back in his crease and firmly defends that one into the ground. Sensible cricket. Around the wicket once more, Pocklington. He wanted to play that late there, but I think at the last second he took his hands away from that one, Sol Bodinger.
Yeah, Sol just trying to find that gap which he found with the outside edge earlier in the over, but wanting to hit it down there this time as they to finish the over. They're putting the second point back in as Patterson-White comes back across, goes to a square point. Slater goes to a more fine sort of short third man position. Maybe Pocklington isn't spinning it as much as he thought he would, or I thought he would.
Last ball, the over.
Ooh.
Pocklington went up to grab it, but it's gone all the way for 4. You said there that they were moving the fielders to cover off that late cut that he was playing, and instead he goes straight back over the bowler's head for another boundary.
Yeah, getting a good option from Sol. He's just seeing the gaps, finding the gaps, and trying to hit it into the gaps. And I think when you can trust the pitch that good, or that much, sorry, to start doing that, then I think it shows the pitch is very, very good as we're maintaining our 6.5 now run rate. But I will say that as aggressive shot it was flat, and Pocklington managed to get a fingertip on it, but couldn't take enough pace off it to stop it from going to the boundary. 9 off that over, 146 for 2 off 22 now. Bodinger moves on to 84 off 68, pressing on, 120 strike rate.
You'll see a change in the bowling at the Paul Adams end. Pace is coming back into the attack by the looks of it. Is that Lyndon James I see down there? So Lyndon James coming into bowl from the Paul Adams end to Shah Masood. Ball a little bit shorter there, high up onto Shah Masood's bat, defends that away for No run.
I know he only bowled 2 overs just out of the power play, Lyndon James, and I thought he bowled well. You know, even his second over, he went for I think 6 runs, but these days that's the going rate on a good pitch, isn't it, in one-day cricket? So unsure why they sort of took him off so early with him being in good rhythm, but he seems to have moved back into a good rhythm again here as he bowls another good length ball, off stump-ish from what I can tell from our angle, and it gets squeezed out to point where Ben Slater takes it clean. Dot ball.
And again, we're seeing the two sides of the partnership, as Bullinger was the aggressor in the previous over. Shah Massood playing conservatively, getting the boundaries and the runs at the right time, but not playing silly shots.
Yeah, Shah not necessarily looking to hit the boundary at the moment, just sort of looking to get used to a bit of Lyndon James here. And well, he certainly hasn't faced him yet. Getting used to the pitch, seeing what it's like with a bit of pace through it, as I think he's only faced the spinners since being in. Another good ball there from Lyndon James, slightly fuller this time, slightly straighter and jabbed out by Shah Massood, but he seems to be hitting the ball so clean at the moment, even in defence.
That's another clean shot from Shah Massood, but again, straight to a fielder. Good bowling this from Lyndon James.
Yeah, 4 dots now. Shah won't feel under pressure. Obviously, we've done a lot of good work up until this over, so there's no need to panic or think you need to score any runs. You can almost afford a maiden at this point and back yourselves to cover it up later on with an over. But yeah, bowling really well, Lyndon.
Penultimate ball then of this 23rd over. Massood stepped forward into it again, but again, good bowling from Lyndon James. Can't allow Shah Massood to find those gaps.
Yeah, a simple job, a simple game plan. He just looks like he's running in, trying to bowl top and middle and off, and really starve Shah Massood of any sort of runs. He's not giving him anything loose to tuck into the leg side or punch through the offside. I think the closest we've come to that is a well played late shot into point, but even that wasn't a bad ball in any sort of way. And a good ball to finish the over, I would say. As a bowler, you take a single, one off the over, you're happy with that.
Lyndon James will be happy with that over. 1 run off of that over, and that will see Leicestershire go to 147 for 2.
As I think now, with 23 overs gone, we're pretty much at full capacity here at Kibworth, hopefully. There's a fair few people in around the boundary rope. I think the only parts of the boundary rope that aren't covered in fans are the front of the pavilion and the sight screens, which is great to see. And there's certainly a couple of rows of fans as well, at least.
Yeah, when you look down at the Paul Adams end, there's plenty of rows of chairs. Good to see the fans out in good numbers here at Kibworth.
Yeah, and a lot of fans well positioned just outside of the bar over there as well. I can see this, not their first rodeo.
Pocklington bowling to Shah Massood. He wanted to sweep that there, couldn't connect, and Moores does well to keep that from going to the boundary. That could have been quite costly for Notts there.
Yeah, interestingly not called a wide, so I wonder whether he got a bit of pad or glove on it or something like that that's just not been given a wide.
Massoud goes deep into his crease to flick it round the corner. Another dot ball.
Yeah, a good over and 2 balls here from Notts. 5 dot balls, a single, and 2 further dot balls in the last 8 balls. Shah Massood faces up, and another dot ball.
Wanted to go a little bit more aggressive there, Shah Massood.
Yeah, allowed a little bit of room outside off stump by Pocklington there. He's just tried to put his hand through it, missed it.
Pressure building slightly, perhaps, on Shah Massood. And I think that pressure has been alleviated by him swatting that over.
Great piece of fielding on the boundary there.
the boundary rope, and they do come back for 2. He saved 2 there.
Yeah, Freddie McCann on the boundary there. Brilliant fielding. Bit of a let-off shot there from Shah Massoud, as you say. I think in terms of the innings, no real pressure on him to score many quick runs. You know, you can allow yourself a couple of quiet overs, but maybe a bit of personal pressure there with the dot balls faced over the last over and a half. Gets his foot out the way and swipes one over to the cow boundary. Doesn't quite get all of it and only goes for 2.
Budinger takes on Pocklington on the boundary rope. That's well saved there, very well saved by Liam Patterson-White, the long-on fielder.
I mean, I know he's batting well, but Budinger can't hit it from the other end. He ain't that good. 150 up for Leicestershire in the 24th over. Shah Massoud again puts his foot down, hits a ball aerially, tries to go straight. Just working out his options here against Pocklington by the looks of it. He's gone square, he's gone straight, he's looked to go through the offside. And this one is back of a length. Seems to have come off the pad. I think Ant Harris is going to signal leg byes. Here he is. And it goes through for 1 as Shah Massoud takes a strike again. Underrated part of cricket here. Sol Budinger hasn't faced a ball in 2 overs now.
That is true.
It could take him out of a little bit of rhythm.
Yeah, I got that one wrong there. My apologies. Mistaking Shah Massoud.
Do not worry about that. 152 for 2 off 24 now. As I say, Sol Budinger hasn't faced the ball in 2 overs. Shah Massoud facing the previous 12 balls in the innings. And he's going to look to, I would have thought, get a quick single, start the over maybe, or find a way to get Lyndon James off his length here.
Shah Massoud on strike, defending that one to the mid-on fielder.
Yeah, hit very cleanly. Just seems to be finding his time in here against Lyndon James. An awkward bowler. He's tall. He's not short of pace, but hasn't got a great deal of pace, especially for what Shah Massoud will be used to in international cricket, which is going to be the real tester for him, especially in a one-day game with a white ball and you're supposed to press on. You know, you may not be able to get hold of the bowlers who are slightly slower than your usual test pace, as Lyndon James beats him there, beats the bat through to Tom Moores. Yeah, just getting a little bit stuck here, Shah Massoud, but again, I would have thought with his experience he's not going to be too fussed about it. I think hopefully Sol Budinger is not thinking too much about the 2.2 overs, or he's not faced a ball yet. I mean, he's striking them so well so far with his 84 of 68 as Lyndon James turns.
Balls, and
there it is.
Shah Massoud gets that one away beautifully, and the rapid outfield here at Kibworth will mean that is a comfortable 4 runs. Breaks the shackles off a little bit there for Shah Massoud.
Yeah, a bit of a pressure release there for Shah Massoud. A lovely shot. It really is. It's a clip off his legs through forward mid wicket and wide mid on. Not massive boundaries here at Kibworth. Like I said, I think the boundary opposite us is slightly bigger than this one, but absolutely races away and takes us to 156, and Shah Massoud gets past the 30 mark, 32 off 39.
In comes Lyndon James. Lovely late cut from Shah Massoud. He's in the swing of things now. That's back-to-back boundaries. Lovely shot.
And there you go. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna blame it all on his experience, but I think he's shown there that he's not got the runs that maybe he wanted to the last couple of overs. He knows something's got to give. You know, something's got to give, and it always does. And not necessarily a bad ball from Lyndon James. The ball before goes for 4, and then that ball slightly worse, short and wide, goes for 4, and then another back of a length ball just now punched through the offside, and all of a sudden it's 9 off the over, and you're looking at 3 and over for the last few overs with still a ball to go.
Looking comfortable, you'd say, Shah Massoud now. Now it's going to be interesting to see how Budinger faces up to this last ball of the over. As you said, he hasn't faced a ball in almost 3 overs now.
Drop and run, drop and run.
It'll be interesting to see how Lyndon James bowls to him for this final ball. In he comes, and Budinger wanted to scamper for the single there, but it was well cut off.
Yeah, a good call there from Shah Massoud, calling no on that one, I think. And well, 25 overs gone, 161 for 2 off 20. Well, I've just said 25 overs.
You have, yeah.
Honest, I'm doing my own head in here. 25 overs gone. Drinks have been called. 161 for 2. Budinger unbeaten on 84 off 69 so far. Shah Massoud with him on 37. The previous batters, Rishi Patel out second ball for 4. First ball going for 4. And Ian Holland batting 3 today with the absence of Lewis Hill, getting to 32 and stumped off Liam Patterson-White. That was a good piece of bowling. And yeah, happy days. Drinks. The boys are going to be filling their boots here, I think. I'm not taking a break. I'm here to do a job. Blistering hot sun, the lads are having a drink and I'm just commentating on it, alright? Honestly. Backseat drivers over here. Alright, I'll have a break then. See you in a couple of minutes.
161 for 2. We'll have a break here as well. we apologise for the technical difficulties that we've had here at Kibworth. You've rejoined us as Sol Budinger has already gone past 100, and the 100 partnership has come up between Shah Masood and Sol Budinger. Budinger not out 102, Shah Masood just hit that single down to long on. He moves on to... No, Budinger hit that single, sorry. Shah Masood now on 43, not out. Welcome back, Roman. He's listening to himself.
Yeah, pretty annoying circumstances there. With the technical difficulties, can't be helped, unfortunately. With the day and age we're in, with all the technical stuff, it still doesn't work. So, you know, what can we do? Really annoying to miss commentating on a good friend of mine's 100, but well batted him, and hopefully he presses on and carries on. We also missed the 100 partnership from the both of them. From what I can imagine is over a runner ball. But yeah, Budinger's 100 came off somewhere in and around 76, 77 balls. And Shah Masood currently 44 or 49 with Leicestershire 186 for 2 off 28. 3 overs have been missed from you guys as I got a text off the great man Chris Harvey saying that we shouldn't have gone for a break, as I tried not to, but you know, I was persuaded into it, and look what happened. Look what happened.
Don't look at me.
Or me. The senior leadership group here for Notts having one real good conflab in the middle there. Hamid, Hutton, James, as Rob Lord gets ready to bowl from the Paul Adams end.
I think it's Adams.
Let's hope so.
I've been calling it the Paul Adams end the whole time.
Sorry to Paul if it's not Paul Adams, and congratulations to Paul Adams for the day if it is. But Rob Lord coming on for the 29th over as the field split in a 2-2 formation, deep point / cover, a third man, a fine leg and a deep square.
Rob Lord bowling to Shah Masood, flicks it away off the pads. Hutton running in from just in front of us here in the commentary position at a fine leg fielding position.
Yeah, just lobs it in on the one bounce to Tom Moore's bright pink gloves over there. An interesting option, but not one I hate, to be honest. They look pretty cool. Yeah, good start there from Sean, just a clip off the legs, down to fine leg. A couple of conversations going around the circle. Slater and Moores, captain and bowler. Maybe they're a little bit lost at the moment, trying to get a couple of wickets.
Put him just set back deep in his crease early. He's gone for the big heave down the pitch. Is that taken?
That's an
yes, it
amazing
is.
catch.
That is a sensational catch.
Amazing catch from Pocklington.
Joe Pocklington with a brilliant catch, running backwards towards that long arm boundary rope, and it brings to an end a fantastic innings from Sol Budinger. Yeah,
Brilliant innings from Sol, getting his second 100 in 3 games at Kibworth, with the other innings being a 70. He loves batting here. That's really unfortunate. I think actually we've just found out which way the wind is blowing out there, because he's absolutely hammered that, and it was there to hit. He's on 100. I really do not blame him for trying to go over there, over mid-on, and it's held up. It's held up, and mid-on running back Pocklington has taken a really, really good catch, diving as he's running with the ball coming over his shoulder. But Sol Budinger there walking off, raising his bat. He looks unhappy. Obviously, knowing the man, knowing the personality, he would have wanted to crack on there and maybe even score a 200. But well done him.
Sol Budinger gone 102 off of 80 balls, caught brilliantly by Joe Pocklington, running back off the bowling of Robert Lord, and that brings the Leicestershire skipper to the crease, Peter Hanscom, another man with a wealth of experience in list state cricket. Both him and Shah Masood at the moment out there have combined over 10,000 list A runs
Yeah, that's. I would say money can't buy experience like that, but the way the game works, I suppose it can. Amazing players, the both of them in their own rights. Pete Hanscom, obviously, white ball experience. He's played T20 comps around the world. He's played one-day World Cups. He's ODIs, Test matches.
We've got the wagon wheel of
We do have the wagon wheel up.
Sol Budinger's innings today. He has knocked it around the park, it has to be said.
Yeah, and I think we can see there is, as the straight balls go, as we say, it's a good pitch with a lot of pace and bounce. The straight balls you see there going to the boundary will be more full balls, half volleys that he can put his hands through off the spinners, and more than likely the square balls are off the seamers, and as we say, pace and bounce, likely to go square, as he seems to choose his options very well there. But the pitch really did suit Sol and his strengths today, as Pete Hanscom sets up for his first ball from Rob Lord, and it's well played. It's a good length ball. He gets forward on the front foot, just more of a shift of weight rather than a movement forward, and jabs the ball into the offside. Pete Hanscom, obviously last time out, Gloucester away, managed to hold the innings together for Leicester and get himself a ton. An amazing player, leading run scorer last year in the one-day comp altogether, not just for Leicester, with 539 runs at 67, and not only that, it was a strike rate of close to 120 with 300s last year, as Rob Lord's in again. And as cool as you like, Pete Hanscom nods it on the head down to third man for a single. Yeah, an amazing season last season. He's certainly the most effective overseas I've played with in my career so far. He's made a hell of an impact on and off the field, Pete, and hopefully carries on his form through this game and this comp and this season.
What type of a guy has he been in the changing room? You know, he's assumed the captaincy for this tournament for the first time. What's he like?
Well, we call him Daddy for a reason. He's like the father of the changing room. As much as he can laugh and joke and have a real good time with the boys, he really is like a father figure. He's the level man. You know, you can see there's processes he's put in place from his career and his experience that he can rely upon to keep himself level. You know, he could be as angry as anyone, he can be as happy as anyone, but he will always be level. And as a captain and a leader, that is exactly what you want.
Rob Lord bowling to Shah Massoud. They want the quick single.
Well,
the throw was towards Hanscom's end there, and he's got his bat in the way.
Pete just slow off the mark there. He got himself going eventually, but Patterson White, I think it is, at cover, running in, picks the ball up, and I hate to say it, we are right behind the stumps here, and that looked like it was going to hit the stumps, and it would have been very close for a run out, but Hanscom stretches out with his bat to get his bat into the crease, and middles his first ball of the day.
End of the over, 189 for 3.
So the physio just coming out to tend to Pockling tonight. I can imagine with the dry ground he's lost a fair bit of skin off his elbows there, as I have over the past couple of weeks. That is the worst thing about fielding. It's taking the skin off and then having to dive on it again, and it hurts from experience. But Pocklington, especially with a long sleever on, you go to bed at night when it's hot and sticky and the scab sticks to the bed sheets. I'm sure everybody has been through that. As horrible as that is to bring up, I'm sure everyone's been through that, and it's not nice at all. So the physio coming on there, I presume, stick a plaster on, get some tubey grip underneath that, and Pocklington ready to go again with Shah Massoud ready to set up and face the ball.
Pocklington now stitched up and ready to bowl to Shah Massoud, who defends back in his crease, and he was initially lightly jogging to the opposite end, but he had to pick up the pace a little bit as the fielder picked up the ball there.
Yeah, and Pocklington really scampered around there. I love seeing that from a bowler. Is really putting effort in when the ball's there to be fielded. You know, there's a couple of times I've done it myself where you could probably put a bit of pressure on the batters running a quick single inside the circle just by running after the ball, picking it up, having a shy at the stumps. And Pocklington tried to do his best there, just couldn't manage to gather the ball.
Hanscom just setting himself up for the Pocklington ball. That was a bit of a full toss there from Joe Pocklington. Hanscom didn't hit it cleanly, but gets it into the gap for the single.
Yeah, just taking the safe option there, Pete. It's his first ball off Pocklington, and as the great groundsman of Grace Road walked past me and gave me a smile and a wave. Yeah, he just seemed to, you know, obviously he didn't put his hands through, just sort of chipped it over into the gap where he knew there were no fielders, and takes the single.
Brings Shah Massoud back on strike, and a strong shot back towards Pocklington. It's well fielded by the bowler. Shah Massoud currently on 47.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball so clean, even in defence, as you see there, it shot off his bat. I'm sure he's got very good bats, but he's hitting it so clean, timing it so well.
That one going down the leg side there. Wide ball called. So I'll have to bowl that one again. Still 3 balls left in this over. 4 coming off of it, as Massoud wanted to tickle that down the leg side again, but is thwarted from taking a run by that short fine leg fielder inside the circle. Massoud charging down the track, didn't hit that cleanly there. Gets away with just a single. Maybe a sign of intent there from Shah Massoud, closing in on a 50, maybe wanted to get there in style.
Yeah, using his feet, maybe just a ploy, get the ball on the full, you know, see what he can make of it, put the bowler off his length with the ball's coming forward, and it's a good ploy. He's done that well today so far, coming down the track. Hanscom taking his time to face up here, just making sure the fielders are in their spot, and he knows exactly where they are.
Last ball of the over, Hanscom, after taking all that time, will simply go on the back foot to defend it and close out the 30th over with Leicestershire 193 for 3.
As we mentioned, Shah Massoud closing in on a 50. Actually closing in, he's 4 runs away from his total list 8 average. So although he's on 48 and he's batted so well, he's still 4 away from his average. It just says a lot of the player that he is and the class he's got. Averaging 31 so far this comp, just over 2 games, so not a great deal to judge on there really, but yeah, he's really shown his class today so far, and I can tell you now he won't want to stop. Rob Lord carries on.
As Roman refers to, Rob Lord carries on. Shah Massoud nudges that one into the gap, gets the single, moves on to 49 now. Sensible cricket once again from these two.
Yeah, and it seems the apart from a few aggressive shots from Sol, sort of 80 onwards, it seems the sort of style of the day really is wait for the ball to be in your slot, and the pitch is good enough to put your hands through it and trust it, but if it's not in your spot, again the pitch seems good enough to be able to just dab and run and get your singles and twos.
Hanscom high off the middle of the bat, pulled that one away to the deep square leg, gets another single, puts Massoud back on strike. Yeah,
good show of intent there from Hanscom. Happy to show Lord that he's willing to take on the short ball, and as it wasn't quite a bouncer, it was more of a controlled pull shot from, you know, midriff area, and takes his single. But it's a good sign of intent that he's not just sort of dabbed it in for one, he's pulled it out for one. as we do see a bouncer there from Rob Lord, and Ant Harris again at square leg gives it a wide, and Jack Shantry in turn shows the scorers that it was a wide, and one for the over called.
Takes the scoreboard over to 196 now for 3. Leicestershire closing in on the 200, and Shah Massoud 1 run away from a maiden Leicestershire 50 in List A cricket. As Lord comes in now over the wicket, Massoud digged that one out. Slower ball from Rob Lord, and well played by Shah Massoud.
Yeah, just trying a few different things now, Rob Lord. You know, we've seen a couple of bouncers, a couple of good length balls, now a slower ball. I think maybe this is the period now where if Notts can steal a couple more wickets, they could really try and restrict Leicester. But on the other hand, Leicester are going to be thinking we need to press on from here and really cash in.
Massoud wants the quick single, and the misfield will allow him to get that quick single, and that's 50 for Shah Massoud. We might have missed a milestone earlier on in the day with Sol's 100, but we've clocked on time for Shah Massoud to get his maiden Leicestershire half century of 60 balls with 4 boundaries.
Yeah, really well batted, all class, all class. He's been hitting the ball so clean. He's worked out his own game plan for the pitch, and a very correct batter. He's a you know, a cover driver, an on driver, a puller, and you know, as I say, the pitch worked for Sol, being able to pull, cut, hit the half volleys for 4 or 6 down the ground. Shah Massoud's really figured out his game and worked out where he can score runs on this pitch, and I think again just shows the class of the man. As Rob Lord there, accidental or not, bowls a Yorker to Pete Hanscom, who dug it out for a dot ball.
1 ball left in this over. Hanscom again just taking his time to set himself before Rob Lord bowls in. A little bit shorter, and that is pulled away fantastically. No fielder there. Peter Hanscom with a handsome boundary to take the score past 200 for Leicester. 201 for 3.
Again, the ball just sort of dug into the pitch, into a no man's land area, really. Not high enough for a bouncer, not full enough for a good length ball. And Hanscom, very similar shot to the one he played first ball against Rob Lord, pulling it away into square leg for a single, but hits it harder, hits it earlier, gets it into a straight mid wicket area. And I hate being pulled in front of me, in front of the wicket. I mean, I'm not even as quick as Rob Lord, and you know, it just shows, 1, how good Peter Hanscom is on the pull, 2, how good the pitch is, and 3, how quick the outfield is.
201 for 3. After 31, Pocklington to continue. Shah Massoud coming down the wicket and straight to the man at long on. So after a well-made 50, he went for the aggressive shot, first ball up against Pocklington, and he's found the fielder.
Yeah, same tactic as he's used all day. He's done it really well, coming down the wicket, hitting down the ground. Just didn't seem to get the elevation that he needed to hit it over that mid-on fielder, and unfortunately it gets caught and Shah Massoud is out. Again, batted really, really well. Really well. He's got us into a good position now, but as I said, Notts are going to look to take a couple of quick wickets and really put us on the back foot here going into the last 10-15 overs. So yeah, this sort of next 10 over period is going to be a real interesting period for both teams, as Ben Cox is our next batter. They batted really well against Gloucester, managed to get himself a 50. Really stuck together with Pete Hanscom in that partnership down there to get our lads to a score, as he goes through his routine, coming out to bat, playing a couple of shots, warming up the shoulders. And this partnership's a pretty big one for Leicester, but as we know, we bat all the way down to 11, with Ben Mike coming in again, who can really hit a ball later on in the innings. We've got Tom Scriven, and Chris Wright has proven time and time again that he can bat low down the order, and so I'm sure the boys in the changing room up there are not not scared one bit of going in and giving it a whack, no matter how many wickets we do lose. But like I say, big old next sort of 9-10 overs now.
Notts will try to use this wicket to gain a bit more momentum. Two fresh batters now at the crease. Obviously you've got one that's a seasoned veteran in Hanscom, but obviously he's going run a ball 7 at the moment, and Ben Cox fresh to the crease. You'll think that Notts will try and strike and try and skittle us out.
And I mean, I don't want to do Coxey a disservice here with his age, but he is a seasoned veteran himself. He's played a lot of cricket, and as we say, I think there's a stat that he might be the only man to get 2 man of the matches on finals day, something like that. Coxey, I'm pretty sure that's a stat. However, the experience of the both of these two and the form that they're both in, they'll be looking to press on from this point now. Coxey, a very good player of spin, loves a sweep both ways, not scared to do it first ball either.
Here is his first ball up against Pocklington. Turns it round the corner, wanted the single, but Hanscom denied him the opportunity.
Yeah, certainly a ball. I think as soon as Coxey's had a look at a couple, he will be sweeping them sorts of balls.
In the back foot there. Shout for a run out there, as Hanscom was making his way to the striker's end. The square leg umpire pretty confidently says not out.
Yeah, it was close. Patterson White's not happy there. Took his cap off, facing his cap, but Hanscom seemed to be close enough for my liking. The appeal wasn't big enough for me to be any sort of real appeal. As Hanscom faces up now after that quick single.
Good bowling this from Pocklington. Bowling tight, getting the batters to play more defensive. It's a good tidy over so far.
Yeah, this is where in one-day cricket, especially in this period, if you can get a team slightly on the back foot. I know we've got a score on the board already, and we've still got 6 wickets in hand, but if you can rob a couple of quiet overs as well, you're really putting yourself in the driving seat for the next period of the game, whether it's the next 5-10 overs. You really, because you're going to be playing on the batsman's mind. They're going to know there's been a couple of quiet overs, so maybe they'd have to chase their losses.
Having a few technical issues with our scoreboard here. I'm not sure how many balls are left in this over. Well, we are at the business end of the over though, that I know for certain. As Ben Cox squares up to Pocklington, goes on the back foot, turns it round the leg side. Call was for 2 early, but Hanscom says no. They just keep it to 1, and that closes out the 32nd over. 204 for 4. Is that correct? As the scoreboard ticks over, it is.
Yeah, the intent shown there with the running, I think there was a big part of these two at Gloucester. They run really well together. Obviously Pete not being the quickest man in the world, but being very clever and very good at placing the ball, and Coxey is quick but is also willing to run very quick twos, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a couple of them. Rob Lord to carry on. He's bowled well in his second spell here. As I say, I thought he bowled really well when he started up, to be honest. Only bowled 4 overs from the pavilion end. He switched ends and he's bowled a further 2 so far.
Got that big wicket as well, didn't he?
And he took the wicket of Sol Buddington, yeah. As much as the wind may have helped him holding that ball up, a fantastic catch by Pocklington. Lord's got his reward. 1 for 33 off 6 so far, Lord.
Starting his 7th over now, Rob Lord against Ben Cox, and he'll start off with a wide.
again with the new batter in, first time facing pace on this wicket, he's just going to be taking a couple of balls to get used to it, see if he can tuck one into the leg side, get back on it, maybe put his hands through a fuller one, really try and get the pace of the pitch quite early. As he left that one down the leg side, happy to leave it for a wide as Lord comes in again. And there you go, puts his hand through one square. It's a misfield by Slayer. It's the first real misfield that he's done today. He's been very good at point as they scamper through for a single as the ball rolled towards the AstroTurf there here at Kibworth. I've just seen a pizza box go past there.
Rob Lord, second ball, tucked away by Hanscom. They run the first one hard. They wanted to come back for the second, but Ben Cox and Peter Hanscom both said no.
Yeah, another slow ball there from Rob Lord, as we see he's using his change-ups a bit more. I would, if I was using my bowling brain now, I wouldn't be shy to bowl a bouncer here to Cox early on in his innings and see how he goes about playing it, especially if I did have the pace of Rob Lord. And the bounce that he does get could make a good bouncer pretty awkward to play.
A little bit shorter there, and Ben Cox threw his hands at that one. Didn't make a meaningful connection. Didn't make any connections at all, actually. Goes through to the keeper. Another dot ball, but it's another solid over this from Rob Lord.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and as you see, they dug it in. It did sort of come through, bounce the height, and Cox tried to sort of uppercut it, use the pace over sort of third man, or maybe get it fine over the keeper, but didn't manage to get anything on it.
Rob Lord charging in once more. This time Cox gets a strong connection to it. Boundary rider on the leg side. They want to come back for two. Cox is running hard for it and he'll come back comfortably. Strong running there from Ben Cox. Hanscom was a little bit hesitant to come back for the second, but they make it through comfortably.
Yeah, good running again. Good shot really. Cox just seemed to set up on the back foot a little bit more there, knowing the bounce and pace that Rob Lord's bowling with currently. He's probably going to get a few more balls to play off the back foot than he is off the front foot, and pulled that through the deep square leg there. I think it's Jack Haynes just managed to slide around. I think he was going to go over the rope, so let the ball out of his hands just to make sure he didn't carry it over for four, and we managed to get a two out of it as another slower ball comes down from Rob Lord. Well bowled, good length, and defended to mid-wicket by Ben Cox there. Sean Jarvis walking past there has noticed I'm on the comms. He's I don't know whether he was happy or not about that.
I think I heard the word top commentator. I think he was looking at me though.
Absolutely. Definitely wasn't pointing at me.
Cox throws his hands at this one.
Unbelievable shot.
Brilliant shot. That is very well timed through the covers and a much welcome boundary from what was a very good Rob Lord over.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that, Rob Lord. Again, a boundary off his last ball of the over. Yeah, he would have really wanted to close that one out, but again, as I said, the ball before, Cox is going to be setting up slightly more back foot with the bounce that Lord was getting, and he gets a big full half volley outside off and tucks in, hits it to the left-hand side of extra cover. And it races away again. As we've mentioned a couple of times, this outfield is absolutely rapid today with the weather we've had this summer. We've been really lucky, haven't we, with the weather? Not much rain at all.
Which is always great for the fans. Enjoy a lovely day out in the sun, watching some high quality cricket. 213 for 4 at the end of that 33rd over. Pocklington coming back to bowl from the pavilion end. We are looking into the scoreboard issue, so apologies for that.
I've spotted magnums.
Nothing gets past you,
They look so good.
Pocklington forcing Hanscom to go onto his back foot there. Good tight line there from the Notts number 15.
There's a family just to my right with I'll call them a family of magnums. just chewing down on. Oh wow, they look so good on a day like today, don't they?
Oh, that was a close one. That was a close one there. Hanscom on the front foot, hitting it back towards Pocklington, but fortunately for the skipper, bounced ever so slightly in front.
Yeah, maybe came to him out of the hand a little bit slower than he was expecting. He just sort of poked at it and it didn't quite carry. But maybe he was in two minds of whether to go over mid-off there as well. As mid-off is up into the ring for Hanscom as another good length, well-bowled ball from Pocklington. As you can see here, Notts are trying to squeeze a little bit. They've only got 3 out of the ring now for Hanscom, with mid-off into the ring. So they're trying to squeeze a few more dots and get through a few more overs with not conceding too many runs.
Pocklington again to Hanscom, goes on the back foot, thought about the single, but again, good tight field placement from Shah Masood, Hasib Hamid, sorry, and Pocklington bowling very nicely to the.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, and especially with this sort of period being the way it is. I think he's really asking the batters to, go on, play a shot if you really want to. Hanscom tucks that one in through cover off the back foot for a single.
We've got the scoreboard working now. Fantastic.
We're back.
We're back, baby. 1 ball left in this Pocklington over. This 34th over of the day. So far 214 for 4. Pocklington 1 for 33 so far. Picking up the big wicket of Shah Masood. A couple of overs ago. Last ball of the over. Cox will play that into the leg side. And they'll waltz on through for a single to close out the 34th over, with Leicester now 215 for 4.
Yeah, just a mention of Pocklington here, 7 overs, 1 for 34.
Correct.
Going at under 5s with the innings run rate being 6.3 now, as it's come down from the 6.6 heights we were at. Yeah, I think that just sort of goes to show how well he's bowled and how well he's used the conditions, changed his pace up, and I think the field placings have been really good as well, bringing the fielders in when they need to, and really trying to stop gaps. But no, fair play to him so far. He's bowled very, very well. As Brett Hutton is coming back to replace Rob Lord. Hutton having only bowled, I think, 5 overs with the new ball.
Yeah, bowled that section in the power play, didn't he?
1 for 31 so far, pretty much the going rate for the innings. Yeah, Hutton in for his first ball since the end of the power play. Again, good length, expect nothing different from Hutton really. May have been a bit of a slower ball, a little bit of a change-up. Cox seemed to signal that to Hanscom there. He's a very clever bowler, Brett Hutton. He'll use his change-ups, and he's got good change-ups. He comes very tight to the stumps, but he's more than happy to go wide on the crease and change his angles and really make the job as difficult as possible for the batters.
Coming in for ball number 2. Cox with a strong forward shot. Straight to Hasib Hamid. You get the feeling it's the tempo has slowed down a bit from the Foxes.
Absolutely, it's a bit of a, not so much a rebuild, but a bit of a regroup, and just settle down and get used to it, but yes, sorry, there's a bit of a distraction there from our guy from Friends of Grace Road as a good length ball comes in. Cox tucks that into the leg side for a single. Yeah, I think it's really important for Notts now that obviously you see they're using their change-ups now through the middle overs, but as soon as new batters come in as well, I think it's really important that you try and steer them away or keep them from getting used to the pace of the pitch for as long as possible. For example, you could bowl 4 pace on balls to a good batter, a good middle order batter, and they'll get the pace of the pitch straight away, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot. Whereas the use of the slow balls there again from Brett Hutton, that ball just seemed to jump from back of a length as Pete Hanscom jabs it slightly early on it. But yeah, it's a really underrated part of the game. Is really trying to play with the batters, especially a new batter, and make them think about the pace of the pitch. You know.
In comes Hutton once more. Hanscom with a strong shot to mid-off. Roman getting more compliments for his commentary.
Oh, there's some fantastic people about today. I don't know how many beers they've already had, but they keep complimenting the commentary. So I thank them for that, but something tells me that the taps in the corner over there underneath the tent have something to do with it.
Final ball coming up for the 35th over. Only one run coming off of it so far. Hanscom will tickle that round the corner for another single. They won't come back for a second. And that will conclude the 35th over with Leicestershire 217 for 4.
Yes, and it's our biggest bit of foot traffic we've had. Walk across the tent there, and I won't say spoil the view. Some fantastic people here today, but couldn't quite see what was going on there. That's a big camera. Look at the size of that. That's got to be heavy, that, isn't it?
You reckon?
All glass in them lenses. That is massive. Obviously, sorry, people won't know what I'm going on about. I presume the Knots photographer has just walked close to our tent, and his camera is absolutely huge. I don't think I've seen a bigger camera. Not in person, at least.
Stepping on enemy territory there, that Knots cameraman. Joe Pocklington to continue. Hanscom deep in his crease, gets that one away out to deep cover.
Yeah, these are John Mallett's ends. Get out of here. John Mallett, our fantastic photographer at Leicester. Such a good man. No wonder he's so liked around the club. But some fantastic photos as well. As I just looked to my left, actually, I think John's camera's pretty similar, if not bigger. I can see it just now over there as he sets up to take a picture. As Cox is sweeping out to square leg, and Rob Lord takes the catch. I imagine Cox has tried to get that a bit further behind square to hit that gap, and almost hit it slightly too well and straight down the throat of Rob Lord there as Cox goes for 11. Leicester now at 218 for 5 off 35.
Frustrating to lose another wicket, but you have to say it's been a very good spell of bowling from Joe Pocklington. Got 2 pretty crucial wickets. Of course, this partnership was the backbone of the innings against Gloucester, and having ripped apart this partnership early, it's put us on the back foot somewhat.
Yeah, they'll certainly see that as a big wicket given the partnerships of the past between those two. But it's not the end of the world as Liam Travascus comes in. As we know, Trev is more than handy with the bat. He's batted pretty much everywhere in the order when he has played. You know, he's more than capable going up and batting 3, 4, 5. But he's shown his worth being down at 7, 8, and 9 as well whilst playing in the squad. As he walks in to join Pete Hanscom, who has a good drink and I think a change of gloves. And I do know Pete changes his gloves, his inners, and his the little head cushion in the helmet. He's got a load of them that he sets out in the changing room right next to each other very neatly. And if he calls for gloves, you've got to take it all on. And it could be a hassle, especially when you've got another person's gloves, 2 drinks and a towel to take on. That can you have your hands full for sure, and you really don't want to drop them, because you get the feeling that he sets them out so neatly that he really does look after his kit. And if you drop it, it's not worth thinking, I don't think.
Is that coming from personal experience?
No, I've dropped them in the past, and it's an apology has been accepted very quickly from Pete. As I say, he's such a lovely person. But yeah, it's the first time I've seen something like that with so many pairs of inners, you know, laid out on top of his gloves that are stacked on top of each other with so many different headbands for his helmet. But it makes sense, you know, it makes sense. And you sort of see stuff like that and you wonder why more people don't do it, and they just chuck you a pair of gloves and go, yeah, that'll do me. But it's the headband thing for me. It's the first time I've ever seen that, and it really does make sense. But I'll shut up as Trev faces his first ball, Travaskis, and prods forward off Pocklington and defends.
Yeah, Liam Travaskis fresh to the crease now. Left-hand batter. Pocklington on a bit of a roll right now, 2 for 35 from his 7.5 overs. Travaskis went for the sweep shot there. Didn't hit it as cleanly as I would have liked, but he is off the mark with a single.
Yeah, good option for Trev, that the sweep. He's good at that shot, and he backs himself. 30 not out, I think, down at Gloucester. As another huge camera walks past us. I wonder how much one of them costs.
I wouldn't want to know.
No.
Full toss there. Hanscom flicks that one away. Runs the first one hard, but won't come back for the second.
Pocklington again, very good. He's got a wicket this over already. Currently 2 for 37 off his 7.5. He'll be looking to get a dot ball here. He's bowled very, very well today. And he does get his dot ball as a full ball gets jabbed out to extra cover. Over is called. Pocklington collects his hat, takes his 2 for 37 off 8, 4.6s as the innings run rate drops down to 6.1 now. Notts will be very happy about that, as they seem to keep pulling back that run rate from Leicestershire, and Leicestershire now 14 overs left, 5 wickets in hand, will certainly want to go into the last 8 overs with the 5 wickets in hand.
Having a look at the Notts bowling card, you can really see that they've bowled pretty well, apart from maybe Freddie McCann, who's gone a bit expensive from his 4 overs, none for 35. Like you say, Pocklington 2 for 37 from 8 overs, going at 4.6 an over. He's been very good today.
Yeah, I think a lot of people talk about batters assessing the pitch early on, but it's a massively underrated part of the game of bowlers assessing the pitch, and it seems that Notts have done that pretty quickly.
Hutton back into bowl. Hanscom flicks that one away for initially a single. They're pushing hard for a second. Throw goes to Travaskis' end. Hutton fumbled the ball there, chasing after it. He's
just sort of collected the ball from the fielder there, gone to throw at the stumps, missed, and realised there's nobody there to collect the ball, and chased after it. But as I was saying, you know, we come out with the power play 58 for 1 off 10, and then we sort of cruised at 6 and over for another 10, 15, 20 overs, and the last sort of 6 to 10 overs they've really clawed it back from 6.5s down to the 6 that we're at now. And if that trend carries on, then Notts will be very happy with the score they're chasing, as Hutton again bowls a straighter ball, gets Pete Hanscom off strike with a single into the leg side.
Roman already mentioned there that against Gloucestershire, Liam Travaskis not out 30. We know he can hit the ball. Has a career best of 76 not out whilst batting for Durham against another East Midlands side in Derbyshire.
He can be tough to bowl to, Trev, as well. He's another one who can hit the ball in some interesting areas.
Around the wicket, Hutton now. Defended into the ground.
Yeah, you can see the intent on the running. You can see there as the new partnership comes in, they're really trying to make as much advantage of quick singles and 2s, because they know the boundaries are not necessarily flowing now. So as many runs as they can pick up in the circle, or running 2s to the boundary, maybe pushing a 3, they're going to be doing that until they get comfortable enough to have a couple of boundaries and get the boundaries flowing again.
Cut away by Travaskis. He wanted a second there, but both batsmen wisely opted against the second. tidy over so far from Hutton. 4 off of it so far. Not allowing the batters any sort of room to go for the big shots, find the gaps. 5th ball now, Hanscom again has to play a defensive shot. Building the pressure now, Notts.
Yeah, it's amazing how the middle overs period can ebb and flow. You know, the first half of the middle overs period, I'd say Leicester won it by a landslide, and this second half of the middle overs period, Notts have won so far, unless a few quick runs are scored in the next 2 or 3 overs.
Last ball of the over then from Hutton. Strong shot from Hanscom. They want
misfield.
Misfield there. That'll be an easy 2. Will they come back for a 3rd? They will. Peter Hanscom jogs on back to the non-striker's end, and what should have been a 1 run turns into 3. And that ends the over.
I'm going to depart for a little bit, and I think Amy's going to join us on the comms. So I'll see you in a bit. It'll be very enjoyable.
See you later, Roman. It's been a pleasure so far.
I'll close my book so Amy can read her own notes, you know what I mean?
Joe Pocklington back into bowl, and Hanscom wanted the second there. It will be a wide ball, so a wide plus 1 run. Change in the commentary position. Joining me now is a member of the fantastic Foxes women's team, Amy Colquhoun. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Fantastic. And you are obviously a key member of the women's team. You've been part of the team since 2016. How's that been for you?
Yeah, no, it's been really good. I think especially since 2016, there's been a lot of changes and a lot of good moments and bad moments, but it's good to still be there and enjoying it this year, especially new tier system in place. So a lot of new things going on, but it's been good so far, and keep seeing the growth in it, which is really good to see.
Yeah, it's the first season now for Leicestershire, the Leicestershire women as a tier 2 county. So far, the one day cup hasn't gone quite as well as you would have hoped, as Pocklington bowls now to Travaskis, can't find the gap there. But yeah, the season hasn't gone as well as you would have liked to, but how good has the experience been?
Yeah, obviously it'd be nice to be sat here with a few more wins, but I think from each game we take different learning points and we go away and work on those, and it's, as much as it's the same game, it's a lot different, playing against a lot of different people, different standard. So we're definitely learning from it, and we keep building, and we just want to keep showing each week how we can improve and the kind of cricket that we want to play whilst we're out there.
Now, you're not just playing for the women's team, you're also part of the coaching team for the lower age groups, as Pocklington bowls in again. Travaskis gets a hold of that one, racing towards the boundary rope. That's well fielded by Long On. Couldn't quite see the shirt number there, but very well fielded by Long On. Another single. But yeah, you're part of the coaching staff for the younger ages in the girls' game. How's that for you?
Yeah, so I've been coaching in it for 3-4 years now, and done a bit of a different age groups this year. I'm with the 18s and 15s, and I'm really enjoying it. I think we've got a really good bunch of girls at the moment in the pathway, and seeing them grow and develop throughout is really good. Both of them being really positive. Our 15s have just won their 40 over league, so they've topped their table, so that's a big one for us, and one that we'll definitely take the positives from. Some really good games that we played over the season, going into this now our T20 competition. And yeah, the 18s are going strong at the moment, looking to keep going really strong in the 20 over competition that we're hoping to keep pushing on for.
Last ball of the over from Pocklington. On the back foot again, Hanscom can't really find a gap. And another tidy over from Joe Pocklington. Just 2 runs coming off of that. The Foxes are now 230 for 5 after 38 overs. Brett Hutton back into bowl from the Paul Albert end. Shy at the stumps, that would have been gone.
That is out with a hit.
Hanscom had already given up on that run there. Unfortunately for the Leicestershire skipper, the shy at the stumps was off target. Big let off there. That single really didn't look like it was on, was it?
No. I think if he hits there, it's another wicket for Notts. So definitely a risky one. But I think Leicestershire know that they need to push on a little bit now. Want to keep building that run rate up, so they're going to push those ones more.
Or almost catching the outside edge of Hanscom's bat there. A lot of pressure being built up now by the Notts bowlers on these two, particularly Hanscom. Not really got underway so far. 19 off of 27 balls. We know he can take his time to get into the game, but I think Leicestershire fans would like to see him maybe push on a little bit more from here.
Yeah, I think you can start seeing a bit more of an attacking side hopefully from him, and keep looking for those boundary options where he can. I think run rate increasing now will be a good thing for Leicester.
Came down the pitch there, got an outside edge on that one. They'll take a single as the ball runs down to third man. Now obviously Peter Hanscom's the captain of the men's team. How much dialogue is there between the men's team and the women's team?
Yeah, so I think it's more of if you see each other, we'll definitely stop and chat, and it's been really good. I think this year it's definitely more involvement between the two, and seeing each other with obviously playing more double headers and stuff, which is always good. And the men will always come over and chat to us, and where possible, which is nice. And it's just good to get that insight, a bit more experience coming from them in the professional game as we work our way into it. So that's good to have.
Short ball there. Lyndon James continuing from the Paul Abbott end. Travaskis takes him on
That's
and
found the
finds
gap.
the gap brilliantly. Much needed boundaries coming courtesy of Liam Travaskis. Leicester went past 250 in the previous over. Now the score ticks over to 260 for 5. Lovely shot that from Travaskis.
Yeah, I think he's definitely put his foot down now and looking to get going. Knows he's got batters to follow him, so getting up it a little bit more and take those risks where necessary.
Two
And he's
balls.
pulled up.
Oh, that's a
It's not
concern.
a good sign for Notts.
I was about to say penultimate ball for Lyndon James, and in his run up he's pulled up. Something wrong with that lower part of the right leg by the looks of it.
Yeah, he looked back as he was running. I don't know if he just tripped or gone over on it a little bit there.
Trying to put some pressure on it by the looks of it.
Yeah, hopefully a little shake and it's going to go again here.
Physios are on standby should Lyndon James pull up again. He looks to be all right, running in at pace. Cut away by Travaskis. It's just
That's
out of
going
the
to run away
reach.
for 4.
Just out of the reach of Tom Moores, and that'll run away to the boundary rope. Much needed boundary yet again. Back-to-back boundaries for Liam
Another show
Travaskis.
there how quick this outfield really is. It's a little trickle there, it's gone all the way down. No chance for the fielder.
Moves Travaskis. Travaskis on to 27. Some much needed valuable runs here. Good cameo this from Travaskis. Last ball. Punch down the ground for a single. And he'll keep the strike to end the over. 265 for 5.
Good
After
over
42.
there from Leicester. Definitely necessary, and hopefully that'll keep going now over the next 7 overs.
Travaskis on 28 at the moment. Hanscom on at the other end on 29. Slowly but surely building up a partnership, these two. And you think this is the key now for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I saw the intent in that last over, and I think that'll be it throughout the next 7 overs here. They'll look to be hitting those boundaries more where they can. No. Why are you doing this?
Patterson White to continue from the pavilion end. Straight back from Travaskis down the ground for a single. Patterson White so far 1 for 49 from 7.1 overs. Again, going quite nicely from a Notts perspective. Bringing Hanscom now on strike. Skipper
Pulls away.
pulled it away. Is that
That's going to run away, I think.
It is.
And it has.
Just in front of us here in the commentary position. Hanscom stepped back, pulled it away nicely, and we've said it time and time again. The outfield here rapid, and that fall brings up the 50 partnership between Peter Hanscom and Liam Travaskis. We were saying it earlier, it's a much needed partnership for Leicester.
Yeah, I think after that earlier partnership that Bullinger had, we needed another one here just to keep building this run rate, and it's slowly increasing. I think it'd be good if we can get it up a couple more.
Has that made it to the rope? No, it hasn't. Well covered off by the fielder there. Hanscom again going on the back foot to prod that into the gaps. Another 2 added. And maybe a sign of intent now from Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, I think we can clearly see he's looking for those boundary options now, going over the top a little bit more, and I think we'll see this more over the over. 3 balls left.
comes Patterson White. Dug out of the ground there, Hanscom. They push hard for one. Wait is the signal, and no. They turn down the second run. Puts Travaskis back on strike. Coming over the wicket now, Patterson White.
It's trickled, I think, the take one there.
I think Peter Hanscom got in the way there of Liam Patterson White, but it's all fair and square for now.
Yeah, one to come here. I think he'll look to hit the boundary again.
Final ball of the over. Around the wicket again, Hanscom flicked it away
Is it through?
towards us again. It's only one though, another misfield though from that mid-wicket position. End of the over, end of the 44th over, 274 for 5. And we're now going to say goodbye to Amy.
Yeah, thanks for having me. See you soon.
See you soon.
Guess who's back? Back again.
The fan favourite is back on the mic.
I'm back.
Roman Walker back with us in the commentary position. Good to have you back, Roman.
Good to be back. Back for the business end.
You've got that right. 6 overs to go. Leicestershire currently 275 for 5. Hanscom looking good on 37. Travaskis hitting a couple of boundaries, 30 off 27 for him. These two going well.
Yeah, hell of a partnership. Trevor slow off the mark, first sort of 12-15 balls. Just get a feel for the wicket, but his next 12-15 balls have pretty much gone for 30.
Brett Hutton back in, bowling to Peter Hanscom.
So as you see there, the field, he's got a deep cover and a deep backward point, so obviously looking to bowl wide hole, but his leg side gives him the option to go into the wicket as well, which is a good ploy really. When I say wide hole, I mean wide Yorkers outside the off stump, trying to hit the wide line. But also the good thing about that field is, as a bowler, is you can bowl multiple balls to that field. You know, the batter doesn't necessarily know. I mean, he's going to be lining himself up for a wide hole ball, but you know, you go short and into the ribs, it's tough to play once you're setting up for one thing.
It's the beauty of death over bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think we've got the same field here for Travaskis. Long gone, cow corner, deep square, and 2 out on the offside. As he tucks that one in, it's a Yorker length ball, tucks it into the leg side, looks for 2, and it's only a 1. And, that throw looked awkward for Tom Moores to collect,
Yeah,
but
I was going to say that, and that throw from the deep came with a little bit of zip on it.
yeah, good hands he's got, Tom Moores, so makes it look easy enough.
Got to watch out for him in the second innings. He's the leading run scorer for Notts in the tournament.
He's been whacking it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he had 100 in their one victory so far against Essex.
Yeah, it was a big 100 as well.
148 off 93. A gentleman walked right across me as the slower ball bouncer came in from Brett Hutton. Did the umpire give a wide? I didn't see that.
No, he's not giving a wide. I'm inclined to agree from the angle that we had here of what I could see of it. As you say, somebody just walked past us there as the ball came down, but it was a good bouncer, a good slow ball bouncer, and as I say, he can bowl multiple balls to this field. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to a wide hole ball now, after he's shown him the slower ball.
Hanscom stands tall, comes down the wicket, hits one down the ground. They'll get through for a comfortable single.
Again, well bowled from Hutton. As I say, very skillful bowler, good with his lengths. And some good execution so far.
2 balls to go in this 45th over. 3 coming off of it so far. Hutton looking good with figures of 1 for 47 at the moment. Going around the wicket to Travaskis. There's that wide Yorker length delivery again, and Travaskis couldn't get bat on ball there.
Yeah, he's bowled well so far this over, Hutton. Leicestershire surely be looking to get 320 plus. I think Notts have done well to sort of drag Leicester back from looking at a 350 score and really making us push towards a 320. But with these two in and seeing the ball well, it's going to take some good bowling to keep us down there. So it's a full toss down the leg side.
A shot at the stumps, hits it, but Hanscom was well in.
It's not a wide, it's hit the leg.
Leg bye is called by the umpire, and that will close out the 45th over with a score up to 279 for 5.
There's a quick change of gloves here for Travaskis. Obviously it's a hot day today. As the sun moves around in the sky, it's just emerging for us under the tent here, and I'm going to get sunburn on my legs, I feel. But yeah, hot day out there. They're going to be sweaty, running about, so I don't blame him for changing his gloves later on in the innings now, as they're going to be looking to put their hands through a few balls, so he's going to want to feel a bit more comfortable that he can grip the bat properly and give it a good swing. As the spinner, Liam Patterson-White, is back on for the 46th over.
Eight overs so far for Liam Patterson-White. 1 for 58 from his 8 overs. Travaskis taking a bit of time before facing up to the left arm spinner. Looks to go onto the leg side. Finds a gap, gets 1.
It's a good bit of cricket. Patterson-White obviously bowling with a fair bit of pace there as a spinner, trying to stop the batters from being able to get under him. But Travaskis playing his strong sweep shot, and it really did race away, but good fielding in the deep, kept it to 1. Hanscom on strike now.
Coming around the wicket now, Patterson-White. Hanscom set deep in his crease towards the boundary rope, and it's gone all the way for 6. Rob Lord out there on the boundary rope couldn't quite get high enough to prevent the ball from going for 6. And a much needed maximum for Peter Hanscom and the Leicester Foxes.
Yeah, as you see there, Patterson-White just floating it up a little bit. As we see, Travaskis obviously has a problem with the gloves he's just been brought out. They must have been already used ones and damp. But yeah, the slower ball just means you can get underneath the spinner a bit easier. And as we see there, that's gone for 6. It's gone into the crowd. It looks like it's bounced into the hedges, and
again
we're going to have to get our searchers out again and find that ball, as we did find the ball earlier actually that went into the field, which I was surprised about.
Yeah, the umpire spent that time finding the right new ball to use.
Yeah.
And by the time they found it, the old ball had been found.
Yeah, and talking about the umpires, they're not wasting any time in getting a spare ball to play with, just in case the ball doesn't get found. But a couple of looks over, and it looks like Rob Lord has got the ball in hand, and he lobs it over to Ant Harris to go and have a look at it, see if it's all right, and carry on with the game. Hanscom moves on to 45.
Captain playing a captain's knock right now. And
Again.
a much needed knock as well from a Leicestershire point of view.
Yeah, very good. He keeps finding himself in these positions, Peter Hanscom, over the past couple of years, and he really has been the glue for Leicester's success over the past couple of years, and the resurgence of the Fox.
Over the wicket again comes Patterson-White. Hanscom goes same side. Rob Lord is in a better position to take the catch, and he's done so. Hanscom wanted to go over that same boundary, the deep square leg boundary, but this time didn't hit it as cleanly as he wanted, and Rob Lord in position ends a good innings from Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, good innings at a good time really. Steadied the ship a little bit and obviously pushed on. But I was going to say it with the 6, it did look like it sort of held up in the air. even though it went over the rope, and that one certainly did look like it held up as it fell into Rob Lord's hands. As we see Peter Hanscom coming out, 45, a well-made 45, and a well-deserved clap from the crowd as Ben Mike comes in for his first game in what seems like first game this year. Unfortunately for him, he's had a couple of injuries back to back since, I think, a Lancashire 4-day game away at Old Trafford close to the start of the season. He was playing really well before he got injured, and I know he's feeling good at the moment, and he's a very confident boy, and we all know he can give it an almighty whack, so fingers crossed he can get right onto it from ball one. 286 for 6.
Yeah, it's a feel-good moment for Ben Mike. As Roman said, he's been out for a very long time with various hamstring injuries. So a good moment for him to get back into the side and get a chance to go out there and bat. Has a list A best of 41. As Roman said, he can bat. This Leicestershire batting lineup is able to bat deep. Let's see how Ben Mike fares. Up against Patterson White, 2 for 65 now for him, as he's halfway through his 9th over. Forward defence and a quick single taken by Ben Mike. He's off the mark immediately, coming back into the list A fold.
Big Trevor just sorts out his gloves. Had him change at the end of the last over, then had a problem with him, swapped him again, and now he's up facing the ball. I can see a sweep or a step down here. And it's nice, a fast full toss, just bunted down to mid-on, takes the single.
Didn't really have the opportunity there to sweep it, did he?
Not really. It's a tough ball to hit when you're not expecting it up there, you know, like a full toss. It's an underrated ball to you know, an underrated hard ball to hit for 6. It's weird.
Last ball of the 46th over. Mike will turn that around off of his pads, get a single, and that is the end of the 46th over. 10 runs and a wicket coming off of it for Liam Patterson White. 289 for 6, Leicestershire. Having a look here at the partnerships here, Roman. Obviously the two at the top with Solidifying being the glue in both of them. Haven't really had much since until that partnership between Hanscom and Travaskis.
Yeah, they've batted well. There's partnerships in good spots in this innings, but as small as this partnership might be, just a 4-over partnership possible, this could be one of the biggest, most important partnerships of the innings. You know, they're going to be looking for at least 10 and over with how good the pitch has been. It could possibly be changing. Like I say, it's been an unbelievable day so far. Sun's out, wind's up, so it could be drying and slowing down, which could bring the spinners into it and a few more slow ball change-ups. Could be a bit more beneficial for the bowlers. But Brett Hutton, following a fantastic previous over, is coming in with the same fielder, the 2 on the offside for the wide hole ball with the 3 on the leg side. He bowls a slow ball bumper into Ben Mike, who puts it into the leg side. Travaskis looks to run it quick, but it's only ever going to be a 1.
Thankfully you had a better view of that ball than I did. Unfortunately, Rob Lord at deep fine leg is directly in line with my vision of the striker's end.
Yeah, tell him to get out of the way.
I think he would batter me if I asked him to do that.
Rob, I can't see. The lovely man he is. Turns around, says sorry and moves the yard to his left as Travaskis bunts a straight ball, gets a single. Good piece of fielding. And a good start to the over for Brett Hutton. Just 2 singles from it so far.
putting Leicestershire under a lot of pressure now to form, like you say, this is a short, but it has to be a sweet partnership between these two.
Absolutely.
Ben Mike on strike. He'll hit that one hard, and that has gone all the way, has it? Watch out in the crowd, it has. Big shot from Ben Mike.
Yeah, fantastic option from Ben Mike. He knows that if the bowlers miss, he can hit it as far as he really wants to. But very safe shot mid-off up into the ring there for Brett Hutton. He's just missed his length. Presumably going for the Yorker length there. He's just missed it. Bowled a half volley, and Ben Mike's been able to get his hands through it and over the mid-off area. As I say, mid-off was in the ring, so even if he didn't get all of it, it's a safe shot. Mid-on, cow, and square leg back on the leg side. And a change-up to a traditional spinner's field now is the deep backward point. Rob Lord is going in to the ring with just a deep cover and a long off now.
In comes Hutton. Slightly slower ball there. Mike gets it away. Down to that cow corner region. Brings Travaskis back on strike.
Yeah, not happy there, Benny. Didn't quite time it. He knows he can play that shot really well. He hits the ball very hard from a pull shot. And but clever bowling again from Brett Hutton. You know, it's slow, it's into the pitch, and not easy to hit. But it does seem like the change-ups are working on this wicket at the moment. I've not seen too many slower balls get hit to the boundary at the moment, and that could be the way the game's going to go.
Penultimate ball as Brett Hutton comes around the wicket to Travaskis, tries to dive to prevent the first run. Ben Mike rushing back for the second. He's at the danger end, but good run in between these two. And that has taken the score past 300 for Leicestershire. 300 runs in the 47th over. 300 for 6 right now.
Yep, very good, very good. Needed. I think we called it quite early on with how well the pitch was playing that it was going to be a 300 plus score. And good running there. Yeah, Benny testing out both of his hamstrings there that he's had problems with this year, but he's a big old strong man. And very, very quick between the wickets.
Those hamstrings seem to be in fine nick right now. Last ball of the over. Wide ball, and they'll run through for a single. Well, it'll be a byes, but...
No, it's wide.
Wide, sorry.
Wide's called, yeah. So Hutton
again.
Just missing his line a little bit there. I know Trevor probably stepped across a little bit trying to access this bigger gap on the leg side with deep square being so fine because they're trying to sort of block off this slightly shorter boundary towards a corner right in front of us. Just missing his line there, and a good call from Ben Mike really. Not an easy ball to collect for Tom Moores. Spills it and we get an extra run from it.
Last ball of the over. Mike with a strong punch down the ground. He's jogging for the first one. Travaskis was sprinting over to the striker's end, but looks like Ben Mike wanted a strike there.
Yeah, not quite on the same wavelength there. You know, I think Benny's not quite run as hard as Trev, but no. I mean, the way Ben strikes him, the way we know he can strike him, I'm more than happy with him being on strike. And if they were to get a two, if they were to get a two and Travaskis on strike, then he's striking him pretty well himself. So we're in a good spot now. Benny seems to have got the pace of the wicket pretty quickly, and we're going to see pace at both ends, I would have thought now. With Lyndon James, looks like he's got his cap off to come in and have a trundle. 3 overs left in the innings, 303 for 6. Travaskis unbeaten on 36 so far, and Ben Mike, the new batter, to the crease is 11 off 6. Hitting Brett Hutton for 6 in the last over. I'm sorry, but Ben Mike has just led face on the ground. He must be trying to stretch out his traps or something like that. I'm sure there's a better way of doing it, but that was interesting. The old boy.
Very unorthodox way to stretch before the over.
I love him. I love him so much. Anyway, Lyndon James it is to bowl the 48th over. Travaskis is having a good look towards us, having a look at the angles of the field. The field we have got is a full-on wide hole field. They're going to be avoiding the leg side at all costs here by the looks of it, with fine leg and square leg in the ring. And it's a well executed ball from Lyndon James.
That's
But
gone
that's
for
just
4.
how the game goes, and that's gone for 4. Well played, Ben Mike.
Really well played. Played the ball absolutely perfectly to the field. Wide Yorker, as you called, Roman, and much needed boundary. Again, Ben Mike with a nice little cameo here.
Yeah, brilliant, and he's done it game after game over the last few years that he's played for Leicester. Obviously had that 1 year sabbatical at Yorkshire, came back and carried on his form from previous years, and yeah, unfortunate there really for Lyndon James. He's perfectly executed his wide Yorker, and Ben Mike's got enough bat on it to make it race away. And another example of how quick this outfield really is.
Another quick scan of the field before Lyndon James runs in. Again, that wide Yorker digs it out of the ground. A little bit of a bobble there as it went through to the fielder on the rope. Single there.
Yeah, hits it sweetly there, Ben Mike. You know, that's just how cricket is. You look at them 2 balls, perfectly executed wide Yorker goes for 4, and he's just missed his length on the wide Yorker. Actually probably bowled a bit more of a half volley, and it only goes for 1. Interesting game, isn't it? Interesting game, how it works. But as the field changes around here for Travaskis, it seems to be a more traditional field from Ben Mike, as they're trying to avoid what is now the offside boundary for Travaskis.
Over the wicket, slower ball into the pitch. He pulled it away, Travaskis. Ran the first one hard, but couldn't get back in time for the second.
Yeah, good bowling. That's the tactic now, I think, with them committing to bowling one side. Really, that's what it is. You know, left-hand, right-hand combination. He's going to be going into the pitch, possibly a lot of slow balls to Travaskis, and I would have thought it's going to be more pace on to Ben Mike outside off stump to avoid this leg side boundary as much as possible.
Another wide Yorker. Mike dug it out again, but can only get back for 1.
Another well connected shot there from Ben Mike off what was a pretty well executed Yorker. He's seen the ball really well. He's raised to 17 now off 9. Exactly what Leicester needed. As we say, we sort of wanted to push at least past 320. I think 4 overs to go. That would have been at 10 and over, and we're already at 310 now with 2.2 to go. As Lyndon James is in again, as we say, a ball into the pitch, as it's slightly more offside, but you can't get enough pace on the ball. When it's that slow into the pitch and it's so short, you're going to do really well to clear the boundary, especially when it's outside off. So well bowled again there from Lyndon James. As I can imagine, he's not going to sway away from his tactic against Ben Mike here. It's going to be wide hole. The same field, cow corner, mid on, mid off, cover and a deep point.
Final ball of the over. Slower ball, bouncer again, and the connection was there, but obviously, as you said, the pace wasn't there to hit it as hard as they possibly could, and that concludes the 48th over. Leicestershire 312 for 6.
Yeah, it's an interesting change up that from Lyndon James. It's a pretty risky one actually, because he's bowled a good over up until then. I mean, obviously Benny got that boundary off the first ball, but as far as Lyndon James is concerned and processes, he's nailed pretty much every ball there. And I would personally have stuck with the wide hole there, because going into the wicket, I know it's worked and it only went for 1, but into the wicket and you haven't got a fine leg or a deep square out on the boundary. We're getting some more compliments from passers by. But as I was saying, going into the pitch with no fine leg or deep square is a pretty risky option. But he went slow enough that Ben Mike couldn't really time it, and only gets the 1. As you see, Rob Lord now replacing Brett Hutton at the top end. And this could be interesting, pace on the ball. I can imagine he's going to bowl a fair few slower balls, but they've decided to drop fine leg. So they're not going with a traditional spinner's field. They're bringing mid-off into the ring. They've got a deep cover, and they've got 4 out on the leg side. Obviously, again, avoiding this boundary, which is slightly smaller on what is Ben Mike's offside now. So this is almost certainly going to be into the wicket and possibly slow.
Slower ball again, doesn't quite hit it cleanly, Ben Mike. And again, it's just restricted to 1. Although the misfield, possibly for a second, they thought about running a second there, but wisely thought against it.
Yeah, the pitch seems to have slowed up as the day's gone on now. 48 overs on it. Sun's been beating down on it now for a few hours. It will have been uncovered for a couple of hours as well before the day started. So I can imagine it's got dry, it's got slower. As Tom Moores points over to the 12th man to get the helmet off the pitch, it's not worth risking a 5 runs on that when you don't need it. As we saw there again, the tactic of slowing into the wicket has worked. It just doesn't seem to be coming on as well. I mean, it could have an effect with a slightly older ball, but I can imagine it's more the pitch being baked with the sun. So I'm just trying to pay attention to the field placements here, as it seems they're going for the same field as what Lyndon James had to Ben Mike last over, which is cow, mid-on, mid-off. A sort of point in front and out, and a point behind and out.
Over the wicket to Travaskis.
Well bowled.
Really well bowled, and Travaskis does well to dig that one out.
Yeah, nails a wide Yorker. It's exactly what he's set up to bowl there. I think this field sort of gives you the 2 options of a wide hole ball or a wide slow ball. You know, if you nail your line with a wide slow ball, they might be able to drag it to the leg side, but you've got your 2 fielders slightly straight on the leg side for that. As the field changes again, 4 out on the leg side and deep cover for Ben Mike. Will it be slowing into the pitch again, or will he go straight Yorker?
It
Tries to go straight Yorker.
It wasn't really either. This has gone high. Has it cleared the rope? It has. Ben Mike timing it just right.
Yeah, just goes to show how well and how strong this lad is, really. Rob Lord just misses his Yorker, but it seemed to just go straight up in the air. And what effect the wind might have had on it, I'm sure it did have a little bit of an effect, but he's not hit that clean in any way, Ben Mike, and it's still travelled for 6. Unbelievable cameo so far, 25 off 12, striking at 208.
Takes Leicestershire up to 320 now. Halfway through the penultimate over. Slower ball. Top edge. Has that made it to the rope? No, it hasn't. It's been taken by the deep fine leg fielder, and a sharp cameo from Ben Mike comes to an end.
Yeah, he's done really well to get that so far. How slow it was. It's almost a tennis shot, wasn't it? It was like a help it on its way. He's hit it very clean, and it's just not enough pace on the ball to get it over fine leg. And as you say, a fantastic cameo from Ben Mike. Just falls short of the 200 strike rate, but it's 25 off 13. And a well-deserved clap coming off. Tom Scriven comes in, as we all know, can bat as well as the rest of them. And a good little cameo. I think he got 13 not out towards the end of the last innings at Gloucester last game. And he'll be more than happy coming in this scenario and going from ball 1. As the tactic, I'm sure, will stay the same, with the 4 out on the leg side, going slow and into the pitch, and possibly a straight Yorker into the heel as your 2 options. But Tom Scriven, I can tell you now, is really good on the short ball, so it'll be interesting to see if they do go short into him and how far it might go if he gets hold of one.
So just confirming there, Ben Mike caught by C. Charon on the boundary, bowling off Rob Lord. 25 off 13, 1 4 and 2 6s, 320 for 7 now, Leicestershire. And like Roman said, Tom Scriven, he's come out to the middle and he can bat.
99 in the last county championship game for Tom Scriven, unfortunately falling short of the 100. But yeah, it just goes to show the calibre of players we've got here, and he's batting 9 as Rob Lord is in short, as he just dabs that down to third man, takes a single, lets Trev have the strike for the last ball of the over. It'll be interesting to see what happens here going into the last over. Will Trev just look for a single and get himself on strike, given the fact that he's faced 36 more balls than what Tom has, or will he take his chances and try and get a boundary? I would suggest single and have 6 balls to himself pretty much off the last over, if he can make that work. But they bowled well here, Notts.
10 runs and a wicket so far off of his penultimate over. Travaskis digs it out, gets that single to keep the strike for the final over of the innings, with Leicestershire now 322 for 7. I'll wait for the scoreboard to tick over to confirm that. And there's a confirmation. 322 for 7, 1 over to go.
Travaskis moving on to 40. That's a 30 not out last game and a 40 this game. He's seeing the ball well at the moment with the chances he's been given towards the end of the innings in both games. Showing his worth with the bat, but we'll see later on, as we've seen the pitches, seems like it's slowing down, seems like it's drying up and should be turning a bit more. So I'm sure we'll see Travaskis bowl all of his 10 in the second half, as Lyndon James is the man to bowl the last over of the innings. I'm almost certain they're going to be doing the same tactic of 4 out on the leg side. And they're not, they're going traditional spinner's field for Travaskis, which tells me it's going to be slow and into the wicket again. Slow and into the wicket, or it's going to be a fast straight Yorker. With Brett Hutton there at short fine leg in the ring.
We'll see what Lyndon James has for Travaskis. It is a bit of a shorter one. It's pulled away to long on.
It's good fielding there, that from Jack Haynes. He sort of flat batted it straight. Travaskis, they were looking for 2, as you can see, with the confidence of, as you say, 38 balls more than Tom Scriven in the middle. But the ball just seemed to pop up as it bounced, and Jack Haynes sprinted onto it and made sure there wasn't a 2 available. Field changes again, as they're not going to go the wide hole as they were to Ben Mike. It's a bit more of a traditional half wide hole field with 3 out on the leg side and 2 out on the offside square. They do go wide hole. Tom Scriven hits it well, but doesn't beat mid off. So it's always the you sort of playing with fire with that field. I think, you know, if you miss your wide hole and your mid off's up, then there's every chance that could, 1, hit the gap and just run through for 4, or 2, goes over him for a 4 or a 6. But just gets away with it a little bit there, Lyndon James. Maybe with Tom Scriven not quite up to pace yet with the bat, as Travaskis faces up.
Full toss that time, flicks that one away towards the boundary rope, and that will run away for 4. Much needed boundary once again, and the rapid outfield showing its true colours again.
Very, very well timed shot there. Very well timed shot. It's easy with the full tosses, as I said earlier, to try and overhit them and get them over the boundary, because maybe it's not a great ball, you know, but he's timed that all the way along the ground and beaten the cow fielder on the straight line. So Lyndon James turns his 3 balls left in this innings.
Hasn't hit that one cleanly. Early claim from Hasib Hamid to take the catch, and a good innings from Liam Travaskis has to come to an end. 45 off of 41. That one, there was barely any pace to take it over the rope.
Yeah, it's a tough shot, but what I don't understand, and I'm going to put this out there for anybody to comment on. That ball there was over Travaskis' head. If he doesn't hit that, it's called a wide. But because he hits it, it's not. You know,
it's a
he's out.
Delivery.
You know, he's out. So I don't know. I feel like there's a slight inconsistency in the rules there. That, you know, you can bowl a ball over a batsman's head, he doesn't hit it, and it gets called for extras. But if he hits it, then, you know, it's out. And I mean, I feel sorry for Trev there, because that was well over his head, and he's tried to make the best of a situation there. But again, a fantastic cameo from Travaskis, getting himself 40 odd there. I'm not quite sure. 45 there, yeah.
45
is what he finished on, following up from his 30 not out, which was very valuable at the end of the last game, and gave the lads a fighting chance. So Chris Wright into bat for the last 2 balls of the innings, and Chris can stripe a ball, we know this. He's got good hand-eye. It'll be interesting to see what the tactics are going to be. It'll be interesting to see if they go in, you know, dab for, maybe push for 2 and settle for a 1 and get Tom Scriven on strike, or whether Chris is just going free hit.
Penultimate ball of the innings. It looked like a full toss there. Didn't quite get the line right there, Lyndon James, but they sneaked through for a single.
Yeah, not a bad ball. It's snuck under Chris Wright's bat and sort of toe-ended it through to the keeper, but they've ran through, and Tom Moores has missed the stump on his underarm throw. So Tom Scriven on strike, and he's, well, very simply, he's going to be looking to get us up to 235 with this ball.
Last ball of the Leicestershire innings. Lyndon James comes in, full pelt, short and wide. It's got to be a wide, and it is. I can see the square leg umpire signalling a wide. So wide plus the extra run.
There you go. It's a fine example of what I mentioned when Travascus got out. I mean, do you know what? I would like to see a replay. It's probably not far away from the length that Travascus managed to hit his ball. But because Tom didn't hit it, it's a wide. Don't get it. Anyway, last ball of the innings.
Take two for the last ball of the innings. Gets the line right that time. Lyndon James, are they going to push for two? They are going to push for two. Can Chris Wright get back in time? Yes, he can.
Brilliant
Good running from the veteran. And Leicestershire will close out their 50 overs with 333 on the board for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, brilliant innings there. Steadied up by Pete Hanscom in the middle with a nice 49, 48. What did he get?
45, I think.
45. And a good innings there from Pete. But right at the top of the order, Sol Budinger gets his second 100 at Kibworth in the one-day comp. And Leicestershire, 333 at the end of the innings, I think we'll be very happy with that. It's always a tough chase. Anything over 300 is going to be a tough chase with the what looks like the pitch is getting drier and slower, so it's going to be harder to hit for the hitters. And yeah, I don't think Leicestershire are going to be too unhappy with that as they go in for a little break. It'll be interesting to see how the Notts guys come out after the break.
Yeah, there's the match summary for you. Top scorer Sol Budinger once again hitting a ton at Kibworth, 102 off of 80. Ably supported by Sean Masood with his 50, his first 50 in Leicester colours. Peter Hanscom and Liam Travascus both knocking 45 on the board. From a Notts point of view, Joe Pocklington, pick of the bowlers, 2 for 45 from his 10. Rob Lord also picking up 2 for 52 from his 8. Liam Patterson-White also picking up 2 wickets in his spell. So, Leicestershire have put up 333 on the board. It's up to the bowlers now to defend it. Notts require 334 to win this one-day cup match. Hello, hello. start of the Nottinghamshire Outlaws innings, Chris Holland is bowling for, well, not Chris Holland, Ian Holland's bowling for the Leicestershire Foxes right now. A target of 334 is on the board for the Outlaws to chase as Holland comes in, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Hasib Hamid, and he tickles it down to third man. I'm pleased to say, well, my name is Jesvin Neliseri. I'm back on the comms after the first innings, and I'm pleased to say I'm joined by James.
Oh, there you go. Don't worry, you won't be the first, you won't be the last. Very nice to be here. What a setup. And yeah, better late than never for myself. On the way down after work and got here for the comms. What a setup. Listening to you, Roman and Amy, guide us through the first innings.
Thank you. Yeah, James was supposed to be here at the start of the day. Left me to do all 50 overs, so cheers for that. But I'll accompany you for the first couple of overs, and then I believe the crowd favourite will take over from me in a couple of overs time. But yeah.
Yeah, superb early comms from Roman Walker, and give me the heads up and let's have a quick recap. How did it go in the first innings?
Well, the first innings was solidified by Sol Buddinger as we wait for Ian Holland to finish his over, tickled down the leg side. That's going to be 1 run for Ben Slater, and that brings us to the end of the first over. Nottinghamshire Outlaws 4 without loss. To fill you in and to fill in everyone who's missed out on the first innings, Nottinghamshire have posted 333 for 8. Top scorer Sol Buddinger once again 102 from 80 balls. He loves playing at Kibworth, he does. That is 3 games at Kibworth, 2 centuries and a 50 he's had here. He was ably supported by the Pakistan Test captain Shah Masood for his well-made 50 off 60, and then the captain Peter Hanscom with 45, and Liam Travaskis at the end adding another 45. So it's been a solid batting innings from the Leicestershire Foxes. Now it's up to them to, with the ball, to keep things tight and get those wickets.
Yeah, Chris White coming on from the other end, partnering Holland in this opening partnership. Ben Slater on strike. Wright runs in. Oh, lovely. Early wide. He'll get to bowl that again. Lovely line and length that to a right-hand bat.
Unfortunately for Wright, it's a left-handed batter on strike.
Wright comes back in again. Just short of a length. Slater tries to cut it away but misses. Ball going through probably a bit lower than Slater expected there by the look of the shot that he played.
Yeah, this pitch has sort of died down. Roman was talking about it earlier. As the day's gone on with the sun beating down, it's provided more spin for the spinners and less pace and bounce that we had seen earlier on in the innings.
Wright comes back in. That's full of length, challenging the outside edge, which it goes past. Apart from the first wide, this has been a tidy start for Wright, I'd say. When starting off any bowling innings, you really want to make sure that you don't give anything cheap away. And I believe Slater has spotted a fan who may or may not have been walking behind the sight screen.
See a gentleman in a blue shirt, which is quite a distraction, especially with a white ball on a black background.
As Wright comes in again. Nice length there. No shot played. But yeah, from the first innings, how would you say that you think that Notts are going to attack this chase?
I think they have to play this game at a good tempo. Obviously, the first innings was spearheaded largely by Sol Buddinger taking on the bowlers.
Right comes in. Oh, they're going up, and he's given. He's out. Chris Wright. Ben Slater, the first wicket to fall. Well, as we were saying, that first ball for wide, but after that, he's been right on the money, and that was, well, that's exactly not what you want for as an opening batter to face that.
Yeah, he's been done in there by the veteran Chris Wright. Wicket number 147 in his List A career, and that is wicket number 46 in his Leicestershire List A career. Ben Slater gone for one, caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Chris Wright. 5 for 1 already.
Ideal start for the Foxes. That, and Jack Haynes comes to the crease. Batter with a lot of talent. Averaging 33.67 so far in his 3 innings in the One Day Cup.
And that Ben Slater wicket was a big wicket because he was a top scorer for Notts in their last lineup when they fell to defeat against Derbyshire. He got 68 off 83 in his last outing. So getting him early, big wicket for the Foxes.
Yeah, very much mirroring the Foxes' innings where they had a Patel fell early as well.
Yeah, first ball from Rishi Patel, he cut it away beautifully for 4. The second ball got trapped LBW, maybe a bit too high, but obviously from our position, we're not the best to judge that, and I wouldn't question the umpire's decision. So Rishi had to go, unfortunately. Second ball of the day.
Yes, I've come foul of that a few times in my cricketing career. Never really helps because umpires never forget, but in my time umpiring I've also realised that no batter ever thinks that they're out. Haynes takes his guard, looks up, Wright comes in. Haynes just knocking that down into the leg side to square leg.
Yeah, Jack Haynes coming in off a solid 35 from 31 in his last outing as well for Notts. When we look at the scorecard against Derbyshire, they were all out for 214. Slater and Haynes were the only 2 players that got a meaningful score on the board.
And that's good running. Calls for the quick one. Ooh, just fumbled behind the stumps there by Cox. And that brings an end to our second over. The Outlaws 6 for 1, Hamid on 3, Haynes on 1.
Yeah, big wicket in that second over from Chris Wright.
I think he nearly got Hamid stood on his back there, just chilling out, not ready for it. Haynes sprinting down the other end, and then the sheer panic, and luckily got himself down to the other end in time. Haynes will take the strike for this second Holland over.
Can hear some heckling from the slip cord, and I can hear it from here as Ian Holland races into bowl his next over, and you can hear by the sound of the Leicestershire players, they felt that was a close one.
Yeah, they're in a good mood. They've put a good total on the board and picked up an early wicket. Perfect start, exactly what the Foxes would have wanted. As Holland checks the ball, make sure that he's got his grip right. Walks in with his bounding runner. Trots in, just past the outside edge.
Another close one there. Good tight line this from Ian Holland.
Now we are in a very cow cornerish position from the bowler here, so later on we might be in danger.
Oh, we've been in danger before, it's okay.
That's a Nice straight drive, but stopped at mid-off. What I was meaning is, how's your catching? Mine is, I'm very much known as the dolly drop at my cricket club, and I do not think that I'll be saving us if it comes this way.
If it's coming this way, I am jumping out the way.
Luckily we've got Amy behind us. I trust her with my life. Holland comes in. Lovely, onto the back foot and punishes it through the offside. That's a glorious stroke. Superb shot that by Haynes.
Yeah, really good shot that. On the back foot, as you said, punched it through as clean as you like. No fielder out. No fielder out there, and it was easy pickings for Jack Haynes.
It's one of the things, even though they've lost an early wicket, as Holland comes in. Haynes just pushes one out. Out to cover. Feigns the run, but calls no. I think one of the things is, despite losing the early wicket, you've still got to make the most of this power play, especially when chasing 300 plus.
Yeah, we were discussing it at the top of the show, me and Roman, that the target was probably going to be 350 plus, because this pitch is a good one for 350 plus. As Holland comes in, and it's another solid defensive stroke from Jack Haynes. Yeah, it's just talking to me about finding the right time to push forward as we reach the end of the third over. The Outlaws 10 for 1.
Not as solid over that by Holland, apart from obviously the boundary. But I mean, if you're coming out of your overs early on, only conceding 4, you kind of got to be happy with that, especially with the run rate as it is. Chris Wright coming back on from the other end. Listening to the stream earlier on my way down here, I heard there was some conversation about what the ends are called.
We still haven't figured that out yet. Well, we've got the pavilion end. We think it's the Paul Adams end, but it might be Paul Abbott. We still haven't found that out yet.
Wright comes in. That's a lovely shot by Hamid, just off the pads, all the way down to that, onto the leg side, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, really well timed there from Hasib Hamid. We've been saying it all stream long that the outfield here has been absolutely rapid, and as soon as the ball's on the roll, there's no way you're going to catch up. So that was going to win the race at a fence.
I think with a player of Hamid's class, he's been in great form in the county championship. Not had the best of it in the One Day Cup, but Wright comes back in. Just back of a length. Could kind of expect that was going to come. Just hit him for 4. Drop it back a little bit. That was more like it.
I'm just going to take a leaf out of Roman's book and say that's clever cricket, proper cricket.
He sat behind you. He'll be proud. Smiling like a proud father there is Roman. Wright comes back in. Oh, it's an expansive cover drive, and that's through the infield, and that is for one of the best shots in cricket, a good cover drive. He opened his arms and slashed it through the covers, and that's another 4 for Hamid. He is on a roll.
Yeah, and as soon as he took that shot, he didn't move from his crease. He knew that was going all the way for 4. It was an elegant shot, and like you said, he's in good nick. Had good form in the county championship. Hasn't really delivered yet in the One Day Cup, but in good nick.
Right, comes in. Oh, just slightly straight there, and Hamid tucks it off his pads for 4 down to fine leg. I think I put the jinx on him here. Talking about how well they started in the first 3 overs. Then three boundaries in the over. Free hit as well, no ball.
Not ideal.
That is salt into the wounds for the Foxes. Be interested to get Roman's take when he comes back on. As Wright comes back in. Hamid goes for almighty swoosh. Looking to go for, is that a cherry picker, are we saying? The cowish area? Let's just say the coffee bar. The coffee bar, the cow corner area, he was aiming for that, and luckily for Leicestershire, bottom edge into his pads. Kind of lucky in a way to get a free hit so early on, really, for Leicestershire there, if you can say anything at all. As Wright comes back in. That was a good shot for none. As Hamid plays it down to mid-off.
Very, very solid shot. We saw that as well from Shah Massoud in the Leicestershire innings. He was hitting the ball very cleanly, but at the same time he wasn't able to find the gaps. That just speaks of how good of a player Hasib Hamid is and how good of a timer he is.
Wright comes in. And that's where he really wants to be bowling. Just back of a length, straight into Cox, and that ends the second over of Wright's and fourth of the Outlaws innings. They are 24 for 1, chasing Leicestershire's 333 for 8. Yeah, just strayed maybe a fraction too straight and on the pads, and then one just slightly wide and punished by Hamid in that over.
A good response to the first over from Chris Wright after he picked up the key wicket.
Haynes, just inside edge.
It looked like a
down
bottom
to the
edge, didn't
short
it?
fine leg on the 45. Again, trying to make the best of what I can from this vantage point.
England.
There's a man with a wonderful clockwork orange t-shirt passes by with two refreshing beverages in hand. Looks like he's having a lovely day.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe one too many with questions he was asking the general public.
By that, I bet you can all gather what refreshing beverages he had as Holland comes in. By the reaction of the Leicestershire cordon, I think that probably did a bit, as Hamid blocks it down to mid-wicket.
Yeah, they're getting quite rowdy there. I think they're trying to get into Hamid's head. A couple of good shots from the not skipper.
Well, I mean, quite rightly so, I guess. Despite his good form in the county championship, averaging 9.65 so far. Holland obviously put off. Good. If it doesn't feel right, don't do it. Don't bowl it.
Looked like Hamid was being attacked by like a wasp or maybe a swarm of ladybugs. We had them at Lords a couple of weeks ago, didn't we?
Holland comes back in. So immediately lets another one go over the top of his off stump. Great to see such a good turnout here today.
Yeah, we were expecting around 1,800 turn up today, which is an increase from last year's 1,300, which is again another increase from around 800 in the first edition of the Kibworth game.
Holland comes in, bowls straight into the thigh pad of Hamid, who again, I think he plays the shot that he wanted to originally. Did look from first glance like he was just trying to tuck that off his pads once again. Just a bit too far away from the screen to be able to see that replay.
Very small in the bottom right hand corner of our screen there.
As Holland comes in again. Solid from Hamid. That's another excellent over there from Holland. 9 off his 3. Hamid 11 off 15. Haynes 6 off 9. Nottinghamshire Outlaws 25 for 1 chasing Leicestershire's 33. Wow, if it's 33 for 8, it'd be a very short game, and I wouldn't be here. 333 for 8, and that's 5 overs gone.
And I'm going to be replaced in the commentary booth. 55 overs for me, and Roman Walker, the crowd favourite, will take over for me now.
As Wright comes into Haynes, he plays another very good shot for none down out to mid-off, as we have a little bit of jiggery pokery in here. As we were saying, a great turnout here today. Very hospitable on my arrival. As I got here, as Wright comes in again, bowls another full length. Hayne pushes that through. This time they get 3 for 1. As I welcome someone from the same area of the country as myself, a legend in his own right, the infamous Roman Walker.
Afternoon again.
As Wright comes in, that's better. That's better from Wright. Getting Hamid onto the front foot, getting playing defensively. So, Roman, your thoughts on these opening 5 overs from the Foxes?
Yeah, pretty similar start to the first innings, really. An early wicket and runs are flowing. I think possibly maybe we were going at maybe a run per over slightly quicker, but a pretty similar start, I'd say.
Wright comes in again. And that's defended onto the offside. And I was saying earlier, the quality of these two batters here at the crease just showed in that last right over, where he strayed just a couple of times and instantly punished.
Yeah, I think it's obviously in the professional game your margins for error are so small, but I think it just shows how well the pitch is playing with the new ball. Obviously we saw in the first innings it got a little bit harder to really kick on as Chris bowls a ball there that seemed to get slightly too big for Hasib Hamid there, raising his hands, dot ball.
Yeah, just seemed to rise on him a little bit there, gave the international signal given by all batters around the world of that one just lifted a little bit. But yeah, he had a look at the ground before the game, obviously seen the first innings, before the first innings even. How do you think it will play going into the second? So Wright comes in and Hamid misses out on what looked like a cover drive.
That's the end of the over as well.
Much better from Wright there, would you say?
Good over from Chris there. 26 for 1 after 6. Yeah, I sort of mentioned it, touched on it in the first innings after sort of 30-35 overs. As the balls seem to get older, a little bit softer, and the pitch being baked on, I said, that it will have been uncovered early this morning. So had a fair bit of sun on it up until now. The wind's pretty well up. It's affected the ball whilst it's been in the air as well throughout the game. So I think the pitch is only going to get drier and slower. It could turn to a bit more of a spinning pitch as we go on, as Ian Holland comes in again for another over, as it's a full ball driven out to cover, dot ball. Yeah, it just seemed to, with the tactics that Notts took, I think it says a lot that they were going short and very slow into the wicket. And it seemed pretty tough to hit, really. Like the ball wasn't really coming on. I know they were taking the pace off, but it says a lot that they were choosing to go slower balls over pace on.
Yeah, as Holland comes back in, I'll bring you back up on that in a second. As he comes in, Haynes onto the back foot, looks to get it away, but straight down to mid-on. I've just been past a
box of food, I think.
Box of food.
Have a look what we've got.
What service this is?
Is it pick and mix?
What have we got here?
Pipers.
Pipers, oh.
Nothing but the best.
No expense spared here.
Satsuma, flapjack and a wrap.
Oh, they knew I was coming with a wrap. Anything in a tortilla and I'm all around it, Roman.
I can agree with it.
Holland coming in. Onto the back foot from Haynes, and that's a lovely shot. That's superb. Onto the back foot, crash through cover. Again, Really good, and again making the most of the power play overs. Second time that a ball's gone in that direction, though. Would you think about bringing someone over into that position? Holland seems to be bowling very much on the offside.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ian Holland, like he when he moves the ball in the air, he can move it both ways, but he tends to go in more than anything. As he comes in again, it's back of a length again and hit out into the offside. A brilliant stop at short extra cover by Captain Hanscom. But yeah, I think we've seen the slips come out very early. We've used our knowledge of the first innings to set our fields early on here, and we've packed the cover ring a bit more than obviously what Notts did early on. I think they still had 2 slips in the 6th or 7th over before they went to 1 slip.
Holland with his 5th ball.
And there we go. You know, he's a wily old character. Dutchy, he knows what he's doing with the ball. He knows exactly what he's doing with the ball. Yes, he misses like the rest of us. You know, he's not a robot, but more often than not, he's on the mark.
Got a question for you that I'll ask you at the end of the over as Holland comes in to finish. And yeah, tucked off his pads to the man at deep square leg. So the question I would ask is, do you find it much difference playing at the outgrounds compared to the, what I'd say, the more regular county grounds, you know?
Yeah, of course. I think there's more room for different pitches, I would say. Obviously you get different pitches in first class games, and nothing I would necessarily consider as a bad pitch. Obviously you're more likely at club grounds to get, well, let's not say bad pitches, let's say not county pitches. You know, you're likely to get maybe a faster, bouncier wicket, a tennis ball wicket, as Chris Wright again comes in. It's a good length ball outside off, good stop from Budinger at point. Just sort of dropped his hands on it there, Jack Haynes, behind point, rock back. Sharma Sood cleans up from third man. Yeah, you'll probably find that at most outgrounds there's lower scores, and there will be the exceptions, of course. There's some really good outgrounds out there, and I think with the more money coming into the game now, obviously with the 100, there's more scope then to put more money into outgrounds and make them better pitches. As we see Chris Wright coming in again. Good length ball, a similar ball to what he bowled to Jack Haynes. It just didn't seem to come off the pitch as quickly. Doesn't carry through to Cox. That's a dot ball. Seaver Mead had a bit of a sceptical look at the picture as well.
Something you don't really mind if you're a Leicestershire Foxes fan there. Seeing a bit of variable bounce.
Absolutely, absolutely. Come across, lads, come across.
Come across some more fine-looking gentlemen holding refreshments.
They do look good. Right in again. Again, a similar ball, slightly straighter. Seaver Mead doesn't come for 2, so just the 1. Drops his hands on it again. It's a bit of a trademark shot for Hamid, to be honest. He's good at dropping his hands down there and taking his singles through third man, getting the rotation in the strike.
I was going to say, we've seen that a couple of times in this innings so far. Really good skill, even when you're struggling to get the ball away. Just have that little, you know, release shot just to get yourself off strike, get yourself on 1.
Absolutely, right in again. And Jack Haynes, similar shot to the one that got stopped at point, but he smashes this through forward of point. I say slightly wide. The length wasn't too bad, slightly wide from right, but again it just shows how well this pitch is playing, that he's able to play a shot like that outside the off stump off a ball that's not a bad length at all. Dismissive, I'd say, actually, that shot. He's pumped it through the covers. But up until then, I think Leicester will be happy with how the power play's going. And with from now, 2.2 overs left in the power play. They keep it tight. They'll be very happy. As another back foot punch slash cut shot from Jack Haynes reaches the hands of Sol Budinger at point. Yeah, I mean the pitch is playing really well. As I say, the pace on balls seem to be coming on really nicely, which is why Notts went to slower balls and change-ups pretty early.
Wright comes in just to finish off the over.
One more, last ball of the over. It's a full ball driven, picked up cleanly at mid-off. So again, not a bad over at all. Chris Wright currently 4 overs for 19, picked up that wicket of Ben Slater, and Ian Holland doing what he usually does at 3.5 and over, 0 for 14 off 4. As he comes in again, removes his glasses, takes his cap off, says thanks to the umpire, grabs the ball and gets ready to bowl another over.
Yeah, another good over for the Foxes, but the Outlaws at the beginning of what seems to be like a bit of a partnership building here, and with these two at the crease, it's the last thing you'd really want as Holland comes in again to start his 5th over. Hamid with that release shot once again just opens the face of the bat and guides it down to 3rd man.
Yeah, plays it very late, Hamid, when it's outside the off stump. If he can get his hands to the ball and get some bat on it, he plays it very late, which does mean it goes down to 3rd man more often than not, and usually your 3rd man's out. So fair play to him, he knows his game, knows his rotation options.
Hamid telling Haynes to look out for something there as Holland comes back in again. And as he just guides that off his pads. Just for the one.
How was your drive down?
Not too bad, not too bad, apart from a major crash which sent me on a bit of a diversion really, but yeah, I was very much just like, not now, but yeah, I had the joy or pleasure of listening to you two.
Fantastic.
Very professional,
What
like
more?
listening to TMS. Holland comes in.
So what route did it take? Did it take you down to Birmingham and across the M69, or back roads?
Yeah, it was. It brought me along the toll road, which is unfortunate, but that's just because everything else was closed off because of this crash. But yeah, it was. It's a nice drive, especially coming into Leicestershire as well. It was pretty. Apart from that, it's pretty pain-free, really.
You come down from Shrewsbury.
Yeah, made the trip across after as Holland comes in. Dabs it again. That one a little, even though finer. It dives. Has he got it? It's just gone over. Looks. From the reaction from here, he's, yeah, very unlucky, knocked it over the boundary for 4 there.
Yeah, diving effort there, Alex Green at 3rd man. Got his hand on it, managed to bunt it along the boundary rope, and eventually touches it, crosses the boundary rope and 4 runs.
But yeah, finished my breakfast show in Shropshire this morning for the BBC. At that point I am obliged to say other breakfast shows are out there, and probably superior. Anyway, as he comes in, oh, Hamid just pulls his bat away at the last moment there.
You see there, possibly a leg cutter from Ian Holland there, but as I said earlier, his natural shape is to go in to the right-hander, so if he does, you know, roll his fingers slightly too much on the ball, then it almost comes out like a leg cutter, which is a lovely natural variation to have for him.
As he comes in again to finish off the 5th over. That's a drive that goes to mid on. From this angle, I don't know if you had a better view of that than I did, but it kind of looked like he was trying to put that through the offside.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's certainly looking a bit further offside than where it went, and it was a bit more of an inside chunk for one. As the end of the over comes, 44 for 1 off 9. Leicestershire will be happy with this at the moment. So we know Leicestershire's power play finished 58 for 1 after losing a wicket 2nd ball, with Budinger and Ian Holland himself playing a part in both power plays.
Big
Change of bowling.
Well, I was just about to ask, how long would you let these guys carry on? It looks like Ben Mike's coming on and replacing Chris Wright.
So his first game in a few months for Ben Mike. Obviously, as we mentioned when he came out to bat, he's had a couple of injuries back to back with his hamstrings this year, but he looks to have come back pretty strong. I know he played a couple of games in between injuries in the T20 comp and did really well. I think his first game he might have taken 4 for 13 or something like that, and did really well, but in he comes steaming in as he usually does. And it's a fast, short start from Benny Mike, but Haseeb Hamid helps himself to 4 over point. Purposefully plays it over point, some good bounce in the pitch, and Not quite the start Benny will be after, but the speed's there.
Yeah, just guided it over the top with a glorious shot.
Yeah.
Definitely one that's come into cricket more recently with the T20 style of play. That.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, as I say, how comfortable he is through the offside. I see Hamid. Seems a pretty easy shot for him to play. As Benny steams in again. Slightly fuller than the last ball. Still looking to pull is Hamid, but it's a bottom edge into the body. And they scamper through for a single. A good call from Jack Haynes there for a single.
And I know it's early days, but a sign of a bit of a tactic here from Ben Mike, bowling that shorter length. Nothing full so far.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be looking to bowl a slightly fuller length than that, but I'm sure he won't be looking to get driven. As all fast bowlers will tell you, fast bowlers, proper ones, not like me, not the swingers of the world like myself, Chris Wright, Ian Holland, but Benny Mike with pace. There's the length, slightly fuller, as Jack Haynes looks to pump his hands through it through cover, and again, inside chunks it. So we've seen a couple of inside chunks so far, which tells me the pitch is slowing down slightly. We didn't see too many of them in our innings when we batted first. And yeah, I think my sort of idea of the pitch may be drying up and becoming a slight bit slower. We've seen a couple of balls not carry in the first 9 overs to the keeper. That could be coming into effect now.
Mike comes in again for his 4th ball. Expertly stopped there by Budinger, just backward of point. So what would your, well, if you're there, coach, what would your, or the captain even, what would your strategy be for how you're going to use the Foxes bowlers here today?
Well, Benny, as we know, he's got pace. He's got the ability to move the ball as well. I'm not sure how much movement we're going to get with the white ball now on this pitch as well. But as he comes in again, it's a good length. But again, showing how well the pitch is playing. Jack Haynes is a good length ball, and he just manages to drop his hands on it through cover, and it flies away. That's 4 more runs to the score. 50 up for. Testing. No, I won't carry on as normal. No, we've had a couple of technical difficulties and I'm going to show this one up. Alright? We've been quiet for an over, and that's why. But we're back now, we're back. As we saw the wicket of Hamid fall there from Tom Scriven, catching the outside edge with his first ball. And it's been a very good tight over with Freddie McCann at the crease now. Finishes the over. Very tight from Tom Scriven. 1 for 2 off 1. Fantastic breakthrough for him.
The perfect start, and as you mentioned before he came on, you thought that this pitch might be suited to his kind of bowling, and a wicket in the first over and only going for 2 runs, ideal. And also, like we were talking earlier, stopped that partnership that was starting to build between Hamid and Haynes.
Yeah.
And that's just going to be as important as anything here today, because, I mean, no matter what standard of cricket you're playing, anything above 300 is always going to be a tough task.
Yeah, absolutely. Always a tough case. Anything over on a ball. Ben Mike in here. Pace. Just beats. I thought he might have just about there with action. Doesn't really find up here, Ben. That's now it's some pace. Ben Cox. Good he gets back from. What we've some mud.
He's not only pace ball, but he's run up. True athlete there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you see him with top off. He's like a shredder. Absolutely. He's in again. Good length ball. Dunster up from the running. Brings Freddie McCann drive before back to strength conditioning coach Jack McCann. Is the older brother of the young man at the crease, Freddie McCann. So a bit of a family affair here. So unfortunately for Jack, he can't affect anything. He just gets to sit on the bench. So yeah, sure, he's a bit conflicted. I'm sure one brother too well, but it's a win. So Ben Mike just found a wicket. And going for his hand on it, Freddie. He's some good pace on here, Ben Mike.
Started over. Is he pre-season tests then? Isn't race?
He's a powerful fan. Man, he'd be one of the quicker ones over the 20 minutes, but he's certainly up there.
Englandson again, just short of a length.
Well, be very good.
That's very good.
Very tight. And I think for likely to go from anyone do that. Obviously, he'll know himself as a couples are a bit looser. They managed to come to the boundary. How the bad's that at all? So he's coming out for his 5th ball of the over, of his over. Freddie McCann looking for a kick. Oh, nearly gets back of a length. We can transitions and it's a stay. Almost on maybe pace a little bit.
Looking at it, he looked like he was just trying to guide that down to 3rd man and just missed it. But yeah, McCann composed himself, realising it. Takes Mike one, gets hand into position. He's sprinting, pose comes in. Can with a shot from none to mid.
Full ball finish by Mike. Well done. Not ball off pace, but we've not really seen what is fast as Ben so far again. Ronald being the close to that, who certainly has a yard pace, but a bit more effective bound.
That was 62, James T8 up 29, making off 8. Scriven coming on to start his 2nd. Comes in. Bolt challenging the pads. Slightly teal. Unfair thing, but looked a bit high. Yeah.
A bit too high. Sort of caught that. You tell sometimes by the time I've had down the head.
Just slow down a little bit here, Outlaws, and yeah, it's just what you want to see. Fox's perspective.
Yeah, I mean the first thing you take a look, you want to look obviously and really put your foot on. It's a little bit shorter and wider from Scriven. He won't be happy with that one, as he knows how consistent he can be after those bump him and a single out to deep cover. Liam Travascus out there.
Yeah, the Foxes now got the sweepers on the off and the leg side, as well as what I can see is a 3rd man and fine leg out. We've got mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg.
Scriven in, good length.
Stopped by Budinger at point.
Yeah, slightly back of a length, and Freddie McCann really forcing himself onto the front foot there. As you can see his tactics early on in his innings, trying to get himself in, really trying to get himself forward. But it's a real containment game now for Leicester, I think. 61 for 2 now off 12.3 knots. So a containment game, you keep that run rate down, you keep our run rate, the required run rate flying up. You might get some silly shots, pick up a couple of wickets as that's an outside edge off Scriven. As Wright's coming round, doesn't manage to get there. That's 4 runs. Unfortunate for Scriven, fortunate for McCann.
Yeah, just coming down the wicket, trying to impose himself on Scriven there. I guess you're trying to do something new, but also I guess it's kind of, you know, you're saying with that kind of shot that maybe Scriven is, you know, you're going to have to do something a bit different, get out your crease and try something a bit different. How long until maybe we see the keeper come up to the stumps, maybe, as Scriven comes back in?
Yeah, slightly more leg side from Scriven. It's put down to fine leg down there. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it in the first innings with Ian Holland against Brett Hutton. Coming down the wicket, then sitting deep in the crease, really trying to change up his lengths and make the bowler think about what he's doing. And I'll say Hutton actually combated that pretty well, held his length pretty nice. There were a couple of occasions where Holland got a couple of shorter ones, which he managed to get out for a couple of singles, but Scriven in again, a better length. Defended into the offside, no single, and that brings the end of the over, 66 for 2 now off 13. And absolutely, yeah, I think one of the best things Tom's done in the last couple of years since he's come into the first team is employed the keeper as to come up to the stumps, and it's got him a lot of wickets, LBW bowled, people trapped on the crease. And I mean, it's a tough thing to do, you know. He doesn't necessarily bowl any slower than the rest of the bowlers, you know, but using the keeper up to the crease, and I will to my advantage every now and then myself, but obviously I'm a bit taller than Tom, I get a bit more bounce. It's maybe a bit less beneficial for the keeper to be up to the stumps, but honestly one of the best things he's done with his bowling, because it really does trap people on the crease.
As Mike comes into McCann. Again coming down, it doesn't quite get it. That's a mid-wicket. Slip back in for McCann to Mike.
A little pressure building in, you know. I must finish with suiting his experience in a bit of personal pressure, 2 or 3 of cricket, and the all McCann good enough to manage himself through that. But is he going to try something different again, Mike?
Mike comes in. Good that from Mike. There's a bunch of McCann straight on the wicket, straight into Mike.
As you'll see, we knew about, you know, they're working out the score options. You know, modern basketball pretty fixed. And we'll obviously a straight in different areas. If he just can't go on his ear, we know he's a good driver, all good for off. Go.
Open dance. And this drive is got by the man at input point. The field changes as Hayne takes hard once again. And at the other end, show batting again. Obviously felt like he maybe didn't quite get hold of that as he'd like.
Yeah, again, but a good shot. He'll get more confidence out of that, you know, putting his hands through a ball a bit more than what he has been able to so far in his 14 balls. But I will say Jack Haynes has crept his way up to 30. Batted very nicely, pretty much a runner ball, just slightly slower as Ben Mike drops one into the wicket there, and it's a lovely pull shot off the hip. Actually, he's controlled that round and dissected both fielders out there at deep square and fine leg for 4.
Yeah, really well controlled, and as you said, just snuck up there, just quietly, well, I say quietly going about his business whilst McCann's at the other end. He's hit some lovely shots in this 33 so far, and I guess for McCann it's just more about rotating the strike, trying to give Haynes as much of it as you can until you've fully kind of got to grips with it. Mike comes in for the 5th ball of his over. Fuller of length. Haynes looking to drive that through cover. Looked a bit angry with himself there. Possibly feels like he missed out on one there, Roman.
Yeah, slightly fuller from Benny there. Obviously, with the pace that he applies on the ball, the margin for error with a fuller ball is probably a little bit less. It comes onto the bat a bit nicer, and you can probably drive from a slightly shorter length. Yeah, Haynes will definitely feel like he's missed out. It's certainly one of his strengths.
Notts 71 for 2 as Mike comes in to finish his 3rd over. And he bowls. And back for a pull shot, but the man down at square leg comes and picks it up, gets it in. They'll just get down the other end for 1. So he keeps the strike as Mike finishes his 3rd over. 20 runs off the 3 so far, Outlaws 72 for 2 as they chase down Leicestershire's 333 for. So thoughts so far, Ren?
Yes, yeah, they've batted well, bowled well. You know, it's a good bit of cricket so far. As you see, the partnerships, you know, early from Chris Wright, but a good partnership between Eden and 52. But they got broke quickly, and this one's crept to 15. As Tom Scriven in England, ball defend point going forward, not quite going back end, but you can afford to do that. Good position. So, I was going to say Thumann's told to go wider, but I think Alex Green was running in for silver out of bottle over there.
Yeah, he was recently all outside the window. He thought Scriven comes in.
It's a bit slow. We've got him with traffic in and one. Seeing what went on there. But the way the shot was.
He's looking tough through past point and bottom edged it into the ground.
It's a period for Leicester. Obviously, he's not now. You've got to take him with a pinch of salt. So I go for extra couple of boundaries of Scrivens again. Cycle over back to him, wheels it off his own goal. We've seen him ball balls of 3 to 5. Now you go at 2 and you just 2 and 9. You've got people like Chris Rock, Ian Holland, Tom Scriven to do them jobs. Before he hits a challenge, he'll speak out more than anything. And he's real wicket taker Ben Mike Scriven in again. Bowls Fuller, collected by Peter Hanscom at extra cover. And yeah, but this partnership, I think, is a perfect example of what you need in terms of a bowling partnership. You know, you've got Benny really trying to blast a couple of wickets and do his best he can at the one end, and you can take it with a pinch of salt, like you say. With the extra couple of boundaries, yeah, fair enough. And then Scriven at the other end, currently going at 3 and over, you know, 1 for 8 off his 2.4. It's the perfect bowling partnership. You know, you can allow someone to really come in and try and hit the pitch when you've got something like that at the other end. So it really goes understated that the job that Scriven does here.
Very much took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say it's about bowling with partnerships, as we see the lid come on for Cox, as we foreshadowed earlier in the commentary.
Absolutely, good shout. Yeah, keeper coming up to the stumps, and it's what that'll do. That'll keep Jack Haynes in his crease. You know, he can't afford to leave his crease, as we know. Ben Cox has got an unbelievable pair of hands. He'll whip the bails off if that foot leaves the crease. Scriven in for his first ball with the keeper up, and there you go. I think that's a good example there. Slightly fuller ball, not necessarily there to drive, but Haynes isn't into the ball. He's not into the ball. He's deeper in his crease, and that could cause problems as the game goes on if Cox chooses to stay up.
Always in the back of your mind, as well as a bat, whenever the wicket keeper's up, you know, even if you know you're well in, you know, it just keeps you rooted to spot. Scriven comes in for the 6th ball of his order.
Okay, you go slightly fuller length. Allows Scriven to bowl slightly fuller length is making it fair, and I can't say he's just right to them.
And appreciate that me.
He sort of snuck a lady up and we were tray, and someone's managed to make hold on him. That's unbelievable work.
He's into the window.
He's got
2 been put his gun back on.
Be good.
And at this point, I'm going to stop over.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
It has.
And I'll see you again.
Indeed.
Dan Bowling, as I'm on now, as he come in to join us on changeover. Change of bowling. The mighty Alex Green, the young lad, coming in off the back of 2 fifers to start the competition really well. He's bowled great. And he can replace by Mike ball. Bobbled heavily there to Solwood, and Jim managed to get a hand on it, and it's scampered through for a 1. So a nice start there for Greener. Hello, Amy.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, good. So have you watched much of our one-day comp?
Watched a few games where we can. There's been a lot where we've been travelling while she's been playing for our games, so been able to keep up with it quite nicely.
He's been bowling well, hasn't he, Greener?
He's been bowling very well, good start. You can't really ask for much more, can you?
Absolutely, it's a great way to put it. 2 fifers in his first 2 games, dream come true, as he said. Runs in again, another good pace ball, good length, good line. Just tapped on the head down to 3rd man by Jack Haynes. He moves on to 35. The wind picks up, the cameras are blowing over, all sorts is happening over here. We are certainly not windproof at the moment. Amy's sorting that out. What can't she do? Alex Green comes in again. Big load up, let's go with the ball, good pace again. Cox standing a similar length back from the stumps as he was to Ben Mike. As I'm sure it'll be in their heads that Green is off the back of 2 fifers. and he's feeling really good at the moment. He's in good rhythm. What effect do you think that might have?
Yeah, I think he's going to be bowling very positively, obviously coming off the back of the fifers, and I think the batters are going to think he's on the hunt for more wickets. You know, you take 5 in 2 games, you're going to want more. As every ball, it's just, isn't it? That's the whole game is wicket. So
Absolutely.
if he gets some more today, he'll be happy with the business. But play him here, I can get out too early.
Yeah, he's in lead up to this one. Alex Green's had a couple of opportunities with England elected, and I remember Nackley, the slight front was on that. There was a long ball games again. Full toss, just misses his length there. Green tucked into the leg side. Are they going to push for 2? Yep, they're pushing for 2. Holland in there at deep square at centre, but counted really well in the games, and I'm other people know him. Well, team at the moment.
I think into the team, but obviously young lad that has came up over the last couple of years, it's definitely making for himself. He can carry that on today.
He's in ball over. Good ball, slightly full and set him back, which I tell you now, owns to Alex Green. On piece that he'd just gone for, not to 82 off 6, to 14. Will have wanted that. Was a little bit creep on McCann, and it just seems to be a bit me.
Yeah, if you can get out of the boundary, 2 balls in, you're always going to take it. Even if a bowler's aim is not to get hit to a boundary off that last ball, and he's done that. So I think that definitely goes back to Notts' side there with that boundary then. But Scriven's coming back in.
Scriven. Cox not up to the stumps now. They've changed it up a little bit, just sort of playing with Jack Haynes. It was a full ball on his pads, didn't manage to get it away, just sort of squirted out to Rishi Patel at mid-wicket. It'll be interesting to see how early we see spinners.
Yeah, I think Notts brought them on, and they saw a bit of a different side from both ends, where McCann went for a few more runs and it didn't seem to do much for them. So it'll be interesting when Leicester decide to make that change and how early it happens.
Yeah, I know. A back of a length ball there, adjusted because Jack Haynes came out of his crease there, making all use of Cox not being up to the stumps, coming down the wicket. Tom dropped it into the crease a little bit. He hit it well, but Pete Hanscom diving to his left at extra cover manages to keep it to a 1. And massively underrated part of the game is fielding, especially when you're fielding second and you're defending a score. You can really make the batters gain pressure on themselves more than anything. Oh, and an unbelievable catch from the captain, who was just praising him for his stop. Last ball, keeping it to a 1, and the next ball he takes a one-handed diving catch to his right. Freddie McCann out. Tom Scriven, back of a length ball, doesn't quite catch it as clean as he would have wanted to. What happened, Peter Hans?
And that just shows you how important it is in the game. That big difference, that game momentum there.
Perfect time, really, just as we were saying it. And unbelievable. Sam Teacher comes in at number 83. Freddie going for 14. A couple of nice balls didn't have been into for the 20 balls he did face.
See a try to get in, and think he'll fit right. Many of them will go to hands, but fortunately he's picked out the field.
Yeah, and Sammy Teacher, a good player, plays McCann this year in the two. He's got a couple of flies out. It was twice that played, and yeah, he can certainly bat. He can hit a clean ball, so he'll be after a really good start here.
Yeah, both him and Freddie McCann actually played in the West Indies, and they both played ball in a junior World Series, so a bit different game, but they played as well.
You take more now.
It was random actually. I got sent to Leicestershire to say there was an indoor competition to get invited along. And then 6 months later we were on a plane to New Zealand. The World Series with a team of 15-year-old under 24. Okay, playing 6 months, and against teams that have probably played for about 10 years. But I mean, yeah, travelled around the world.
That is. That's amazing.
And then and both them boys were there as well. I think they were in the under 15 squads at the time. So
fair play. Well, he's just faced up to his first ball, a confident front foot defence. Scriven's in again. To him, he wants to drive it. He catches the outside half of the bat. Alex Green at third man, running round, doesn't manage to keep it to 1. It's a pretty easy 2 in the end. There's a lot of ground to cover down there, and well, he's off the mark. He'll be happy about that, I'm sure.
I think Notts will just look to build that back up now. I think 8-3-3, they're going well, but it's just the wickets.
Yeah, maybe a
falling a little
slight
quicker than
rebuild
Leicester
needed.
lost theirs.
Yeah, he's Scriven in for his last ball of his 4th over. Catches the outside half again. Down to third man, Alex Green again fielding. A good throw into Cox. 4 overs for Scriven, 2 for 12. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Alex Green will come in for his second over now, with young man against young man. Be a bit of a battle on here.
Yeah, I think he'll just want to build back. Obviously, hit that 4 off that last ball of his last boundary, but he'll push that over, and I think he'll just target those areas again that he knows he can hit. You've got Scriven at the other end who can bowl that consistent line, as you mentioned earlier. So I think Green will look now just to attack a little bit more whilst he keeps that run rate down at the other end.
Absolutely, and I'd love to mention a good captaincy as well. I think Pete Anton noticed that Scriven's hitting a length, he's being handful, he's going for, the run rate should go in at dot there to and it just gives, it gives it's like Alex Green might play with the pitch a bit more, like aren't necessarily your line and length bowlers. Your ball gets taken, like I say, you take your to go for extra colour boundaries, but you know they're going to queue up kids. And it's clearly you've done it, and it's just going to fair to him for doing it. But giving the chance to these boys at the other end to put pressure on at the other end as an outside again from Seagren. If he has away from a hood injury, puts a dive in, it goes to 1 down to third man.
And the back things in with bowling as well, how important it is to batch over up from the end and keep that headed shot from one end. It comes for the ball. So I think they're doing work to make that building, just keep it going.
Algren again, so full time, half volley. Ball rate away for it from Jack Haynes, image on 4. But you can see here with relations the bouncer Alex Green forces Cox to be a bit square, forces the man on the offside to be a bit square. So point a good 10 yards behind the angles first that happened, goes pitch, rolls it where he wants to. The ball is not going to go to unfortunately, but it's too full and it goes through extra 4. He can come back ball. And it's blown off 4 lead. Again.
Just got to find that length again here. I think Green he's bit full on the last couple. I think he needs to go back to his plans, how he usually bowls, and kind of let his talent do the rest.
Absolutely, and he can certainly come in with confidence. I mean, even off the back of 1 fifer, you're going to be running in with confidence, never mind the back of 2 fifers, your maiden and your second professional fifers. Comes in one more time, it's a shorter ball, which is effectively pulled over mid-on for a 2 bounce 4. Jack Haynes has certainly seen him really well. He's on to 44 now.
Yeah, I think he's the one at the moment. He's settled in. He's not really worried about the wickets that fell around him. He's carried on playing his game, and it's definitely paying off. I think it's going to be one that Leicester are going to target. You see a field change straight away here. Slips come out.
Absolutely, he's got to be the rock now for this Notts innings if they are planning on chasing this 333 set by Leicestershire in the first innings. As slip comes out into mid-wicket, it's not a good ball from Green, unfortunately. It's wide and full, and Jack Haynes has thrown everything at it and just got a fine outside edge, and it's run away for 4. Alex Green going for 22 now off his 1.5. He'll want to get a dot ball now and just damage limitations a little bit, as pressure seems to have been lifted slightly for Notts. Jack Haynes onto 48 now off 47 balls.
Coming in with the last ball of the over.
It's not ball, it's Gisecco. 8 for 3 Notts after 18. Jack Haynes 48 not out, rubble, and City are new to the crease 4 off 5. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting next 10 minutes over to South Leicestershire if they can get a couple of wickets in the start that sort of spell from now. Soon they've been, but I know we've still got Tom Wills coming who's leading the cup, and he has been absolutely scored run, not only scored runs, it's the way he scored has been really impressive. So and still get some for Notts. Scrivens for his 5th of its run. It's a slow ball as well, which is all the way on down to the pick it up. Chuck in. 99 Notts. 1 more for their 100.
Yeah, I think Scriven just keep bowling what he has been doing over things now after a bit of an expensive last over, but in his role, that's continued to keep backing up, and then what happens after that one down to the captain's bowling, whoever it is.
Absolutely, I think Burnham himself have if he keep bowling like he'll just have a few more respect. I love the ball again, Cox back up to Jack Haynes. Scriven, slightly fuller ball. Square driven.
See there, just a little step backwards. You can a little bit more wary, I think, but that wicketkeeper stood up and just changes his plan slightly. Of someone that's settled in very nicely, you need to do what you can to knock him off a little bit. So
absolutely, and even if Haynes is still confident with Cox up to the stumps, it still changes his game plan somewhat, which is always going to play in the bowler's favour, I think. Scriven in again, Cox up to the stumps. It's a slightly shorter ball, sort of lets him off a little bit there, Scriven, as he puts it into cover for a single, but he won't mind that. He'll get to bowl at the new batter again, Citroen, who he's started confidently. He's got a few runs to his name, and that's 100 up for Notts in the 19th over.
Seems Cox is staying up to the stumps now. So
Absolutely, it'll be an interesting fly now. See how he plays it. As Budinger moves slightly further behind point here. Scriven, good length. He throws his hands at it. Citroen gets good connection with it.
it's well around.
Travascus, unbelievable fielding, saves it from going to the boundary. Not only that, stops it from being two.
Yeah, we know
Very,
how
very
quick
good
this
fielding.
outfield is, so getting to it as quick as we can is very crucial, and he's done that very well out there. And
Yeah, he's done well to pick that up clean and get it in.
just for a single as well, you'll take that.
Absolutely. And can that good piece of fielding, again, another good piece of fielding, can it get us a wicket now? Driven in, follow into the inside cover. Thought about it, but Vasquez cook on and gets it up again. Jack has 50, 51 as he's batted really well. So he's been the rock, I don't not going to be the rocker, and certainly be looking to push on. Or how these 333 runs at.
He's been from his, he's coming in comfortable and beginning.
And all the at the time, clipped to mid wicket. Off south into the 2 or 3 until we're on. So look, Chance and Cox Scriven there in the middle wicket, where to ball these up to the stumps and what's working, what isn't.
It's a very hot day out there, but Scriven puts her back. Is he usually
Yeah.
playing jumbo?
It's a long shot opening then.
Right.
I imagine it more to protect elbows by out on the field than it is staying warm.
Yeah.
But self-claimed Viking, their family heritage in Denmark, I understand. He's not you the sun,
Yeah.
if you want to say that. But no, it'll be to the hours as we see Cox staying up to the stumps because we're interested in the attack.
There's one. Over after we mentioned it.
Absolutely. Interestingly, it didn't seem to offer too much spin for Freddie McCann earlier
Yeah.
in the day. However, the shape from that end is massively in wind, which is more, I think, what they're going to be thinking about is if they do want to go over the top, it's into the wind. You're going to have to hit it well to clear the boundary.
Yeah, we saw how strong that wind is when Bullinger went for it and hit it very cleanly.
Yeah,
That's
it went
fantastic.
nowhere, didn't it?
Absolutely, it was a great catch, but I think the other direction it sailed over the side screen. So
Yeah, lovely piece of fielding there off his first ball. Travascus, as Haynes looked to play that through mid-off for a single first ball, but scampering along and diving to his left, he must have landed awkwardly, I think. As he sets up to bowl another ball. Again, well bowled. Slightly back of a length this time, slightly straighter, played out to mid-wicket, dot ball. So he's really come into the game sort of last 10 years bowling in your sunglasses, isn't it, for spinners?
yeah, I think I saw a few. I've been seeing a recent son with sunglasses and a hat.
Interesting. Very, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
No, I don't like it. I'm going to be honest.
I can swallow
I think
sunglasses, that's
sunglasses, yeah, is okay. The hat as well, I'm not too sure about, but I think
There's,
everyone got their own way of doing it now.
So Haynes gets himself off strike there with a back of a length ball off Travascus, plays it through to mid-on for one. As Citroen sets up to face his first ball off Travascus, and he
It's found
sort
that
of stands
outside
up
edge
on it.
again.
Yeah, the outside edge is he's getting him a few runs here so far, Citroen. As, Travascus is
It's 4 or 5 he's now found.
yeah, standing like a statue. He hasn't moved for a good 10 seseconds there, Travascus. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
I
Maybe
think
he's hurt
it's
his ankle.
ricocheted off the batter into his shin. We had one on the weekend. Holly Whitfield stood up for decided after using the hand thing, pushed on the shin.
No.
An egg for a few days as well, but
Travascus finds a double there.
thought was about it, not I think she was fresh.
So they're in for last ball though. Clear back of a lane, so comes back, plays it to deep. Thought the other Travascus will absolutely take that, more than happy.
Done right single there. I think that's all we look to do. You can see it's just kind of laying around the line still. Just going what's
Yeah, as the wind's picking up. We've got the hand of our table here trying to keep the cool. Not actually, which we really need with the wind as strong as it is, but things have been blown over the place. But yeah, so 20 overs on, it's 1 off for 3. The announcement, what was that? Anybody else hear the announcement? Oh right, that was ball. Great. Down one leg for a single like this. Throwing in for casualties. Kane into 57 for a couple. Hasn't really looked trouble.
No.
You know, I mean there was an inside edge early on off Ian Holland that maybe hadn't quite got the pace of the pitch, but since then,
Not really give any chances here. He's played a very good innings so far.
Seitron faces up to Scriven. Hits that cleaner than he has done so far this innings, but a dot ball to extra cover.
Yeah, not so going well at the moment. I think next wicket's going to be quite a big one. I think Leicester will be hoping to get it a lot sooner than later.
Absolutely.
And I think there'll be a certain person that they'd want to see walking off the pitch at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. Scriven in again, trying to find that wicket. Seitron
Wide.
steps on it, throws his hands through the ball, gets a 4 through extra cover. That's a brilliant shot. He's almost straight legs stood up on that and hit it, slapped it through extra cover. Really, a diving Pete hands come nowhere near it, unfortunately. A bit of a tennis shot, really, Amy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not much movement there, just from put his wrist through, but he's really showed the pace of the outfield there and how this pitch is playing, because it's come off very nicely.
So Scriven turns, looking for a bit of a comeback ball here, which he finds is full.
They're taking the single.
Yeah, it's full. It's well driven straight by Seitron, but collected by Sharmasood, diving away to his left from mid-on. As the umpire Ant Harris signals to Jack Shantry, 2 left in the over. Nelson! 1-1 for 3. Scriven turns. Pulling for, put it through it, really. It wouldn't be a drift. It's gone. Dot ball. It almost did 2. I think if he hit it any less, he would have tried to screw it.
Yeah, I think that's sick at the moment. I think coming off that very nice and some that noise, you need to see Shambi jump shot. One means a single here.
Yeah, believe it or not, there is a time where sometimes you can hit it too well.
Yes, he can.
Scriven left. That's a bit of a slow ball from Scriven. Well played, Scriven. That's in. Right through for to finish the other. Scriven. He bowls his spell there. Picks out 2 for 3 really well from him, but break on.
Scriven's obviously a bit of pressure on the other end, but he's getting really well. And you can feel one in that over. But
Bowled really well. Man, he's maybe 4 overs for the end of the middle as start of the final power play from 40 overs up.
If it behooves him to come up.
I would hope they bring possibly one of the name as Travascus for any buzzing I do cover. So a budget that comes for the goes for a single out through cover. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a Chris Hollenbach want to overspell.
Yeah.
And seeing how they fare. And you could possibly try Ben Mike or Alex Green from the other end and see how they fare there. There's Trevor in again. Seitron slaps that through to mid-off for a single.
Yeah, Seitron's playing this game really well at the moment. I think 12 off 12, and he's just 13 off 13 now. But he's just rotating that strike nicely. Like we said, he's letting Haynes do what he's been doing, and he's not doing anything too risky, which I think for Notts is a good thing. They don't want to lose another wicket too soon, so to keep him at the other end will be a positive.
Absolutely.
Going forward.
Another single through cover for Haynes off Travascus. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he came in. I mean, I know there was a couple of outside halves of the bats and gone for singles, but he's done well again there. Slightly outside half of the bat, maybe a bit of grip off the pitch from Travascus, but it does go for a single. And it's a runner ball so far this over, as Travascus sets up for another ball, as Rishi Patel's mother walks past us and gives us a wave. What a lovely woman, and that's a wicket for Travascus.
That's
I
a
would
big
say
wicket there.
Rishi Patel's mum's wave got us a wicket. Haynes, the dangerous man, tries to sweep a ball that's just too full, hits him low on the front patch. Gentry's with the appeal and gives him out. 60 for 4 now, not a massive wicket for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I think that is exactly when Leicestershire would have wanted it. He was looking very settled, so he's not really thinking. So that is a big wicket from Vasquez there, and hopefully for the Fox.
Delicious on there, Prairie's on. If my maths serves me correct, so 17 to win, because I'm
218, but you're close.
Where is it?
Robert.
Oh, I'm fine. 270, 218 to win.
I'm actually good at that because I don't even know when
His maths is great.
Oh, maybe I stopped at my maths is football, and you can ask any of the girls. Maths is not one of my strong points.
No, I look at cricket scores now and I just think, right, 116, we'll stick the tops and I'm happy. Done.
So I'm not really.
Anyway, danger Leicester and for Notts, leading runner of cousin. He's been, as we said, absolutely whacking it comp so, and this is going to be a huge not taking him.
I think Leicestershire got a focus on the game here as well. They'll play to the batter, as some might say. So it'll be important just to stick to the plan and go with what we know best. But we know what Moors can do, so could be an interesting innings that we see right now.
Absolutely, and some big conversations going on between keeper Ben Cox, bowler Liam Travascus and captain Peter Hanscom, because the shorter side now for Tom Moores, which Liam Travascus is turning it into him as well, is now his leg side, and we know Tom Moores favours the leg side when it comes to spin. So this could be a I'd be surprised if he goes this ball, one ball left in the over, but it could be an interesting ploy as to whether they carry on bowling Travascus from that end, as he does come in. Tom Moores to face his first ball now, which he doesn't, he defends it, catches the outside out. I feel Rishi Patel collects it at first slip, throws it at the stumps, it hits Ben Cox, does hit the stumps, doesn't take the bails off, over's called, Travascus gets his cap, says thanks very much, got me wicket, and see you in a bit.
Yeah, I think he's done what he's been asked to do, and Ben Mike looks like he's coming back on.
Well, there we go, as we said, bowling change. Tom Scriven, great spell, 2 for 23 off 6, as one of the quick lads gets another go. Ben Mike presumably going into the wind here, may just find his length a little bit better coming into the wind. I always find that myself. But great break there from Travascus, 2 from 7 off 2 for him, 116.4. 218 required, 28 overs, that is required run rate 7 points, which is only going up at the moment. I
think we saw last year and the run rate of 6, and it got the 300 mark onto the final tour. So
Ben Mike in to start a new spell. Full must have been off pretty cleanly, then hit it too well to 8 men, and Travascus collecting stuff.
So we'll see Ben Mike what he's going to do in back here, and looking at another look at penalty to build, I think.
Absolutely. As David Moore and James Taylor walk past it there, a little grin from the both of them. Ben Mike on the back foot, seat run out dance. It looked like he was in, it was on, and has not been through that was crease. Ben Mike from Solomon Babino, who suffered 3 years away. He had a good Whitmore there a couple of days ago. He the great Joe's wedding double World Cup. I'm sure we're wasted, but I'm sure he's recovered by today. He looks well anyway.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy after seeing that wicket in the last over.
Absolutely.
Hoping Mike can build on as he comes in here.
Catch.
Right. Well.
Yeah, it's a full ball, slightly leg side. Seacher throws his hands through it, sort of flicks it over a wide mid-on area. We thought for a split second that it was going to go to hand, but from the angle we're on, we were wrong. It's one bounce 4 over this. I'd say it's certainly the shorter pocket of the ground, isn't it, towards us here, towards the pavilion, as it usually is at Kibworth. Benny Mike going to want a bit of a comeback now.
Yeah, I don't think he connected with it how he wanted to there, Citroen, so wouldn't look too much on it.
In again, Ben Mike is full again,
good
driven
hand.
again, and a good hand from extra cover from Peter Hanscom, and good yards from Scriven actually there to stop the 2 coming in from deep cover. It's a bit sweet sometimes when you do get a good hand on it at extra cover, that it can actually slow the ball down and allow the batters to run 2. But on that occasion, Scriven was ready for it and sprinting in. He's fast along the ground, Scriven.
Yeah, I think we're fielding really well at the moment, and that's, as we mentioned, a big part and something that we're going to have to keep going on through these next 30 overs.
Yeah, Hanscom especially has been superb in the ring there, followed by Rishi Patel. A better length ball there from Ben Mike. He's slightly leg side, steered down to fine leg, and you're right, it did look like they were going to push for 2, but again, Chris Wright there managing to keep it down to 1.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot in the first innings, a few misfields from the Outlaws, so I think we'll know that, as we know, misfields can cost games, 1 or 2 runs here and there, so we're going to stay on top, and we've started very strong in the field here, so hopefully we'll keep that going.
Absolutely, we've cut a lot of 2s and kept them at 1s already in the outfield. We're nearly halfway through the innings. Ben Mike, short ball, taken on, given a wide. Unfortunately, it's pretty tough. It was a good bouncer. As the great man Dips Patel walks past the 10. Such an amazing human being.
Got his bucket hat on today. You usually see him in a woolly hat. Swapped it with a bucket hat.
Yeah, those who know him, it could be the hottest of days and he's still got a woolly hat and a gilet on. But again, those who know him know how much of a fantastic human being he is. I've seen him in the nets, indoor school at Leicestershire at 11 p.m. coaching young kids. He absolutely loves it. As Ben Mike in for the last ball of the over, outside off, tried to drive it, beats the bat. Dot ball, 0 for 27 off 4, Ben Mike, 123 for 4 off 23 overs, Nottinghamshire.
And with that is me done as well. I've got a training session to get to.
Oh, we'll have fun.
So yeah, thanks. And it's going to be fun in the heat.
What do you say, 6:30 till 8:30?
Something like 6 to 8:30.
Something
6
like
to
that.
8:30, yeah.
Right.
Frankly,
At least you
I'll
know.
be there soon.
Yeah, at least you know.
Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure having Amy on there today. Yeah, have fun with your training session. And shortly we will be rejoined by the mighty James Hill as we see Travascus carrying on now. As we said, there's a bit of a danger play with Tom Moore's hitting to the shorter side on his leg side, with Travascus spinning the ball into him. But as we know, Travascus a very good T20 bowler, tough to get under, really tough to hit straight, tough to sweep. He's certainly going to be playing about with Tom Moore's here. As Moore's very wristily inside chunks that, and I get a little smile from Rishi Patel in a wave. He looks happy out there. All right. Yeah, very good. Yeah, he's having fun out there. Rishi Patel is Travascus. Good length ball outside half from Tom Moore's. He throws a kitchen sink at it as he usually does. Are we online, James?
We are.
Are we sure? Now you are.
We are. I was to be honest, I've just spent the last however many balls just thinking about that introduction you gave me, the mighty James Hill. I will ask the Leicestershire team to clip that, and I will put that on my socials page.
Absolutely.
Me and my new best mate, Roman Walker.
Travascus in again after being edged for a boundary. It's a good length ball sliding on. Tom Moore's danger man is gone. LBW's gone back. He's tried to play a cross back shot, not quite there. It slid on from Travascus. As I said, he's tough to get under, and he does slide the ball on. And Jack Chantry again agrees with the appeal that is right in front of all three and given out LBW. Great breakthrough.
Great breakthrough. Exactly what you wanted to see. And Travascus has been superb since he's come on. And again, the wickets keep falling for the Outlaws, and they're just, it's going to stop Citron. Citron, I thought, has been really, really good so far, but you're now in the position where you're going to have to build another partnership and try and get going. And I guess you're in a position where you're kind of like, you're going to have to start going for it at some point, but also you're running out of batters, and how do you play it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a fine line at this point. 127 for 5 now, off 23.3 knots. Their required run rate is still at 7.8. Needing 207 to win. I mean, you're basically asking for hundreds from the both of these lads coming in now, as we are joined by Lyndon James at the crease, who we know is more than capable of scoring runs. And Citron will want to stamp his authority on the professional game as well and score himself his first 100.
Yeah. Both got a bit of a point to prove so far, both averaging 10 so far in the 3 games that they've played. Citron obviously doing better than that today, but you're really, really looking like you need a big partnership from these two, as you've said.
I would say this is the partnership now that Notts need to win, and to be honest, this is the partnership that Leicester need to break, unless something miraculous happens. If they do break it, it'll be interesting to see what the win predictor would be on Sky Sports, but unfortunately we're not on Sky Sports and you're stuck with me, Roman Walker. Would you believe it?
Or Walkviz.
Would you believe it? Trevor in again. 2 dot balls to start Lyndon James's innings. I mean, let's say 207 to win, 5 wickets left. Near as damn it, 26 overs left. I'm calling 85% Leicestershire, 15% Notts. You know, it's not impossible. Travascus, last ball of his over, manages to turn one past Lyndon James on the outside edge. Cox appealing for a bit of both there, maybe outside edge and a stumping, but not giving out at either end.
I think that's what they call a seed.
It is unplayable.
Oh,
The,
bit of status quo starts up here, Roman. Is
nothing
that?
wrong with that, is there?
It's a great song. I sing "Knocking All Over the World" to this one.
Knocking all over the world.
My local side. Not too far away from where you used to play your trade, or where you're from. Itself, I'm sure the Foxes TV viewers wouldn't mind us indulging ourselves in a little bit of Shropshire chat for 2 seconds.
I would be hoping that everybody listening knows I'm from Wrexham. I'm a proud Wrexham boy, a proud Welshman, as Ben Mike in. Good length, defended, dot ball. But yeah, as I turned sort of 14, 15, and I was maybe getting a little bit too good for the level I was playing at in Wrexham for Marchwil and Wrexham Cricket Club. Beautiful, beautiful ground, still one of the most beautiful grounds I've ever been to and ever played at, and lucky to call that home for a fair few years when I was younger. I managed to move to Oswestry. Geezer, Mark Robinson, managed to come down and watch a net session for me. Ben Mike in again, back of a length, defended, dot ball. And sort of drafted me into Oswestry, and they let me play there for 3 years, thanks to them. It was an amazing place to play. We had a great team at the time. I think we were in Birmingham Division 2, and we had back-to-back promotions or something along those lines.
Home of the Clarks.
Home of the Clarks, Joe Clark, Robbie Clark, Zavi Clark, 4 brothers, Ollie Clark as well.
Probably one of the best-looking families in Shropshire as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's Mike
They are
comes in.
blessed.
Oh,
Flicked in the air.
yeah, it's not going all the way, and it's caught. That's a superb catch.
Not what Notts needed. That, unfortunately, it's a full ball on the leg side from Ben Mike. It's flicked in the air, presumably into the wind. We've seen a couple of balls in the air to this side, although it is the shorter side. It's been held up, and in Holland diving forward there, a good catch in the deep.
Takes some effort, even though it's coming to him. As you said, slowed down. He had to put on the afterburners there just to get there, and also spinning ball as well, diving after those. You've seen plenty of those bounce out the hands and spill out there, so a very good catch that from Holland.
Not easy at all. 127 for 6 now, Notts as Seacher departs. 19 from his 22 balls.
And the big question is, from all of the fans out there, is what's Walker Viz got it now?
Well, it's gone up a couple of percent, let's say that. Let's say that. It certainly has. It's got closer to 90%, but as we know, another very good batter, sorry. I've got comments in the ear. Am I expected to speak clearly when I'm getting yobbed from behind me?
Seacher and falling there. Seacher and falling for 19 of 22 balls.
But they've called drinks there in the 25th over. Liam Patterson-White will join us at the crease after drinks. A massive breakthrough there. Ant Harris, I see there, he must be warm out there. He's just poured a bit of water into his hat and lobbed it on his head. Another man from the Oswestry area, Ant Harris, the umpire. He used to DJ in the clubs, would you believe it?
I do. He actually, here's a fact for you, he actually taught me on my umpiring course.
Amazing.
So when you see me out there, when I'm, mainly, Roman, I get injured quite a lot. You know, nowadays when I play my cricket, I pack my pads, pack my bat, then I pack my medicine cabinet in that order. And so once off season, I decided to do my umpiring qualifications. Very much recommended for anyone out there. And Ant Harris was the one who got me on there. Very confident.
Fantastic humour.
Fantastic umpire as well.
I really enjoy any game that Ant is officiating. I mean, I had him in the Birmingham League for a few years and always got along with him. Great bloke, originally from South Africa, and I mean, it's a bit of a Shropshire reunion, shall we have it, or a Oswestry, Shrewsbury, Wrexham reunion with Ant Harris living in the area, Jack Shantry from Shrewsbury.
I was going to say, I went to school with Shants as well,
there
so it is very much we're taking over.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Adam Shantry wasn't born in Shrewsbury, was he? Where was he born? Adam Chantry, of course, brother of Jack Chantry. We're just going
Who
to
is
find
now Adam Chantry coaching at Shrewsbury School, which
he's been
was
there
the
for,
place that Jimmy Taylor went to school. And we're getting out all of our
And would you believe it?
non-local knowledge out here.
Would you believe it? Roman Walker got offered a scholarship at Shrewsbury School, but couldn't get the grades coming out of high school. Silly boy.
Not
Didn't
good enough
study,
just
did
to
he?
not good enough just to get in on.
He just didn't study.
Man.
They asked for 5 A-starter Bs, and I didn't get that. And I was just one of them lads in school. I just didn't want to do the study. I didn't want to do the studying it took to pass them exams. I did very well in PE, of course, but
I was going to say, I swear they have a picture of you up in the in the indoor net facility there, along with James Taylor, Ed Barnard and the likes, as Mike comes in for his 4th ball of the over after drinks.
and
It's
as a
just
result
left
of the
alone by
wicket.
Patterson White. Thought about it, but then just dropped the hands there. It epitomises the situation the Outlaws are in there. You kind of want to go for it because you need to, but there's also the risk of wickets, and the man's out there, the trap is out there.
Well, 8 and over, I think, with any amount of wickets in hand is still an ask on any wicket, but with only 4 wickets left, it's a real big ask as Ben Mike's in again. It's a good length ball, just maybe moves back into Liam Patterson White there, but just seemed to beat him before he played the shot. Maybe he was thinking about leaving it, and a late decision to actually play the ball.
Exactly, again showing a little bit of indecision there, not sure whether to play or leave. And yeah, I can't help but think that Leicestershire played it perfectly with their bowling changes today.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they've given the lads with a bit more pace and a bit more freedom in terms of run rates to come in earlier on, and they've brought them back perfectly. You know, there's been a couple of breakthroughs from Scriven, Travascus, obviously early breakthrough from Chris Wright as well with the new ball, as Ben Mike finishes us over there with a wide ball, slightly full and driven out into the offside for a single. He finishes his 5th over, 1 for 28 off 5. I already said that. I already said it finishes his 5th over, and then I go and say off 5. I need to learn. I need to get better at that. It's awful.
Seamlessly, mate. No one notices.
Can't
you
believe
can
it.
do whatever you want
I
today,
notice it.
Rowan.
I notice it.
You've run this place.
Anyway, halfway point, 128 for 6. 25 overs gone. 206 required now off the 25 overs remaining. As we said, 4 wickets left. It's going to be a big ask, but more than capable are the 2 batters at the crease. Liam Patterson White has scored a lot of runs over the past few years in this position, and Lyndon James has obviously shown his worth again over the last couple of years. Travascus in again, full ball, defended back to him. I've remembered where Adam Chantry was born.
I was going to bring this up as well. For those of you at home,
So, outside edge
Shouting
there,
out
by the
loud.
looks of it. Off Travascus. It looked to be a full ball. It was sort of squeezed out outside edge. Ben Mike does well at short third man to dive on it and keep it down to a single. So Jack Chantry, younger brother by probably about 7 or 8 years maybe, of Adam Chantry, who's ex-Glamorgan left arm seamer and an ex-coach of mine, of course, with the Glamorgan development stuff moving further towards North Wales, which is great news. I think he was born in Bristol.
you would be right.
There we go. So 2 brothers born in different ends of the country. As another outside edge there. He's definitely meant to play it through that area, but maybe that fine, not sure. 4 runs for Lyndon James anyway.
Puts the score on to 133 for 6. So 200 runs behind for the Outlaws, 201. And as we mentioned, a gargantuan task to try and get this total now as Travascus comes in. James back and plays it onto the onside. He's fielded very well off his own as well, Travascus, today. Very athletic, aerobic.
Yeah, he's a very good fielder in general, really. He covers the ground really well. He's got a very, very good pair of hands.
So he comes in again. Back and kind of just off the face
Right.
of the bat, coming down to backward point, and that is 4 runs.
Yeah, such a casual, innocuous shot. that seems to run away, and an example of the outfield being rapid. It's got to the boundary, it's hit the rope. I mean, I see someone on the floor there. I'm sure they've not dived for the ball or fallen out of his seat. He's wobbling around a little bit. I wonder how many beers that man's had today.
It's the it's the risk you take when you have a couple of shandies, shall we say, at the cricket, when there's no advertising hoardings, as he comes in and he blocks it out, and I believe that is the end of the over. That's the end of Travaskis' fourth over. He goes 2 for 20 as the Outlaws are 137 for 6. Patterson White 2 off 5 balls. James 8 off 7. So something that we were mentioning earlier, but we didn't quite get to talk about it much more, but the 28 million that I've heard bandied about that's expected to come the way of Leicestershire from the ECB from the sale of the 100 franchises. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously it's there's a stipulation, I believe, that they have to pay off the debts first, as Mike comes in to start his 6th over. As he comes in, goes back, and Patterson White goes back and across. There's a bit of a misfield there by Green, but luckily player had come to a halt there. But yeah, 28 million, obviously you're going to pay off the debt. There's a stipulation that you have to pay off the debts, but
yes.
How great is that going to be for cricket in the area?
The limited knowledge I've got on this sort of stuff, I mean, I don't really pay too much attention to it. I sort of want to keep myself out of them circles, you know. I mean, it's not really my place to have any sort of judgment or know the information about it. I mean, it's good to know that we do have that money coming in as a wide ball goes down the leg side from Ben Mike. Yeah, so the very limited knowledge I've got is that the clubs that are getting the money, as I understand, every club is getting a portion of the money. Some clubs more than others, obviously being part of the 100 franchise and being home to 100 franchises. But the great news is it's getting filtered down through all 18 counties, and as you say, 28 million there or thereabouts for Leicestershire is you basically got a bullet point list of what you can spend it on, I would have thought. As Ben Mike. Sorry, Ben
it's
Mike in. And a good length ball is sort of half pulled, half chopped down on by Patterson White in for a single into the leg side. Yeah, so like you say, it'll be pay the debts off, maybe use that money for infrastructure that can build the club and build money further down the line for the club, you know, and become a bit more self-sustainable, which is amazing. Obviously we've seen with a few of the rugby clubs recently, obviously money came into rugby and a few of them clubs seem to have used their money unwisely and have had to fold, which is such sad news. As Ben Mike in, slower ball, slightly fuller, Lyndon James pushing his hands on that one but keeps it down, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, you know, use Wasps as an example. Like, such a big rugby club no longer exists because of financial problems, and I think the ECB are aware of that happening as soon as a club gets that sort of pot of money. And so I think sustainability for the future is a massive focus for the ECB in terms of the money being filtered down in the 100.
Mike comes in. James guides it down to short third. Looks at Patterson White like, are we going to run this? Patterson White eventually comes through for the single.
Yeah, it seemed to be an awkward angle there where the ball wasn't quite shooting off, but the angle seemed to look like there was always a run there. But yeah, I think it's brilliant from the ECB in terms of the stipulations they're putting on that money. Coming in from the 100, I think it's, you know, it keeps cricket alive, keeps cricket clubs alive.
As Mike comes in for the 5th ball of his over. Patterson White stepping back, looking to slash it through cover, but stopped by Patel. Bit of aggression shown there, it's good from the Outlaws' perspective. Foxes won't mind it either. It's going to create chances. Mike wipes his brow with his shirt, takes a few deep breaths, looks at the floor, composes himself. Oh, yeah, he's making a few changes. He's
bit of a change, maybe a bluff here. You change the position of your square leg and bowl a full ball, maybe get the
Yeah.
batsman to think that you're going short, and maybe he is going short.
As he runs in. It is the full ball, but it
Certainly
is
not
a
short.
full toss, but it's not quite got hold of it. It's gone out to point, but Holland is there.
That is the end of the over from Ben Mike. 1 for 32 off his 6. He's pulled back his figures beautifully there from his first 3 overs for 20. His next 3 overs have gone for 12 and picked up a wicket, which has been fantastic. Again, I sort of mentioned earlier, he ebbs and flows in spells, Ben Mike, but when he's on, and he's fantastic. And his first game back from injury, and he's been very impressive so far. So well done, Benny Mike. As we see Travascus setting up again for his 5th over. Not surprised, as he's bowled really well. 2 for 20 off his 4 so far.
The pick so far, would you say?
I think Tom Scriven for me would be the pick of the bowlers. The breakthroughs he got, but also in terms of the partnerships he was able to offer to the other lads at the other end was brilliant, as Travascus bowls and Patterson White sort of tucks it into mid-wicket dot ball. I keep getting looks from Rishi Patel over here. He wants a mention, I know he does. As we've seen
Patterson White plays it out to point.
we've seen earlier, Rishi's mum, absolutely lovely woman, walking across and give us a
Fantastic
wave
omen.
and a wicket straight away after that was fantastic. And,
When the wickets kept falling, I have to be honest, I'm starting to think that maybe I was the bad luck charm. See, James uses his feet. It's out to the extra cover, but Holland is there.
yeah, collected safely out
Scampered
there.
around for 2.
Not easy picking them balls up that are bouncing along the outfield when it's such a hard outfield and he's
Dry
done
as well.
Yeah,
When it's so dry, you don't never quite know, do you?
no.
Travascus comes in for his 4th ball. And James forwards and defensive onto the offside.
Yeah, certainly for Notts it's going to be a case of trying to take it as deep as possible. Obviously, keep the run rate ticking over as much as you can, but taking it at least into the last 10 and assessing from that point where you are and how many runs you need off the last 10.
As James knocks one down to long on and takes 1. And that's another point really as well. You've got to think about net run rate and things like that as well at the end of the day, and you don't want to leave overs out there.
Absolutely, it's a bigger picture as well, you know. Travascus in again, slightly shorter, a bit more pace on it, and Patterson White tries to go over the onside, but sort of high on the bat, stays low, collected by mid-wicket, end of the over. 145 for 6 off 28, 189 required, 22 overs remaining. As looks like Chris Wright is coming back into the attack. Opened the bowling from the top end. He's change of ends now for Chris Wright.
4 from his first spell. 4 overs from his first spell. 1 wicket for 19.
There we are.
Had that
As you see,
superb.
Dave Whitmore, handshakes all round, the local man. He knows everyone. So we see the question of how was the wedding. As I mentioned earlier, a friend of a mutual friend of ours, Richard DeRose, got married on the weekend, and looked a lovely day. Stow on the Wold, and
Just the weather you want for it as well.
absolutely. And Dave attended. A lot of our mates attended. I'm sure Niall Lafferty was asleep in the corner about halfway, but Chris Wright comes in again for another spell as he bowls outside off and gets hit through to deep cover for 1.
Yeah, James picking up another single there. He's ticking along nicely. Just needs Patterson White to join him here. But yeah, I mean, if you haven't fallen asleep at a wedding, have you done it correctly? Is the question I'd ask you, Roman.
Well, the problem Niall's got is that he falls asleep everywhere after he's had a couple of beers. It's quite surprising. It's enviable actually.
As Wright comes in again, just back of a length. That's really good from Patel. I've been really impressed with the fielding from the Foxes today.
They've been fantastic.
Not giving anything away, and it makes such a difference, you know, especially when defending such a total as well.
Absolutely, you know, I think there's a few occasions where we've managed to keep them to 1 in the deep and a couple of diving stops and boundaries. You know, let's say they've saved 20 runs in the field so far. It's 166 for 2.
Right in. A bit
That
fuller.
looks different, but wow, that's
I was obstructed on that one, so
that is. I'll tell you what's happened there. Is it's a full ball. Little Patterson White is it's so clean and flat, straight back at Ant Harris, who had no time to get out of the way. It's hit him what seems to be in the midriff or the leg possibly. He seems okay. The great hard South African that he is.
don't rub it, Ant.
But my God, he hit that hard, and that's hit him hard.
Right comes in again.
Slower ball.
Slow ball. Just worked onto the leg side. Just for 1.
Yeah, you don't see that a great deal, do you? You know, like officials being hit. I mean, there's some great videos of Aleem Dar and Billy Bowden dodging balls at square leg in the international
I was about to say,
games.
mind where you're going with this one. There's some great videos of people getting hit. As
Dodging
Wright
balls.
comes in with his bounding run up, cocks back in.
Another slow ball.
And another one, just as a log on. And as you said, utilising those slower balls, bowling it into the pitch.
Yeah, it definitely seems a way forward through the middle overs now. With balls getting slightly older and getting so it seems good flowing from the bowlers.
Bit restart for Wright. Got his footing wrong there as he comes in. Again, full ball. Just the 1. Again, another ball that looks like it's just bobbled up there for green.
Yeah. End of the over there for Wright. 1 for 22 off 5. His figures now, and 148 for 6 off 29. 21 overs left for Notts to take them. Needed next. So yeah, do you know what? There's a couple of people they walk past and they have a quizzical look, and they wonder what you're talking, what you're doing here. And I wonder if they know what people they're watching from home.
Maybe that's why they're as they are. Maybe our voices don't match our voices.
I didn't think he'd look like that. I'm disappointed. That's what I reckon he'd think. Travascus in for another over. Lyndon James face up, and it's a good length ball. He comes down the wicket and plays it well down to mid-off. A firmly struck defensive push for 1.
Good again though. Only conceding the 1. Go over and the other. You don't really want it to start boiling a few more. As he comes down a little more aggressive. Season down. Goes a Yorker.
The previous ball sees not tick over to 150, and that ball there ticking over to 151.
Off.
It's like I said it quite early when we'd taken a few wickets. It's a containment game for Leicestershire now. As Travascus, Lyndon James again uses his feet, gets an angle on that shot, slightly wide, but Masood around fielding cleanly again. Yeah, it's a containment game. It goes up. There might be a good shot, and as soon as you take a wicket, I think they're going to back themselves to take wickets as they go anyway. But you're basically forced in the position to play a rash shot, because ultimately, even with 4 wickets left, you know, you can't take 15 plus and over into the last 10. So that Notts are certainly going to be thinking about that, and so will Leicester.
I think looking at the last 3 games as Travascus comes in, James just flicks it into the mid-wicket, but it's stopped. No scored. Yeah, look at the last innings and Notts. Their tail has occasionally wagged as just 1 down, and nice finish. 3 the others, 2 extra for 4 runs. The first kind of same mistake there from Travascus.
It's certainly the first bad ball he's bowled. 6 overs, 252 there. He without the back. But yeah, in terms of the game, he won't be happy with himself and his own standards. He's got very high standards for himself, Trev, and he's very admirable at the ball in that way. However, we can already at the run rate there is not have in hand. I found quite funny was as the ball was getting retrieved through, the fella throwing it in has gone to throw it and the ball's ended 5 yards behind him.
Right in again, steps back as he got all of it. He has, that's 6.
Yeah, Liam Patterson-White there, he's setting up, seems to be setting up on the back foot there for the slow ball into the wicket. You know, I think the game plan is pretty obvious. However, you know, it was it wasn't a great ball. It was sort of in between lengths. I mean, it was either you've got to be really short or a little bit fuller than that. But Patterson White has played it really well. Got it for 6 over Cow as he's in again, and it's another slow ball, just slightly fuller this time, and a dot ball.
Just on the top of the bat there for Patterson White. It's a good comeback.
Yeah,
Patterson, you don't want to go for 2 in a row.
absolutely not.
19.4 overs remaining. The Outlaws run rate 5.3. Required run rate now at 8.8 as Wright comes in. Full again. And that's a lovely shot
That's a
down the
brilliant shot.
ground for 4. Just lent on it.
Yeah, he's hit it very clean. He just seems to be getting to grips with the pace of the wicket here, Liam Patterson White. As we know, as I said when he came in, he can hit a ball very clean, and we know he can score a lot of handy runs. Obviously, a lot more handy runs needed for Notts at the moment, with 168 still needed. However, they're making a good start to that chase in this partnership.
Yeah, in last season's competition, averaged 31.75 at strike rate of 1, 2, 3. So definitely showing that promise with the last few shots that he's played as Wright comes in. Patterson White advances down the ground. It doesn't get hold of it. Retrieved by Long on.
Yeah,
Just
a
takes
bit
the
more
one.
aggression there from Patterson White. He's obviously, the last 2 shots, he certainly looked to hit the boundary, don't get me wrong, but they were controlled and good shots. He sort of noticed the ball was there as it's coming down, and it's a split second reaction to go bang, boundary. However, that one was certainly a come down the wicket / looking for it, all the buzzy hold them. Not necessarily into, 10 off the over ready. As we say, the wicket, he's a covenant boy, but the wickets in hand really don't allow you to play any rash shots. This needs to be a big chase from this point onwards as Wright comes in back of a leg, tucked into the onside. They're going to push through, but Shah Massoud does well enough to get round and stop that. Other 2 stopped by Leicestershire field.
You just let the tempo a little from the Outlaws batters in this last over. Running that first one, I'd be looking for the 2 there, looking to build the pressure. They've had a bit of a chat in the middle. They've knocked around their singles. They've got their in as well to finish off his slow ball. Nearly ins for catch there, but unfortunately it's 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. It was again not a bad ball from Wright there. It's more intent from Liam White as he slipped across it, gets it enough to beat Hanscom on his left side, who was diving away. It was half a chance, but not too far away from Hanscom to collect it. As we see Hanscom giving Alex Green a wave there. I've
Get
a little
loose.
feeling he might be coming on.
Yeah, he's
The next
warming
over
up,
from this
opening
end.
up the green there.
Travascus takes time coming to block. He's out in the depth from Eric's right over, and he's come in and he's getting ready to bowl now as we see the crowd on the stream there. Fantastic crowd in today. 100 people as far as I know. Trask is in and only goes for a single down to Long on.
James using his feet again there, just working it and again putting things in the bowlers and the fielders' minds about what they might do as he comes in again. He looks like he's going to get pin his crease there again. Didn't quite get hold of it. Travascus again, very well.
Yeah,
Fields off his own.
The partnership creeping up to 50 here, 46 as I make it in with my maths.
And he's gone.
Patterson White tries to use his feet again. We mentioned it last over. The aggression that Liam Patterson White is trying to show. He tries to come down the wicket and smack Travascus back over his head. Misses the ball. Cox, ever reliable behind the stumps, takes it, whips the bails off, out stumped. As Patterson White had a wicket in the first innings himself, stumped down the wicket. But he goes for 23. A well-made 23, but they needed more than that. And a shot there, given the circumstance.
As you said, it's a bit of scoreboard pressure, but again, picking up wicket just at the right moment. And yeah, so scoreboard pressure making batters do silly things.
Absolutely, and as a result of that, the scoreboard pressure only becomes more as Joey Clinton comes to the crease to John Lyndon James. Lyndon John 22 off at the moment. Kind of not. I imagine that Bob will come next and been batted in the first set of 4 now. And more often than not, has done well, chips in with his 20s, 30s, and if he gets the chance, can push on. Rob Lord has already scored a quick 80, I think, in this comp, possibly, or in the T20 comp.
Yeah, he got 83 against Worcestershire in that game. Pocklington also got 54. So as you're saying, they do bat all the way down.
And that's Notts' 9 and 10. So game's not done yet.
One of the things that has been, well, you could say, been a trend in this season's One Day Cup has been that their tail has wagged, but also kind of because it's kind of needed to. They haven't really had many top order runs outside of the occasional game.
There's a left-handed Pocklington, faces up for his first ball. Travascus full, just sort of defended, just a touchy-feely shot into the offside, and they literally jog through for one. No pressure on the run. 2 balls left in the over. Travascus 3 for now, 3 for 34 off 6.4. He'd be looking for a 5 for certainly. As I mentioned earlier, spinner certainly come into the game here. Travascus into Lyndon James, uses his feet one more time, doesn't manage to beat extra cover. Solbuden just scampering across there.
Superb fielding once again, just saving the one, and again just keeping it nice and tight. Travascus coming in, he'll want to get out of this over.
And he's in, full ball.
Oh,
He's got it! That's his 4th wicket. 8 down now, Notts. Lyndon James goes to play an expansive drive shot through the offside. It seems to have gripped, maybe beating the outside edge and hitting the top of off. A brilliant ball from Travascus. And a fantastic spell, 7 overs pretty much from him now, 4 for 34, and that's really blown Notts out.
Is it time for another installment of Walkers? What you predict looking like now? I'm sure getting just close to that 100%.
Well, we can't say 100%, can we? Because 9% if we really want it. But Lyndon James danced. Again, well to he figured out the scoring options early, used his feet a lot, and managed to get himself a start. But as with the majority of the Notts batters today, they faced 10, 15, 20 balls and managed to get out. Jack Haynes, the only man passing 50 so far in this innings, 174 for 8. As we mentioned just a couple of balls ago, Rob Lord coming in at number 10 for Notts.
Coming in at number 10 and averaging 33 in the competition so far, and striking him at 125, so once again, as we were saying a second ago, not a bad player to come in at number 10. And
I wonder how much the Notts changing room are going to be thinking about the net run rate. Is there going to be a point where, well, we've got nothing to lose, lads, you go and play your natural game and try and score a load of quick runs, and you pile the pressure back on if you do manage to score 50 or 60 quick runs, but that comes with its risks. Or do you take it as deep as possible?
Yeah, and change of bowling from the pavilion end. Sees Alex Green come back on. 2 overs for 22 so far. It's just a bit of a change in the field. Green runs in to Pocklington. Just back of a length, Pocklington gets on top of it, punches it into the offside. It's well down from.
Yeah, another good piece of fielding from the Leicestershire fielders. Chris Wright this time, running 45 degrees backwards, I'd say, from the position he was in, and stopping the ball going to the back. Not enough to beat him. Intercept. It was an extra couple points in the cow corner for Rob Lord.
Green comes in again.
Well,
length and goes 4 runs through the covers. I love
there's a good look at option number 10, who is averaging mid-30s at 1-2 something strike rate, and first ball just
dismissive.
One of the shots of the innings.
I'd retire. That was superb. Lord.
Yeah, beautiful start.
So Green with 3rd man, deep square, comes in to Lord again. There we go. Brings it back a touch, make sure that he doesn't go the distance again.
Yeah, just leaving it there. Raw side off, good length, just having a look at one on a good length. So I think he's seen from the 82 overs bowled already on this pitch that you can trust the pitch. Anything sort of full you can really drive and pace on, and you can see that with his first ball. And then anything sort of back of a length he's just had a look at, get himself used to the pitch.
Green comes in again. Again, another one just back of a length. Well, stop. Just try again. Just trying to guide that down to point. Well, stop by Budinger.
Well, one thing not to have managed to do is make it impossible for Alex Green to get a third fifer in a row, with only 2 wickets remaining and Greeny not managing to pick up a wicket just yet in the innings.
10 in the competition so far. He's been the one player I was really looking forward to seeing today as he comes in. Bowls again, that just back of a length, guided down to third man, collected and in as Notch get another one. Their score ticks up to 180 for 8. 32.5 overs. Run rate's 5.5. Run rate required now 9 off the 17.1 overs required. Green comes in to finish off his over. Short ball again. Oh, and that looks like that's just going to go all the way.
Yeah, really unlucky for Alex Green there. Just a good length ball outside off, and Pocklington didn't seem to read the pace off the pitch there. Maybe it was he's rolled his fingers down Alex Green, bit of a slower ball, and maybe a natural variance, a couple of mile an hour, and it's caught the inside edge and beat on the stump there, and run away for 4. As we say, this rapid outfield, and yeah, Budger trying to throw the ball back to Ant Harris there, and Ant Harris nails down enough. I mean, it's a poor length throw from Sol. He's got to be better than that.
Some call it in our team, but poor man's had one.
Absolutely.
Throwing it back at him.
He does retrieve the ball though and sticks it in that little pocket there for the one-day games. Obviously 2 big balls from each end.
Travaskis to begin his 8th over comes in. Broad ends. Did you manage to get yourself a Magnum in the end, Roman?
No, watching my figure at the moment, so chocolate's a no-go at the moment. Rob Lord rocks back, plays that through point. So we saw a shot early from Lyndon James go a similar line and it went for 4, but this one's not going to retrieve by Ben Mike and thrown in.
Good
bit of cramp in the calf maybe.
Ooh. Good running from the Outlaws, picking up 2 from that. Well run from, as you said, grinned a little bit as he threw that one in.
It's a bit of hot in. Salt's leaving the body.
Oh, just back. Saw his length back of that there. Can't maybe for the pick, maybe
just let himself have a look at a couple, ball from his first ball and
brings the
win. They're racing through for 1 and it's shining at the stumps. I think he was safe anyway from the throw from Chris Wright, but yeah, reverse sweep. I mean, it was a full toss. I mean, it turned out to be probably a good ball to actually hit the reverse sweep, but with 2 points in, it's a pretty risky shot.
Took the words right out of my mouth there as Travaskis comes in to bowl his 5th ball of the opening strike, as he also leaps in 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, given the field placements, it's a safer shot with just 1 point to beat, and manages to get through 4. And I think the Dagley could play the reverse sweep, or at least everyone try good connecting on it.
Pocklington moves on to 10 off 4. Travaskis comes in again. He tries to go down the ground. They're going to run quick. Clean pick up, that might have been close, but again, looks like another one is picked slightly, and that brings the end of that over.
And I mean, barring a good shot, another good over for Liam Travaskis as he finishes his 8th over, 4 for 42 now, 5.3 is the economy rate of his bowling. He's bowled really, really well today so far, and as we say, we can only think of possibly 1 or 2 actually he's bowled, so I play to him.
And not 192 for 8.
What do you want, Lewis?
Sweet Caroline rings out round the ground. The international sign from DJs that they don't think it's going to be going for much longer as Green comes in, bounces. He misses out.
Yeah, he's tried to pull that pocket as much as he can. Which leads me to believe that really slowed down, dried up. It's not shooting so much as it is.
Yeah, didn't look like it came onto
absolutely not
bat as much there. But
I've seen a few balls in the first from Rob Lord, Brett Hood, that threw sort of head height to Tom Moore's, even a full ball set. Not seen with that just yet as the single could put sort of punch to the onside towards mid-on, and Travaskis had to run forward as quick as he can and try and throw the stumps down, but
yeah, it's going for 1 now and then, just trying to get the tempo up, trying to pay the momentum. 93 for 8. I don't know, maybe they can for that a little bit earlier, but Anyway, Green comes in to bowl, bounding in. Bowl short, didn't quite get up. Gets the outside edge, that goes down to third man. Yeah, again, that didn't look like it came on as much there. It kind of died a little bit as it went into the pitch.
Yeah, it's certainly slowed up. I think Alex Green bowling into the wind here as well, so he certainly won't be bowling as quick as he can with that extra breeze coming into him, and as he runs in. Obviously, he's a big unit, so the wind resistance is going to have a bit more of an effect on him as Pocklington wants one to mid off. Chris Wright chooses not to throw with the single being ran. 2 balls left in the over.
Just shows how important it was winning that toss as well, the difference in conditions to batting towards the end. I know a lot of teams like to chase nowadays, but
yeah, absolutely.
With the weather that we've had,
I think usually you'll find at outgrounds as well, people will bowl first, they're not quite sure what the wicket's going to do and they want to see what it's going to do, you know. But Leicester obviously very confident in the Kibworth pitch today, batting first.
Green comes in, Lord with a massive Yahoo. Bottom edge though goes all the way for 4 down to fine leg. Bit of luck there for Lord.
Yeah, again unlucky for Green, another inside edge that goes for 4 past the keeper through the inside of the batter, and yeah, Rob Lord with intent there, trying to go over the top, but yeah, unlucky for Alex Green.
Do kind of feel like I missed out on one there with looking Lord could have maybe snapped a bit differently. Yeah, Riven Learners comes back in to finish his fourth over, and again Lord again missed it completely. At the end, the 35th over, Nottinghamshire Outlaws 199 or 8. It's again chasing Leicestershire's 333 for 8. It's been a great day here today.
Yeah, we sort of see the scores there. I sort of had a number in my head about sort of 10 and over in the last 10 for Notts, if they could keep, you know, maybe that St James or the Patterson and Lyndon James partnership. They could keep, you know, maybe 4 wickets and 10 and over through the last in. They would have had half a chance really, but unfortunately, obviously lost them 2 big wickets, and it's a 35 now, which really, I mean, Leicestershire be charged hole in.
Yeah.
Apart from maybe the first 6 or 7 overs where the game was pretty level, or after the power play really, wasn't it? The power play was level compared to ours, and Pocklington knee down,
sweet, lovely shot just past Patel. I was starting to look at my commentary partner here, Roman, and as I was like, if that ball's coming our way, I only trust him to stop it.
Well, I don't usually field with computers and tables and a mic in my hand, so I'm not sure how much good for you.
That's in Nottinghamshire was a 35.3 overs.
You know when you a scrubble head bin and you miss, people always go, oh yeah, but you play cricket, you should be good at that. Well, piece of paper in cricket, so grow up.
Problem is, the team he played cricket. Anyway, as he comes for a punch too long, Pocklington, and we'll get 1. He's looked really impressive as he's come in. It's kind of surprising that he bats where he does for Notts.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball really cleanly. I think there's certainly a couple of players in sides, you know, Lord Pocklington, ever and again, Lord manages to squeeze that through the gap. Might even go forward, and unfortunately gets a hand to it but can't bring it in.
Again, holding that hamstring.
Hopefully just a bit of cramp there for Ben Mike. I'm really hoping that's just a bit of cramp.
I was going to say to you earlier, is it something when we were talking about the hamstring that he's just come back from? Yeah, is that something that's going to be in the back of your mind all day?
Seems to be jogging back into place. Well, it's certainly going to be in the back of his mind, given both hamstrings have been affected this season as Travascus, a good length ball. Solidifying manages to keep it to 1. Maybe could have got a 1 there, the Notts batters, but choosing not to. That's a dot ball for Travascus. 208 for 8 off 36 Nottinghamshire. Yeah, he seems to jog back into his position pretty nicely there, Ben Mike. But I do know he's a hard character. He can certainly run through an injury like that. But he seems to be stretching it off. Hopefully, just a bit of cramp in his first game. It's hot, not the easiest conditions. He does sprint into they do take a hammer when he does bowl.
Yeah, so he does have a massive part to play in it, no matter how much water you take on board, as Green starts another hit. Short and balls in the air, and that's out.
Alex Green gets his wicket. It's his 11th wicket of the comp. Peter Hanscom safe hands as always. We've seen him take a diving catch earlier with one hand. Never in doubt with that one. Unfortunately for Pocklington, he was hitting it really well. He was 18 off 12, finishes 18 off 13. And I really thought, as he was setting up to play that shot, I was looking towards the boundary because I had all confidence that he was going to hit that one to the boundary. But 9 down now, Notts, 208 for 9. Alex Green gets his wicket. And we'll see Brett Hutton take the field in a moment.
And with that wicket, I will say goodbye. It's been a pleasure, Roman.
It's been an absolute pleasure, mate.
I would ask if you wanted a lift home, but it's all good. Anyway, thank you very much, guys, and all the best.
Absolute pleasure. It's been great to have James on today, and he's travelled down for the 36 overs or so that Leicestershire have bowled so far, and he's done a fantastic job, so thank you to him. And you can introduce yourself if you want, mate.
Is that because you don't know my name yet?
Grow up.
You could just call me Jez. That's enough.
No.
No.
No, I'm not doing it. You accuse me of not knowing your name. I gave you the chance, right, to introduce yourself back. You've not been on for 30 overs, and you throw it back in my face. I can't believe it. No, I'm joking. No,
I thought you would have remembered my name after doing 50 overs or so together beforehand.
No. What do you reckon? What's your verdict been on the last 30 overs that you've been watching?
A clinical bowling performance. It's been textbook bowling. Liam Travaskis has been sensational with ball in hand. And here's hopefully Boy Wonder coming through.
It's a full ball. It beats Hutton. He drives, and it maybe beats him for a bit of pace as he gets used to the wicket, gets used to the pace of the game. But as I say, Brett Hutton more than capable with the bat. He's scored runs in the county championship. He's certainly scored runs in the white ball comps before, and obviously they need something a bit miraculous here now. Notts being 9 down, needing 126 runs to win.
And playing up against a young Alex Green with his tail up now, with wicket number 11 for the tournament. Another forward defensive shot from Brett Hutton. What do you make for Alex Green's development? You know, you've been around him for a week, 8 months or so.
Yeah, only much for the start of the year. You know, he joined us at the start of the year with wing odds. He's come through the had obviously good thing that I remember the academy session when I dropped in with Philip De Freitas and Jigger Nake, and you know, you could see he's got talent. He's been working on it. He works hard, the lad. As it beats the outside edge, it doesn't carry through as we see the pitch slowing down there. Cox takes one to the ribs by the looks of it. But yeah, he does work hard. I think naturally being a big lad, his fitness is going to be put to the test. Certainly what I found, obviously I'm the smallest bloke in the world, 6'4" myself, and looking around a big table and a lot of overs takes a toll, so you get used to how fit you've got to be, and it'll certainly be a good day for him to get used to stuff like that, and he certainly isn't unfit, I will say. I don't want anybody thinking that, but certainly as he moves on into sort of red ball cricket and bowling 20 overs in a day, that'll come into it, and that was a big development stage for myself, experience. And but yeah, he's certainly shown over the last 2 games. I mean, the 2 fifers speak for themselves, really, don't they? And you know, he's had a couple of unlucky edges today, maybe that haven't helped the economy rate on his bowling. He's obviously not bowled as well as we know he can, but still picked up a wicket. As we say, he's a wicket taker. He goes short to Brett Hutton. Now it's defended off last ball of the over, 2 out of 37. But yeah, he's got the world at his feet, mate, and he's got all the raw talent to be very successful in the game. As a wicket maiden actually from Alex Green, so second maiden of the innings for Leicestershire.
I was going to say, you were talking about with all the talent in the world, and he's pulled off a wicket maiden. Admittedly, it is against tail enders, but of course, wickets are wickets.
Yeah, I wouldn't class this as tail ends. He's done really well. And yeah, he's and he can as well. Alex Green, he can hand out some useful runs down the bottom of the order.
Liam Travaskis into his final over. He's been absolutely superb.
He's been fantastic.
both ball and bat. The handy 45 at the back end of the innings, and now 4 for 51.
Say at the moment, if Sol Budinger doesn't get it for his 100. Two very different frames, Travascus and Alex Green. One 6'6" plus possibly, and Travascus a lot smaller and a left arm off spinner.
Here he comes then, the left arm off spinner. A confident shot, he said. Robert.
Over the Budinger. But yeah, far easier to carry that frame around than it is for Big Greenie to carry that one round, and same for it's on the body in all aspect, as Travascus was a York length ball there that all tries to dig up and does.
Do you think if Trev gets that 5 for, he is like one ahead for the barrel actually?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when the handy runs were at the back end of the innings. Obviously, back of a length ball there, and another dot ball for Travascus. 2 balls left in the day for him. Yeah, I think obviously them runs piling on the scoreboard pressure take a momentum from first innings to second innings, and obviously how he's come out 4 for 51 at the moment with 2 balls left. There's a expansive shot there from Rob Lord down the ground, 2 bounces to Ian Holland at long on, just a single. Yeah, but again, you know, Sol Budinger's 100 can't go understated.
Yeah.
You know, it got us off. He got us off to an amazing start, kept on going, and he's put 100 of them runs through the board, and the scoreboard pressure has been a big part of this game in the second innings.
Final ball of Liam Travascus' spell, and he's bowled him. He's fully deserved that today. Liam Travascus gets a 5-wicket haul, and he cleans up the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. Leicestershire win.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Trev today with the bat and the ball. Gets his rewarded 5 off a level 10 overs as well, which is lovely to see. 5 for 52 off his 10. That finishes the game. Knots 209 all out. Fall 125 short of Leicestershire's 333, which consisted of 100 from Sol Budinger, 50 from Shan Masood, and a couple of 40s from Pete Hanscom and Liam Travascus. The bowling side of it started really well. Chris Wright getting Ben Slater out early, and the pressure just didn't really stop. The power plays finished pretty level in comparison, and after that, Tom Scriven with his breakthroughs in his 6 overs got 2 for, and Liam Travascus, as soon as he came on, we did mention whether spin would play a big part in this second innings, and obviously it has, and he manages to get himself a 5 for, which is amazing.
A really, really confident and measured performance it has been from Leicestershire. At times in the batting innings it looked like maybe we were faltering a little bit, maybe running a bit too slowly, but as you said, at the back end, Liam Travascus with bat in hand, providing a valuable knock with some hefty blows down the ground, and then obviously with the ball he was magnificent. A well-deserved 5-wicket.
As he walks off here, showing the ball to the crowd, he'll be happy with himself. Have a big smile on his face as they go to shake hands with the opposition. Well, a confident win for Leicestershire, and what a great ground it's been to have it. A good pitch from Kibworth, a great attendance from the crowd, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
The pleasure has been all mine, Roman. It's an absolute honour to sit here with you and sit through almost 50 overs with you, waffling about cricket and whatnot. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day here at Kibworth, like you said. So the weather played its part, the fans played part, and of course the cricket was fantastic. We all want a Leicestershire win, and we got a win today.
Yeah.
A derby victory against the Knots, and the Metro Rank One Day Cup.
Yeah, and the next game comes from Hampshire on Friday, and followed quickly by a home game at Grace Road on Sunday. Against who, Charlie? Against Essex, as they travel up on Saturday, I would have thought, to play the Sunday game. Looking forward to that, and as you say, 2 wins from 3 for Leicestershire, and a good start to the comp, and may it continue.
Long may it continue. Are you going to be there on Sunday?
I'll be there on Sunday for sure.
I'll be there too.
Beautiful. I look forward to it. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for everybody listening, and thank you for bearing with us. Hopefully we've okay for you, and you've enjoyed our commentary, and I think it's see.
Yeah, I'll just add to the words from Roman. The technical difficulty I had here at Kibworth, obviously, it's not the ideal facility we would like, but at our best and try to deliver as good as a broadcast as we can. But yeah, thank you for tuning in Foxes TV, and we'll see you on Sunday for live coverage against Essex.
Wonderful. Thank you.